Yes, karibuni. Yeah, today is an early one. Yeah, I'm quite motivated and I feel delighted to be here tonight or this afternoon. Nimekuja ili tuweze kuchapa hii kazi. We cannot fear and we cannot surrender. No matter what Ruto wants us to feel. We cannot fear, we cannot surrender. Our forefathers did more than us. And there is no reason of giving up. So, we will not give up and we will not surrender. There is an excerpt from American freedom fighters, which gives me a lot of motivation. Na nataka kuwapea yenyewe leo ili itutie nguvu. And I like people who are able to build admonition from the things which they are seeing around. Yeah, thank you sana Musoni, karibu sana. Today is a long day. We will be here. I have fully dedicated myself to man these shows 100% because I am receiving very many feedback from people na watu wananiambia lazima tujipange tufukuze huyu Kasongo. Huyu Kasongo lazima tujipange. So and as a freedom fighter, I have agreed with myself that for this year and next year, I will reduce a lot of my funds so that I'm here. So it is not necessarily we have to go to caves. Our modern day caves in Ihapa. If there is one thing we can do here and we mobilize Kenyans na kuambia wa Kenya, this is the right direction. That is a win. Yeah, so it's a lot of sacrifice to be here. You have to give up a lot of activities to be here. Saa zingine kuna marafiki pia wanakuitia ceremony pahali unasema hapana, siwezi enda because you need to come and talk with your community here. So and it's a course we are willing to take, not me alone, all of us. It's a course we are willing to take for this year and the next year. So you will be seeing a lot of accelerated shows from me. Yeah, hoping that God is going to give me energy. I will not get some burnouts here and there. We want to have very concentrated shows. In the fact, tunaenda sasa tuki-increase wavelength yetu sasa. Tumekuwa tukichapa Ruto lakini hatujakuwa tukimchapa sawa sawa. So we are going to do a lot of admonition there, and we are now increasing our wavelength of fight. I've been advised by very many people who are the ground ya issue. Unajua pia issue iko na ground yake. So ground ya issue imesema hivi, turuhusu watu wa Ruto wakuje hapa, lakini lazima tuwachape sawa sawa. So we should not let Ruto's people to come here and we do not tell them the truth. But I've also been advised, because we have emotional intelligence, kama kuna watu wa Ruto wanakuja hapa in the name of wanting to dissuade the narrative, we have to stop that. Yeah, because we cannot give Ruto sympathizers a platform to build themselves, but we can give them a platform to redeem themselves. Sijui kama mnanielewa hapo. Hatutapea watu wa Ruto nafasi ya kukuja kutuconfuse, but we can give them a platform for evangelism, to tell them you are looking at things in the wrong direction. So lakini mtu ya Ruto kukuja kutuambia hapa maneno ya two term tupigie Ruto kura, we will not give them that platform. So any platform of advertising Ruto is not there, but a platform where a Ruto guy is ready to listen and he is also ready to share his idiocy, and we try to talk to him, we can give him that. But we will not give Ruto sympathizers a platform to tell us how good Ruto is. So that's an opportunity we have blocked moving forward. So wewe kama ni mtu ya Ruto, there's no platform to advertise him here. There are a million YouTube channels. If there is a YouTube channel where Ruto is being advertised, you can go there. But for now, and for posterity of our nation, we will not allow our platform to advertise Ruto. Yes. No, but so to advertise Ruto hapa hatutakubali. That one is something which I'm very vocal. People might say like we are censoring. I'm censoring them. I'm censoring that narrative of advertising Ruto. That narrative, we have to censor it. You know the way he is abetting and enabling lies in our nation, and there is too much destruction which is happening in our nation. And the more we give these people platform, the more anatuchekelewa akisema hawa ni wajinga. Unajua hata wewe ukikubalia kusikiliza uongo, you are also not a serious person in life. So kuna vile sasa and freedom of speech on serious information. Hao watu ya Ruto tuliwapea freedom of speech 2022 na 2023. They produced for us an idiot president. A man who has said at one time, watu wapigwa risasi mguu. I don't think I will give somebody who is supporting such a man who is a pathological. Yes, they can come here, but coming to tell us that here like Ruto deserves power, that is not a narrative we will take. So already atanasema Njiro, kwani wewe ni I'm the chairman of the narrative. Bwana Olele. So watu ya Ruto, we will start censoring them. Najua mutaanzia kunichukia, but watu ya Ruto, you will have to go slow. We gave you platforms in 2022 to lie to us, but 26, 27, we are not allowing our platforms to lie about Ruto. No, that one we will not allow. So immediately we detect a lie, especially from Ruto propagandists, we have to call it. Yeah, but again, we will not allow you to funnel that lie, to allow over 100 people to be funneled na uongo ya Ruto. So it is either watu ya Ruto wakuje hapa and they decide to work on a narrative which is serious to Kenyans. When somebody comes here and anatuambia SHA is working, people are getting jobs, what? Those are not things which we will allow our listeners to be irritated. Of recent past, I'm getting threats that people want to leave our show because they feel like we are over entertaining Ruto sympathizers here. Yeah, so team ya Ruto, in fact, there is also another thing which I can, unaona akina Ayaga, all those guys who think Ruto will win the election, si wafungue show tuende huko. I will be happy to come there and deconstruct you in your show. I don't know why these people, they have to come to where we are. They have to come and irritate us where we are. So mimi nataka watu wa Kasongo waanzie kufungua mashow na watu warike. Nataka mtu afungue show aanzie kusema tutam Ruto sijui nini, tuende huko. Sawa. And you have also to understand that some of our viewers here, they don't want irritation. They believe it is one term, and there is nothing else in Kenya. Kuna mwingine ameniuliza, you know, there was one of our viewers, by the way, and as I tell you, that person aliniuliza Na hiyo kitu nimesikia kwa show yako two term ni nini? She was not aware there is something like two term. So akaniambia sasa, unaona unafanya makosa sasa, because according to her she thought that the only thing in Kenya is one term. So akaniuliza hiyo two term mmetoa wapi? Anyway, kuna watu wameblock masikio kabisa, and so kuna watu, there are people who don't want to hear anything other than one term, and I think it's also sane to make them stay in that niche of one term. Yeah, so and my viewers cannot grow a thick skin. So if you want our viewers here to grow a thick skin, hiyo hawezi. Let me begin with the killing of Ngeno, our most vocal MP in, and this is something. Leo nataka kuachilia makombora sasa. You know, I'm privy, and I usually interact with encouraging people a lot, so I know how their politics operates. So leo nataka kuachilia makombora na mtanisamea. So sijui kama nimewarushia link. Today I will I'll be very vicious. Na yule mtu atakuja kwa show leo anikuje kwa nambaya. Leo kuna vile nimecharge, so leo naweza fungua show na mtu. So Anna anasema we can't stay in a bubble. No, and somebody has told me that one term is the biggest thing which has ever happened in Kenya, and it is impossible for one term to be defeated. So niachane na hiyo ati maneno ya two term. So two term is something very tiny which doesn't amount to anything in Kenya. Emuguru and Digir, ama munaita nini? Emuguru and Digir, we are starting there. And I think bwana Kipril leo nawataja na majina. Na kama unataka kuita Kipril umuite. Bwana Kipril, your lives are endangered. You are endangered species. Any Kipsigis person who is listening to me, you guys, you are endangered species. Nyinyi endeleni kujiita Wakale, and you will never raise a leader in this life. 2008, Kipkalya Kones, together with some people, that time Kipkalya Kones is one of the most powerful Kipsigis leaders, and he mysteriously dies in a helicopter crash, as usual. Kipsigis people, they remain as subsidiaries of some even smaller groups like Tugen, the Nandis, and you know it. Then miraculously, after 15 years, God blessed them with another leader in the name of Ngeno. And Ngeno and risen to the levels whereby he was almost becoming the Kipsigis kingpin. And no sooner than Ngeno had started commanding that read conviction, bigger than even Cheriot, my friend, who we happened to have schooled together with, at the University of Moi University. No, you know, Nairobi, the University of Nairobi, that one used to be called Moi University. So I schooled together with Aaron Cheriot in Moi University in early 2000. Yeah, so misio mdogo sana. So in early 2000, we are there in Moi University, and I think Cheriot is doing a course in either education or information sciences. I'm on the other end. I'm doing a course in engineering. Yeah, it used to be called the School of Engineering. Professor Huisman Rab. That's where we used to school in Moi University. So we are in Nigeria. So that's where we used to stay in Nigeria. We used to call them Nigeria hostels. Akina Cheriot wako ipande ingine. So I happen to have seen Cheriot in my school life in the university. Yeah, we used to respect each other a lot until it reached a level whereby he wanted to become one of the biggest cartel in Moi University, where many of us could not subscribe to him. And when he wanted to become a student leader in Moi University, we were part of the revolt, which actually made it sure that he was not elected. But as we have it, Mr. Ruto bestowed him as a leader of the Kalenjin, sababu Wakale lazima wapewe yule kiongozi ambao some quota somewhere wanataka. And I have to congratulate Wakikuyu on this, because I think Mulima is the only place where it looks like people can listen to the ground. Watu wanasikiliza huko mashinani. Our Kalenjin brothers have not yet mutated to that level. So that's why they are still evolving. So we have not evolved the same way. So sometimes I understand when they take Ruto as Alpha and Omega, and when they feel like right now he is a man who should be taking their spoils. So our Kalenjin brothers, we will have to teach them how to listen to the ground. I don't know if they have started. Maybe ile siku Riginji alipitia hapo, kuna uwezekano amewafunza kusikiliza ground, but our Kalenjin brothers have not reached to the level of wanting to listen to the ground. Maybe they have reached there, but we can only monitor it in the next coming election. So Wakale bado tu wako in that backward state ya kuambiwa, which is okay, because they believe that you have to respect the hierarchical leaderships. So that's who they are. And there are some of the cultures which they say, so kuna ile like that's how they have organized themselves. So 15 years down the line, we have Johanna Ngeno, a man who has been, I think, an MP for either 2 or 3 terms. I'm not aware of very much. I will have to Google it. So we have Johanna Ngeno, who had become a bubonic, who had become a customized homemade name in Kalenjin land. Na kama unataka to subscribe, you can subscribe us. And as Ngeno is becoming a customized name in Kalenjin, talks of him becoming the most senior politician in the South Rift among the Kipsigis had started to gain momentum. At one time, he was besuited in a supremacy battle with Aronyon Cheriot, who I don't like, even though we went in the same school, because he has proven to be one of the greatest sycophants alive. He is a more bigger sycophant even than some of the sycophants who I support, like Steve Miller. You know, any sycophant who does not use the brain is not a good man. Yes, I know power calls for sycophants at some time, but a sycophant has to use his brain a little bit and some emotional intelligence. So, but when a sycophant starts becoming garbage in, garbage out, let me show you some of the sycophants who I like. Now, apenda sana, I like such guys. These are my sycophants. So these are sycophants who I like. Sycophants who are defending their nation. All the time, this guy. This is one of the consequential speech or remark I've ever had being said by a human being alive. Wacha niwaekee. Kabla tukuja kuongea hii story ya materrorist wale tunaletewa na Ruto. And by the way, Ruto cannot win power. How can Ruto win power? A man who is bringing terrorists to us. Yaani mnataka kuniambia Wakenya watarauka asubuhi kwenda kupigia the chief terrorist kura? Yeah, and bwana off opinion, and this is a calculated effort to make sure that Kipsigis will never have a leader. And you know, if Kipsigis people cannot have a leader, there is no in which even Kipsigis can even think. Let me tell you, this thing is calculated. There is no in which Nandis can produce a president before Kipsigis. And this killing of Kipsigis leaders has been orchestrated to make sure that Kipsigis remain as slaves of some other subsidiary Kalenjin tribes. Wakipsigis wangekuwa werevu, wanafaa kujiondoa saa hii. Kipsigis, they need to know that they are never treated as Kalenjins. They might want to argue with that statement, but I want to say Kipsigis community is on a carnivorous relationship with the entire Kalenjin nation. And the area they redact themselves from that relationship, the area watapona. Kipsigis community will never raise a leader. Kipsigis community will never raise a leader as long as they continue in that parasitic relationship. Watakuwa wanainua kiongozi ili wakati kiongozi amefika pahali watakuwa you give birth, you raise a leader, anakatwa miguu. That is what will happen perennially to the Kipsigis people. So Kipsigis people, you will remain as slaves forever, sababu mumekataa kutumia akili. Hata Biblia yenyewe inasema Biblia yenyewe inasema there is no anywhere in this life does not support a fool. Life does not support a fool. If you are saying you want to stay in a relationship somewhere and you are losing everything, you are losing lives, you are losing properties, in the name of what you have to stay in a cabal, we share languages. Kalenjins have to evaluate that relationship. That relationship is not for equals among all of us. It's a let me draw the word of Budi anatumianga hiyo word. It's a carnivorous relationship. Ni kukulana wanakulana. So Bwana Kipril, you are endangered species. Hata ukikuja kutuandress hapa, ukuwe unajua ya kwamba no one is safe in Kipsigis land. No one is safe. Na wa Kipsigis watakaa hivyo bila kiongozi. And the other one who remained, he had to toe the government line completely and became a sycophant. All by today, he could also be dead. The guy who is called Isaac Ruto. He could be dead today if he continued with his admonition. Haya, wa Kipsigis nyinyi endeleeni kukaa kwa keji ya simba. We have told you severally. And it is very categorical, and that is where, even as you are calling Riginji an empty debe, that is a genius in Riginji. He has understood there is a community here which is being misused by others. And this community can actually forge alliances with other communities. Kipsigis people, you are endangered species. Mutakuanga munahesabiwa kama the white rhino. Zile mbili zimebaki mbili. Hata wewe Kipril wewe, I'm not sure. Munasema nyinyi ndio wengi, but you'll be endangered species soon. It cannot be one community loses leaders within a span of 50 years. Kiongozi anainuka kiongozi anainuka chwa, kiongozi anainuka chwa, kiongozi anainuka chwa. And you want us to treat this one normal? Hata nyinyi wa Kipsigis bana, wacheni kukalia masikio bana. You guys, you have to evaluate this relationship. Kiongozi tu, mbona ni wa Kipsigis peke yake wanakufa? Na safari ya kukufa ni moja. Let me tell you, historically, I was even telling another person when I used to work with the United Nations, I used to chop us for over 100 times. Na hakuna chopper ilianguka. So, in fact, whether it is a chopper or an aeroplane, safety, actually, chances of you dying in air is 1 in 60 million people. Yes, watu wanakupanga kwa hewa, lakini it is not easy. Hiyo jinga ati sasa chopper ikaua kiongozi wa Kipsigis 208. Chopper ikaua tena kiongozi wa Kipsigis tena 2026. Ai bana, msiniambie bwana. Those ones are orchestrated elimination method. Wakipsigis, kaeni hapo na ujinga yenu. Kaeni hapo na ujinga yenu. Tumewaambia, we want to flow together. Get out of the viper room. You are sleeping with a python. Na hii python inakula mayai yenu. And you guys, you don't want to do anything. Kipsigis people will never raise a leader. Mukiendelea hivi. Na nyinyi ndio wengi. Nyinyi ndio wengi. Kipsigis people will never raise a leader. Endeleeni na hiyo ujinga yenu. And by the way, Kipril, kuja hapa sasa uniingililie. I have told you today I will go open in knuckles. You are a Kipsigis. You people, you cannot be, amwezi ongelesha watu wenyu, munaruhusu watu wenyu wakae tu in a place where they are dying. And you cannot talk. The only thing munasema Kasonga, Kasonga. Na muko pahali tu, you people, you are dying one after the other. You cannot raise a leader. In fact, Wakipsigis wanacheka Wakikuyu wakisema tu Wakikuyu wana viongozi. In fact, Wakikuyu na Mlima Kenya, we are a million times better. We have not been culled the way Kipsigis have been culled. This culling of Kipsigis people is not normal. Iwezekani ati kiongozi akifika pahali whereby he is getting a national image. Kiongozi akipata a national image, na the nature of elimination is the same. The nature of elimination is the same. Sijui chopa, sijui nini. We lost akina Rona Laboso in a chopper. Now we have lost a Murwandigil in a chopper. Chopper ingine itaangushwa. Usifikirie. All Kipsigis leaders will be finished. Hamutawahi inua kiongozi. Endeleeni tu. Kasonga, tuimbe, ni wa nyumbani. Ni wa nyumbani, 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 ni wa nyumbani. Hiyo bana, hiyo ni kuku inakula mayai bana. Endeleeni tu. Ati good ya jibika anasema ati I am a Kipsigis, now you are kicking me down. No, good ya. Wewe kaa ukijua hivyo. Nyinyi if you are a Kipsigis, hata wewe you are an endangered species. Utoboi. 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 Kama wewe Jibsko na wewe ni Mkipsigis, you are endangered species. Wewe na white rhino the same WhatsApp group. In the next 200 years tutakuanga tunasema hapa ilikuanga watoto wetu. Sasa unajua that time we will be dead. Hapa ilikuanga watu walikuanga wanaitwa Kipsigis hapa walikuja hapa walimezwa wote. Sasa ni Wanandi wanakuanga hapa na Waturgen. Kulikuanga na ile watakuwa kama ile mnaita Ogiek watu 1000. Nyinyi chezeni. Nyinyi Ayaga, stop your stupidity. Usikuja kuniambia ujinga hapa. Ujinga yako siitaki. I don't want your stupidity. Enda uanzishe show yako. Unakuja kutumoka hapa when a nation is dying, you are coming to mock us here. And then mchukue taifa, go and open your show na huko. Watoto wapea. Now they are even destroying their own tribes. Na unakuja kutuambia ujinga hapa. Kwenda fungua show yako. You are banned. Unakuja hapa kutumoka na Kasongo. Who is Kasongo? Kuja kutumoka na Kasongo hapa. When people are dying, a community is facing existential threat, unakuja hapa kucheka hapa na mimi. Kwenda kabisa. Enda ufungue show yako. There is nothing like a weather condition, my friend. There's nothing like weather condition. Ndege inakuanga na map, na kama weather condition ni mbaya, you call off that flight. Once you consider taking a flight, there is a lot of clearances which you do, whether it is a chopper. Hizo ndizo zile vitu wanatuambianga ili ati tuamini tu that thing was natural. That is carrying ban. Mbona ni chope ya Mukipsigi zinaanguka? Mbona chope ya Munandi sianguke? Hizi vitu tunazielewa bana. Hizi vitu tunazielewa bana. Mbona tu ni wa Kipsigis peke yake wanaanguka? Kwani Mungu amechukia wa Kipsigizaji? Wa Kipsigis ndio kazi yao tu, viongozi wao tu ndio tu watakuanga wanakufa na mandege. Hakuna viongozi wengine hii Kenya wanaweza kufa na mandege, ni viongozi wa Kipsigis. Na mnataka tuamini hiyo ujinga ati ni weather? Bana, sisi si wajinga bana. You know, we go to school so that we can get liberated mentally, and you can analyze things with the correct emotional intelligence. So ile ujinga wanakujanga kutuambia sijui ati mtu ameuawa alafu anatuwekea mwanamke hapo. Don't you know all the time kitu ikitendeka Kenya lazima watuwekee kitu hapo ya kutufanya tusifikirie? No, good ni vile nimekasirika. Nani Ayaga ameandika kitu mbaya sana hapo. I couldn't allow it. I'm very emotional because there is no way in which a community their leaders can be dying na anakuja kucheka na mimi hapa akinimock. We have to save Kipsigis. Kipsigis people are under siege. Siege. Alafu sasa anakuja kuniambia ujinga when a community has been hijacked. They cannot understand. Unajua saa zingine wakati mtu wako kwa shida ajuangi, saa zingine lazima umwambie. Unajua hata wewe Gibbs Corner, you could be in a bondage and you are not aware. Lazima tukuje tukunasue. Tunakwambia yenyewe boss, ukiendelea kukaa hapa wewe na watoto wako amuko. Sometimes when people are in bondages, when people are in slavery, they don't understand because they have been hypnotized and they don't get it. Wanafikiria tu ni relationship na wanapoa tu malizoni zingine za huko kando kando. These people are under siege. Anyway, they have a choice. They have a choice. So Seramati, Ngeno has been eliminated. That is a premeditated death. That is a premeditated death. Let me tell you about chopper accidents. America, where even choppers fly more than Kenya, like 1,000 times more than Kenya. The only chopper ilianguka ni ile in America ni chopper mbili najua tu zile zimeanguka in modern history. Ile iliangusha the Nigerian billionaire na ile ingine iliua yule NBA player. 2 choppers. I think within a span of 10 years. Kenya, can you tell me zile choppers zote zimeanguka? And the people who have died in those choppers, targeted people. At one time, they wanted even to kill Mother Karua in a chopper. Mungu tu akasaidia tu yetu. Saitoti, targeted, I think 2010 ama 2012 hapo. Saitoti, kaput. Wakiwa na Kinoro wa Jonde, kaput, chopper. Look at the chopper accidents in Kenya is not in tandem with the safety statistics in the world. Yeah. So we have to help that nation of Kipsigis people. So wa Kipsigis tafadhali msikuwe wajinga na nyinyi. You have educated people to start reading in between. Unajua saa zingine mtu you start reading in between the wa Kipsigis wasiniambie they are close to 500,000 people and they don't have people who can interrogate what is happening. Na wanajipeleka tu kwa kisiagi tu wenyewe. Haya Kasongo Kasongo Huyu Kasongo hakukuja kucheka bana. Kasongo did not come laughing. Kasongo came for an agenda. Kasongo came for an agenda. If he is not coming for you, he is coming for your children. Yeah. That is who Kasongo is. If he is not coming for you, he is coming for your children. And that is why he has admonished even political threats, even in the ballot. You are not even safe even to vote. Lazima ati hata ukienda kupiga kura, lazima ukitoka nyumbani unafikiria ati vile unaenda kupambana na gun kwa polling station. That is the nation which this guy has given us. Ati unaenda kupambana na wakora. Saa hii inchi yetu taifa, na kuna watu wanakuja hapa kutuambia ujinga ya tutam, we are now talking of terrorists wanapewa passport ya Kenya. Na mnataka huyu mtu tumpeleke pole pole. In fact, hakuna mtu wa Kasongo atakuja hapa tena. You are all banned. Hakuna mtu wa Kasongo ataongea hapa tena. Mtu anapea terrorist passport yetu, alafu turuhusu mtu akuja hapa kutuambia story ya Kasongo amuongee hapa tena. You are not speaking here. Hiyo hata sisi tutakuwa vichwa zetu si mzuri. We allow a government allowing terrorists in Kenya waongee hapa. Aya bwana. We are stupid. We are just stupid. We are just stupid. Mtu akuja hapa kutuambia story za mtu anapeana passport kwa terrorist na tunamsikiliza hapa. Ai bwana. Tufunge tu show tuende. Hiyo tu, we have no difference na kuambia mataliban wakuja hapo watuongeleshe, ama Al-Shabaab wakuja hapo watuongeleshe. We have no difference. In fact, hakuna mtu wa Ruto anaongea hapa. Kwanza nimekasirika. Hata sikuwa nimekumbuka hiyo kitu. Materrorists wanapewa passport ya Kenya. Watu wa Ruto msikuje hapa. We will treat you the way you want to be treated now. And then mfungue show zenyu. You people bwana mnacheza na sisi sana. Mnataka platforms, yet your leader anatuletea terrorists Kenya, amuongei hapa. Mtu ya Ruto asikuje hapa. That is too much. Tunaruhusu materrorists wakuje hapa kwa show zetu. You will not speak. And then mfungue show zenyu sasa. Any person who want to come here and tell us about Ruto, we are done. Hiyo tumemaliza. Hatuwezi ongea story ya materrorists tena. Hatuwezi ongea story. Watu wanapoa passport za Kenya alafu we entertain you in our shows. Hiyo hakuna ba. Wacha tu tufunge tuende. Tutakutana 2027. There is no need ya kuongea na materrorists. There is no need ya kuongea na materrorists. Hakuna need. There is no need ya kuongea na materrorists na watu wajielewi. At the name of is the same discussion we are doing. Discussion gani? Discussion na watu wakipeana passport kwa materrorists. Hao watu watuongei na wao bana. Wewe mpigiane simu muende muongee huko. Wewe kama ni mtu ya Ruto usikuje show yetu. Totally banned. Na nikikuona hapa hata unapiga comment, hata yaga nimembani saa hii. Aende kwa terrorist mwenzake. We will not allow you people to destroy our nation in the name of ati mnataka mkuje tuongee na nyinyi hapa. Hatuongei na nyinyi tena. Muende mfungue show zenyu na muinvite materrorist wenzenyu. We will not discuss with you. Wacha tukue na monologue sasa. Wacha ikue ni monologue sasa. We will not entertain terrorists kwa show yetu. Wacha ikue ni monologue, tujienjoy, tufunge. Haya Joseph, endelea.
Mimi nimepata kumewaka sana Njiru. Watu wamekasirika sana.
No,
nataka kusalimu kila mtu.
Nimekasirika Joseph, vile kitu imenikasirisha ni serikali ya Ruto inapea materrorist passport na alafu hao watu wanataka kukuja kuongea na sisi hapa. Nini ingine tunaongea? Nini tunaongea na sympathizer wa terrorist? Wewe ndio unakuuliza. Wewe
unabidi kama
at that level. Mtu anamleta mpaka nyumbani. Can you talk with those people?
Itabidi waikuje unaweza funga kibanda waende kufungua.
Hawaongei hapa tena. We are finished. Waende kwa terrorist mwenzao. Waende kwa terrorist mwenzao. Hakuna tena monologue. One time peke yake hapa. Tumeban watu wa Ruto completely. Muende huko kwa materrorist wenzenyu.
Wacha kila mtu achezee mlango yao. Kila mtu discuss siasa zake kivyake kule, atasikia vile hao wanataka kuongea, kama wameona inchi ati wakipatiana passport na watu kuingia huku imekuwa mzuri kwao. Hawezi reason na mtu kama huyo. Uliona nikilizo na mwingine hapa ananiambia ati watu watapiga kura juu ya nyota sijui na nini. Paka nikaanza kujiuliza maswali zingine za maana huwezi reason na mtu kama, nilikwambia ukilizo na mtu kama huyo ni mtu already doctrinated kwa hiyo cult. Huyo ni mtu huwezi mbadilisha akili yake. So hii mambo ati ya kusema ati utajaribu kuja kuchange mind ya mtu, mtu akishaanza kuingia kwa hizo manini huwezi mbadilisha. Hata kama kitu anaona ni mbaya atasema tu, atajaribu tu kupatia issues. Atajaribu kuambia yes, unaona inatafanywa lakini ukimwambia kuna mambo ya pesa imeibiwa, hata atashinda akisema hapana, lakini sinajengo. So ukidiscuss na watu kama hao ni kujipotezea tu wakati Njiru. Hakuna haja ya kushinda ukinini. Mimi mwenyewe nilishindwa mi debate za watu kama hao. Unaonaga mimi nyamazaga saa zingine.
You are part of the ground. So are you supporting that decision? Hakuna mtu wa Ruto ataongea hapa tena.
Nini nakwambia, kila mtu achezee kwao. Umeelewa vile nimesema?
Waende wafungue show zao sasa. Bana. Hatuwezi ongea na Mataliban. In the name of innocent discussion.
Hata mimi ndakubaliana na wewe kwa sababu
tofauti ya kufungua show na unaongea na Al-Shabaab. Hakuna tofauti ya kuambia Al-Shabaab kujeni tu discuss.
Si mbaya vile unajua watu wanaona kama umekasirika, lakini si mbaya kwa sababu ukipatia mtu platform akuja aendeleze hiyo mambo. Nampatia platform akuja aendeleze hizo mambo za uvumi na si kila mtu amefurahia na hiyo mambo. Watu wengi wamekasirika sana na hiyo mambo. Kwanza watu wame hold passport kama kitu ya national pride. Ati imeenda ikapatiano kwa watu wengine huko ndio wanacheza nayo. Wana deal na mambo za uhayawani huko na mambo za terrorism. Si kitu mzuri yani ya kufurahia. It's not nothing to smile about, and it's very sad affairs in the country. Very sad indeed. And as we continue like this, I said we have become in a banana republic. Mtu mwingine akaona kama ninacheka. We have become a one. We are bad off than Haiti. Haiti ni wapi umesikia wakipatiana passport ati zinaenda kunini? Hao wamejua, na tuko na wamilisha pia, si kuna magoons. The country is ungovernable. Then we start coming saying here that we are praising that guy. I never praise that guy any day of my life. I'll never. There's nothing good I'll see in that guy. Hata mtu akuja ashinde akiniambia nini. Because the moment you have started selling the soul of the country, that is selling the soul of the country. Unajua passport inakuwa imeandikwa aje Njiru? Kwa passport kunakuwa kumeandikwa nini? On behalf of the President of the Republic. I acknowledge. Ni kama ana acknowledge yeye on behalf of him. Unajua uwaga unainviteo kwa nchi nyingine on behalf of the president of your country. Imagine sasa ukisema on behalf of,
hata sisi tuko na shida, and that is why hiyo parliament we need to go, hiyo parliament tunapata tuende tuichome. Can you imagine parliament ya Kenya saa hii, they cannot even impeach a president who is allowing terrorists to be given a passport. What is that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, watu.
Judiciary, even judiciary is dead. Hata si parliament tu, judiciary is dead.
Lazima tuwapangie bana. Hao watu lazima tuwapangie bana.
Na ndio ulikuwa unaona Gen Z kienda kuchoma watu wanaona kama ni mcheza tia, hapana, tulia. You see Gen Z walikuwa strategic. Walikuwa wanataka kuchoma parliament na Supreme Court. Watu wanaona kama watu walikuwa wajinga. They are not fools. Walikuwa wamalizane na hizo institutions zote tatu. Lakini sasa ile wakalichukua tunaenda kumalizana na institution ya tatu ambayo ni hii inahediwa na Kasongo. Watu wasijui mara ati let's calm the country. What are we coming? This is a revolution. Mimi hata huyu jamaa kwenda na election, mimi nasema how can you go to an election with a person Njiru anauza passport zenyu? What is he not ready to do? He's ready even to sell anything, to bring even militias. Very soon unaona Ethiopia inaingia kwa war. Inamaanisha nini? Hao watu si watakuja huku Kenya. They will be given all kinds of everything. Hata passport na ID na everything. Because that guy is after power, nothing else. He does not see the future of the country. Mimi hata huyu jamaa ninasikiaga tu, niliacha kukasirika kwa sababu sasa hata nikikasirika huyu jamaa atakufanya uende wazimu Njiru kwa zile mambo unasikia zina happen kwa nchi. But so far nilikuwa nataka kuja kusalimia na kukuambia mzee mzima leo amefanya majambo huku, tumesikia milio ikilia bwana Njiru huku ni kumekuwa kunoma the whole day kuongeleki huku.
Lakini sasa nimesikia pia Saudi Arabia ni kama wanasema they will defend themselves, ni kama wamerushiwa pia.
Hizo vitu sitaki kuzisikia. Leo tumezisikia kutoka saa 5:30 asubuhi.
Nimeona
saa hizi jioni
imeanguka kwa Palm Hotel. You know, nimelala kwa hiyo hoteli bana.
Na kwetu zimepigwa kupigwa huku zilikuwa zinaanguka. Mimi hata kuna chuma imeanguka hapa. Kwa nimetulia hapa. Hiyo si zina hiyo mambo sidhani inaisha very soon. Hiyo ni mambo inaendelea, itaendelea hivi.
What I'm hearing is that they are premeditating. Unajua Israel wana premeditating vita ya wiki moja.
Na nasikia hata leo usiku nimesikia ni kama wataingia. Na sijui kutaendelea aje juu. Sasa
nasikia wasi wameuawa wengi bwana.
Ni kunoma huku, ni kunoma. Ukisikia mtu akikwambia ni kunoma.
Hiyo like the Iranian top command ni kama wameuawa wengi sana.
Wameuawa wengi sana. Alafu sisi unajua tumeshinda tukiona zinapigiwa huku juu. Zingine mpaka zinaingia ndani. So it's a scenario ambayo ni ngumu sana.
We are not aware of the condition of Khamenei.
Hiyo tujui. Nimekuwa nikifuatilia lakini hatujajua. Wanashinda wakisema ako sawa. Sasa tutaona. Hiyo mambo si rahisi hivyo. Ni kulingana na vile hiyo nini yake ilipigwa ofisi na kwake. Sidhani mambo iko sawa vile. Lakini unajua sasa kama anaweza patikana akiwa ameuliwa, sasa ni shida kubwa tena. Sababu sasa itabidi tena sasa ni kama vita itaenda full blown kwa sababu wanataka revenge.
No, I don't think the vita itaendelea because you see, let me tell you the problem of Iran now. Iran has lost the control of their own nation. Their currency has just become zero. If you are aware of that, the exchange rate is zero. So now, and the majority of Iranians inside their country, they are now supporting the revolution in kind. So that's why people are protesting and going to the streets. So right now, the people and the military, they are not reading at the same slate. That's now the issue. So raia wako na serikali tena, because hata raia wameumia sana because of they want better stuff. They want the government to do better, but the government not be doing. So what is happening is Marekani tu ni opportunity tu ametake. You know, unajua saa zingine you might have an issue with somebody, Bwana Joseph. So like kama sasa unaweza kuta America imekuwa na issue na Iran for so long because of this disagreement of nuclear enrichment. Now nayo Iran iko na issue na watu because of suppression. So what happens? So when one kama ni watu wanapigana na Iran, Amerika inakaa kando. Lakini Amerika ikianza kupigana na serikali ya Iran, people will start celebrating because they now feel it's like they are getting now a solution which they never. And that's kama ulisikiliza pia protesters were saying at one time they needed American help. It has come delayed, but incidentally, America has been welcomed by Iranian people. So I don't know why Iran decided not to focus on the lifestyle of their people. But let's see how it goes. I don't believe in oppression. So where you are,
but those guys they have wako na mamisa bwana, hao watu wako na leo zimerusha. They have thrown it from saa 5 asubuhi.
You see some of those nations, they are busy focusing on building missiles. Now, other things, you know, Joseph, missile is a very simple thing to build. Missile is not too complicated. Like sometimes maybe some of us, because we don't prioritize with that. The only problem of having a missile, by the way, if you are not able to operate with the big boys well, it actually makes you unsafe. So that is why it is better not to have it. If you have that missile and you are not part of the club, you know, even India work on those nuclear, even Pakistan work on those nuclear, but you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that your nuclear capability cannot lose control and go to the hands of the terrorists. So it's not like Iran. If Iran played in a civilized society whereby their their ammunition is not accessible to terrorists, no one will not want to give them, will not want to allow them to have a nuclear. But the problem which is there is if Iran has a nuclear, there is a possibility that that nuclear could fall into the hands of somebody else because they don't have control of their nuclear. And that's the fear of Israel. I know people who are vile to Israel, they will not support that that statement because, and it's not being a pro-Israel and anti-Palestine when I'm talking of that statement. You know, already people are divided. Kuna anasema I support Israel, kuna anasema I support all. I don't want to see people dying. But Iran having a nuclear is making that region unsafe. And if there is any man who cannot be able to evaluate that, ameweka akili yake. Let me ask you, Joseph, do you think Dubai, all those nations which are thriving there and prosperous, Dubai, Qatar, even Saudi Arabia, do you think they will want Iran to have a nuclear?
No.
Why?
It is going to be unstable. The region will be unstable.
Watakuwa wanakaa wana threaten. Do you know what they will be doing? They will be doing what North Korea does. Watakuwa wanakaa wanarusha like the North Korea inarushanga ile pande nyingine ya Japan. But this is what has made North Korea different than Iran, and it is very difficult for them for actually anyone to go for their nuclear. The reason why North Korea imekuwa it's still a barricade. It is because China has entangled itself completely on North Korea. And so relationship ya North Korea with China ni kama relationship ya America na Taiwan, where China would be ready to die for North Korea. But there is no any serious nation which is ready to die for Iran. I thought Russians would be ready to die for them. I thought Chinese would be ready to die for them. So, and the moment when America discovers that there is a possibility that we can attack these guys and no one will respond, my friend, you'll be milled. You'll be milled.
Mi hata nilikuwa tu nakuja kumwambia situation vile iko kwa ground, sina mambo mingi. Mi hata ya mambo ya siasa leo sitaki kuongea juu hata nikiongea sasa nitakasirika mara 10. But I've seen that breaking news za Kenya and nimeona vile kumefanyika. I think that guy was eliminated because that chopper nimeona ilikuwa inatumika before na kina Murkomen. Ilikuwa imetumika na Wetangula. Kwa nini saa hizi ndio imepata mechanical failure ama whatever they want to call it? So in Kenya anything is possible. Huyu jamaa nasikia alikuwa vocal against Kasongo in Kipsigis. Alikuwa ameanza kuwa kama the Olenga Yapu, ule jamaa wa nini round. He had started to become like that guy, so I think he was feeling threatened in those areas. So maybe he has decided to out him and it's very unfortunate. Wata tutaendelea kuona vile mambo itakaa as we are monitoring the situation jiru hapa na mambo ukaa indoors.
Nisa, we pray that you are safe. Amuna mabankers huko nyinyi?
Mabankers huko hazikuna. Huko si kama kule kwa Muyahudi. Muyahudi ni yako na bankers huko anaweza jificha.
Sasa nyinyi huko sasa mko kwa service environment.
Huko ni unaiona live and direct.
Mwisraeli alijipanga hivyo. Mwisraeli alijiwanga kuna wakati itafika mambo yake isikuwe mzuri. That's why.
Lakini angalau huku wako na interceptors zimejaribu kuintercept kidogo. Isipokuwa tu hata zingine ziliingia but wame intercept.
Interception is success rate ya interception ikuange close to 100. Unajua interception is between 85 and 97. You cannot intercept everything. Lazima moja itapita. Especially when they do what we call a cluster. Like wakirusha mabombs kama 50 at a go. It is and then you throw them in different directions. You know, that's how you confuse those those radar sensors. So you change time, you change direction, you change attitude. Yani you put many parameters. Unajua wacha niseme hiyo.
Haya, sasa Njiru, wacha nikwambie good night. Mimi nilikuwa nimekuja tu kuambia
let me not talk that because
wacha niachie msimamo. Mimi nilikuwa tu nimekuja leo, siko kwa mood kidogo. Ukisikia hizo vitu zikiria unabidi unafikiria. Haya, sasa asante
Njiru.
Njiru.
Msimamo sema. Habari yako msimamo?
Safi ndugu yangu Njiru, unajua na temu hapa kidogo.
Wewe ni wakasongo
na temu si nini mbaya.
Wewe ni wakasongo tukutupa nje sasa hii. Watu wa Kasongo tunatupa nje. Watu wa Kasongo tunatupa nje. Watu wa Kasongo hakuna kuongea hapa tena. Decision has been made. Mbona unacheka sasa msimamo?
Ya nini hayo mambo hayo jamani?
Imesemekana there's no in which we can entertain. Ground imesema hivi. Ground imesema hakuna vile watu wanaweza kuwa wana entertain ma terrorists and we are busy talking with them here.
Kidogo Njiru nizungumze na Kipu hapa, ananipigia, narudi studio muda huu tu kidogo tu, kuna simu nyingine hapa.
Haya, wacheni niwaekee rafiki yangu hapa, napendanga sana kabla niwaekee the accident crash. Yeah, listen to this friend of mine here.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years.
Of this task force.
Let me just say, Mr. President, that this country was going to die without you. This country was going to actually die without you. That's what we were facing in 2024. We've been invaded for 4 years. Our communities were sinking. Our public safety had gone to zero. Cartels were running entire communities. Sex trafficking, child trafficking, labor trafficking was out of control. Overdoses were out of control. The cartels were claiming more and more territory. City services were buckling. This was a country on the verge of dying, and you alone saved it. And when you stepped forward originally in 2016, you started the movement to make America great again. And that means make America great again in every way. And that means safety and prosperity and peace and freedom from cartels and crime and gangs. And your vision and your leadership in declaring war on the drug cartels is the single most successful public safety initiative in American history. And I need the media to understand what President Trump has done. People have been talking about drug cartels for longer than I've been alive. And everyone has just taken for granted that they can't be touched or stopped. They're too big, they're too powerful, they're too evil, they're too murderous. They can operate with impunity. And in just 9 months, President Trump is the only American leader, not just in our lifetimes, but ever, to actually take the fight to the drug cartels, to actually seek their eradication. And it is happening. And so while the Democrats are shutting the government down and fighting for free health care for illegal aliens, look at what President Trump has assembled here. He's assembled a team under his vision, direction, and leadership that is saving hundreds of thousands of lives, hundreds of thousands of lives. And only President Trump could have done this. And I will say one last thing, which is that his courage has been an inspiration to everyone else in this room. There are people in this room, looking at, for example, at Todd Lyons, who have been relentlessly doxxed and harassed and threatened. But when they see President Trump's courage, what he's been through for 10 years to save America, when they came after his family, his businesses, his safety, his freedom, everyone at this table knows we can give whatever it takes to get the mission done. So President Trump, thank you for your leadership, your boldness, your courage, and your vision. We're honored to serve underneath you.
Well, I want to thank you, Stephen. And I have to say that, I've been making the rounds. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that is Stephen Mira.
Did you know that AI is set to create?
He motivates me a lot. So yeah, that is Stephen Mira. He motivates me a lot. So let's recap. Kipkalya Kones. Kipkalya Kones. Nataka tukuje, unajua mimi sitaki muniingililie. Museme ati 16 years ago. Mimi sitaki muniingilie museme ni hate speech nimeleta hapa. I want to see an existential threat.
On to your favorite weekly program, The Cabinet. Kipkalya Kones was a seasoned politician who rose through the ranks to hold key ministerial positions during President Daniel Moi's regime and later on in Moi Kibaki's presidency.
His political journey was cut short in 2008 when he died in a plane crash.
Kipkalya Kones attended Tenwek High School from Form 1 to Form 4 and then Cardinal Lutunga High School for his A-levels, after which he was employed as a supervisor at James Finley Tea Company in Kericho District, now Kericho County. In 1983, his attempt to become Bomet MP was thwarted by Isaac Salat, then a powerful assistant minister in the office of the president. Salat's death in 1988 yanked the door wide open for Kones, who was appointed assistant minister for agriculture upon his election as MP. Ahead of Kenya's return to political pluralism in 1991, Kones teamed up with Kano stalwarts William Olentimama, Nicholas Biwott, and Henry Koskei to mobilize Rift Valley residents to resist return of multi-party politics. He was re-elected Bomet MP in the 1992 polls, and President Moi appointed him a minister in the office of the president. In the 1997 elections, he was re-elected and appointed to the head of Public Works and Housing Ministerial docket before being moved to Research, Science and Technology. Towards the 2002 general election, however, his loyalty to KANU came under close scrutiny and he was moved to the less influential Ministry of Vocational Training. Kones finally fell out with President Moi altogether and briefly joined the Muungano wa Mageuzi movement led by lawyer and fellow politician James Orengo. Before the 2002 general election, he shifted his support to Ford People, which was led by Simeon Nyachae, who had also fallen out with President Moi. Nyachae, who had earlier parted ways with the National Rainbow Coalition after Odinga endorsed Kibaki as the coalition presidential flag bearer, picked Kones as his running mate, and the two put up a spirited fight for the presidency. In 2002, Kones lost his parliamentary seat to Nick Salat, but was nominated as an MP by the Ford People Party, which he also chaired. On 30th June 2004, President Kibaki appointed Kones Assistant Minister for Public Works. In 2005, after the government-backed referendum failed, Kones refused to be reappointed to his old job as assistant minister, reckoning that the ground was hostile. He would later move to associate with Raila Odinga, who had led the no side of the referendum that was symbolized by an orange, and that became the Orange Democratic Movement Party, on which Kones rode to parliament and into the cabinet after the formation of the Grand Coalition government in 2007. He was part of President Moi Kibaki's cabinet for just 57 days before his death in a plane crash on 10th June 2008, aged 56. Jackie Wambiru, The Cabinet.
Kipkalya Kones died at a very young age, by the 56 is a very young man. Wacha niwaangalilie age. Unajua, tuangalie age ya Ngeno, anaitwa Joanna Ngeno. Joanna Ngeno, nataka tukakilete na nyinyi. If those ages intersect, Joanna Ngeno age. Age. Wacha tuone. Hey, he's young man. Na vijana bana wanakufa wakiwa wadogo bana. Yeah, as of February 28, when he died, he was 53. Yes, Ngeno has died at 53. Kipkalya Kones died at 56. 3 years different. So, niko na kalamu le siku hizi. So, Kipkalya Kones died at 56. Ngeno died at 53. They are dying. Yeah. So Zayuni, don't worry. Me I have no problem. I will be here alone. Kama watu wataki kukuja kwa show, me I can do my monologue. I can enjoy myself here. Yeah, lakini mimi sitakaa na terrorist sympathizers. Hiyo nayo hapana. I think my sanity is bigger than that. Hiyo story ya kuuza passport na serikali ya Kenya, that is what gave me a turn around. Kuentertain mtu ana support Ruto hapa haina tofauti na kuketi na Al-Shabaab hapa tunaongea na yeye. So me I cannot talk with the terrorist. So mimi wacha tu nikae peke yangu. I have no problem. You know the beauty that Mungu amenipea neema. I can speak anything. So naweza kaa hata tukichoka nichukue kitabu yangu hapa tusome pamoja. Yeah. I have so many books I usually read here, so lakini kama hiyo watu ya Kasongo ndio wamekuwa wakitupea oxygen. Hiyo oxygen wacha ikae sasa. Ama tuwaimbie wimbo Sijui kama unajua ile wimbo yetu kile ora aganyendagiria. Kile walikuwa natupea tuuzie sasa. Watu wa Kasongo amkuji. Yeah. Good year. Wacha amesema nikifanya hivyo nitakaa kwa hiyo babu. Wacha nikae kwa hiyo babu. No bwana. We will not allow Kasongo people to come and intimidate us in our own niches. Kwani hata sisi tunakaa namna gani? Tunawafungulia mlango wakuje kutusumbua huko kwetu. Wacha tusumbuliwe na uzuri yetu. Wacha those alternative ideas zikae. Kama hivyo alternative ideas zinatoka kwa materrorists hatuzitaki. Wacha zikae. I was willing to talk with the Kasongo supporters. But the moment nimesikia wanapea terrorist passport, mimi siongei na mtu ya Kasongo. Wacha tufunge show. Kama materials zimeisha, wacha tufunge tuende. Naweza enda nichore cartoon, nifanye nini. There are so many things you can do with your life. Yeah, there's that. Zayuni nitawaleta slowly. History ya Ngeno ni Kipril na ngojea. Kipril yeye anajificha kabisa because anajua leo Kipril siwezi kuacha. Kipril huwezi kuwa Mungu amekusaidia yote Mungu amekusaidia yote alafu you allowing your people to die. Wewe. I have a bond. Wewe Kipril, nyinyi ndio mnafanya watu wenyu wakufe. Mwezi ambia watu wenyu kweli. Badala ya muambie wako in a toxic relationship, wajiokoe, wajikomboe. Amuambii vitu. Kipril wewe mwenyewe huwezi ambia watu wenyu, inabidi hadi Gachagua huyu unaita empty debe. Huyu Gachagua unaita empty debe jana. Ndiye anataka kukomboa watu wenyu na wewe ambaye ni debe imejaa. Mbona usisaidie watu wenyu waambie bana tujiadhari sasa. Hawa watu wametuamulia tutaisha wote. Wewe Kipril ambaye debe yako imejaa. Mbona usisaidie watu wenyu? Na watu wenyu ni kuisha wanaisha. Hata gudia ananiambia. Sawa, so we will do our shows peke yetu hapa. Watu wa Kasongo mfungue show zenyu. Endeni muambie Itumbi wafungulie show huko. Huyo Itumbi amezoea ati yeye ndiye atakuwa ati anatusomea results hapa. Yeye sasa ndiye amejifanya Mungu wa results. Watu wa Kasongo mupigie Itumbi wafungulie show. Hamtakuja kutusumbua hapa. Kwenda kabisa. Tunakuja hapa. Acha tuingie show. This show takes time to build bana. Mtakuja kutusumbua hapa. Wacha tukae hata kama tuko watu wawili. It takes a lot of time to build a show. Sasa nimekataa hata ma-invite za kwenda pale kukula mbuzi nikae hapa alafu nianzie kuongea na terrorist. Hakuna. Wewe terrorist ndio utafute ma terrorist wenzako bana. Terrorist atafute terrorist mwenzake waongee huko wafanye show, wapangane vile bana. Serikali inaleta ma terrorist na inatuletea maguni alafu wanataka tuongee na wao, hii hakuna bana. Wewe kwenda bana. Wewe Kiptum, you are dismissed. Usikuje hapa tena. Hata utaingia. Sikiria tu na huko kando. Tutakuwa tu tunawakanyanga na kuna kitu mtafanya. That is the beauty bana. Mungu ametupea mitandao. These are the only things ili ambaye hamwezi mumetupimia sha. Mumetupimia sha, mumetupimia maisha yote, lakini hii hamwezi tupimia. Hatutawaalika mkuje kutupimia hii. Hii nayo sisi ndio tuna control. Hii ni sisi tutapanga sasa. Nyinyi mupime maisha yenu huko. Mupime hiyo magavu na school fees, hiyo yote hizo yote mnaweza because nyinyi ndio mko kwa matapo mna control. Hiyo nyinyi ndio mko kwa matapo mna control. Lakini hamwezi kuja pia kutupimia ili ambayo sisi ndio tuko na ndio tunafungulia tapa. Hakuna bana. Hatuwezi jitesa bana. Hatuwezi jitesa jia watu ya Ruto. No. Enlightened. I'm a very serious person. Afadhali hii show iishe. Wacha tu show iishe. Kama watu wa Ruto ndio watatuongelesha, wacha tu tufunge. And we call it we met, we congregated, we talked, we dismissed. Yeah. Kama watu wa Ruto ndio wako narrative, bwana. Wacha tukae bwana. Wacha tukae. Kama watu ya Ruto ndio watu watatu, hakuna alternative opinion sasa. Hiyo tumekataa. Hakuna alternative opinion na wauaji. We cannot have alternative opinion with evil people. And then wacha waende wakisemanga sasa huko we have been sanctioned. We will censor you. We will not talk with the terrorists. Mutatufanya tukue hivyo. Mushera na mukodo akodo kaga take. Munataka tuwaingize hapa mutufanye hivyo. Mimi sitaki. Mimi sitaki. Munataka kutuingiza hiyo ujinga yenu. Kasonga bana, umetuzoea bana. Acha tuweke huyu kijana wetu wa Murukwadikil.
If you only do one thing to kick
This
off
one is courtesy of
2026,
Ngeno.
let it be this. Become a
Msikia
foreign
story yake
advisor.
sasa.
When I moved to Italy full time.
Kipril na kutaka hapa. Wakipsigis huwezi kufa na Kipril. Leo najua huwezi kuja. Kipsigis are under siege. Na Kipril kazi yako ni kuja hapa sijui Madhakarwa sijui nini You are busy with Madhakarwa and your people are dying. Madhakarwa is not under siege. You are the person you and your people are under siege. Kipril. Kwanza wachana na Madhakarwa, aenda ujue watu wa nyumbani mambo iko namna gani bwana. Utaletea Madhakarwa kura ya wafu. Au watu wakiisha wote utaletea Madhakarwa kura ya wafu. Wewe enda kwanza nyumbani uone watu wanaendelea namna gani bwana. Ni kubaya bwana. Venye wametoa huyu sasa, the next one wanampangia. Na mbona the next one mumpangie? Si mujiondoe mapema. The next one after huyu anapangiwa.
Sisi tulisikia wakitusi naibu wa rais.
Naona bila alikuwa anaongelesha hata alikuwa anajifanya yeye venye. Nataka kutafuta hiyo video pale alikuwa na there's a place where wacha kwanza niweke ya Gachagua kwanza akilia.
Tumepata habari ya kwamba mjumbe wa Murukwadikil pale Kipsigis Johana Ngeno ameaga dunia kwa ajali ya helikopta. Sisi tunataka kuuliza uchunguzi kamili, kwa sababu tunajua huyo kiongozi amekuwa na pigamizi kali pale kwa Kipsigis, kwa sababu amekuwa kingpin ya wa Kipsigis. We want to call for a very thorough investigation into the helicopter crash that has killed the Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Situmetuma rambirambi. Tunataka 1 minute of silence in honor of the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, mjumbe wa pale Kipkalya. Asanteni sana. Thank you sana Nyahururu. Hapa Nyahururu munasemaje?
At least Gachagua was able to honor him in his rally. Before he did anything, he honored him. Yeah. So wacha nione vile watu wanasema. Don't entertain them. Nimazie Makiomaga Kasongo is dangerous terrorist killer. Kumbe. Yeah. Wacha waende waanzishe show zao. Yeah. It's very easy to start a YouTube, by the way. So YouTube ni haraka, ni email tu. Wacha tuone the last moment. Leo Kipulila hawezi kanyanga hapa. Anajua kimewaka. Anajua tudanganyi.
People miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With
Dikir, Member of Parliament Johanna Ngeno, had shared his flight on the chopper that would claim his life this morning. But how was his last hours before the chopper crash? Tony Palanda has more.
On his socials, the Emurua Dikir lawmaker shared a video of his chopper trip Saturday morning. In the background, a gospel song played, and I quote, Bado na kuhitaji. Hours later, it is this same chopper that would claim his life and 5 others. He had used the aircraft to join families of the late senior chief Ole Rurumo and Ole Kipembeu, alongside search and rescue teams at Mararianta to help retrieve the bodies of 2 young men swept away by the raging Mara River. In his post, Ngeno urged the public to remain vigilant during the rainy season, especially around flooded rivers and roads. Later, he flew to Cap Kugo, to Luop Koni and Debes, where he joined friends, fans, and fellow leaders in celebrating artist Kim Kim's 35th anniversary in the music industry. He shared videos of the festivities, including one of a man enjoying the party. Earlier in the day, he had posted clips of 2 other public engagements, handing over bursary checks to beneficiaries in Ilekerin ward and presiding over another event at Changina. Just days before, he had shared a heartfelt video celebrating his wife's birthday, captioned, and I quote, Happy birthday to the love of my life, Obot Chesang, live long, end of quote. Ngeno was serving his 3rd term in parliament, a career cut short in a tragic accident that stunned the nation.
So 3rd term, that means aliingia 2013? 13, 17, 20. Yeah. Wow. Amekaa. Vitu zingine ni chungu sana. Vitu zingine Hebu tusikie Maisha TV.
Confirmation has now come in regarding one of the victims of the helicopter crash that occurred in Mosop Sub-County, Nandi County on Saturday evening. Authorities have confirmed that Emurua Dikir, Member of Parliament Joanna Ngeno, is among the 6 people who died in the tragic crash. The helicopter went down in Chepkiep area at approximately 4:45 p.m. on February 28, 2026, before bursting into flames moments after impact. The incident immediately triggered emergency response and investigations as residents rushed to the scene hoping to assist. Early in the investigation, authorities had recovered a mobile phone and SIM card identified as belonging to the Emurua Dikir MP at the crash site. That discovery had raised strong indications about who may have been on board the aircraft. The latest confirmation now establishes that Joanna Ngeno was indeed among the victims. Officials have also indicated that devices belonging to Amos Kipngetich Rotich of the Kenya Forest Service were recovered from the crash scene as investigators continue working to confirm the identities of the other individuals who are on board the helicopter. At the moment, authorities say the identification process is still ongoing for the remaining victims. More names are expected to be released once verification is completed and families are formally notified. The aircraft involved in the crash has been identified as registration number 5Y-DCB. Aviation data indicates that the helicopter is an Airbus Helicopters H125, a model commonly used for charter and specialized operations. Reports indicate the helicopter is owned by a company operating from the Wilson Airport in Nairobi.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you a Muslim tired of seeing all these different business models and gurus selling?
Flight tracking data from Flight Radar 24 shows that the aircraft departed Nairobi earlier that day at 11:02 a.m. However, available tracking records do not clearly indicate when the helicopter landed at its destination or whether it made additional movements before the crash occurred hours later in Nandi County. Investigators are now expected to carefully reconstruct the full timeline of the flight. Another detail that had emerged earlier is that the same helicopter had previously been used by Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen on September 15, 2025. Back at the crash site in Mosop, residents were among the first to arrive shortly after the helicopter went down. Videos and images from the scene showed locals gathering as emergency responders moved in to secure the area and begin investigations. Authorities are now focusing on several key areas, including the aircraft's mechanical condition, flight plan details, pilot records, and communication logs. Investigators will also examine maintenance history connected to the helicopter, as well as the operational records of the company that owns the aircraft. The confirmation that a sitting member of parliament is among the victims has significantly raised the national attention surrounding the incident. For residents of Emurua Dikir constituency and across the country, the news marks a major moment of shock as leaders, residents, and observers begin to react on the loss. Meanwhile, investigators remain focused on determining exactly what happened in the final moments before the helicopter crashed and burst into flames in Mosop. For now, authorities confirmed the following. A helicopter identified as 5Y-DCB departed Nairobi earlier in the day, crashed in a Chepkiep area of Mosop Sub-County at around 4:45 p.m. and 6 people lost their lives, including Emurua Dikir MP Joanna Ngeno. More official updates are expected as investigators continued their work and authorities release the remaining confirmed identities. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Reader, Kering Chubet.
Yeah, na nitawahimiza wale ambao hamjasubscribe, you can also subscribe us now. Take an opportunity. Yeah, that is the only way in which you can become participative in this show. And also that is the only way in which we can be able to win this war, especially you share with as many people as possible. You can like the video as well. There are so many ways which you can do a super chat. Occasionally naonanga Gudia akifanya hivyo. You can become a member. Niliona Janet, I think one day ago she became a member. So there are so many ways in which you can participate in this show so that it can also become a part of our participation in the engagement as we focus on sending Ruto away. Guys, you should not be worried we are going to defeat Ruto. The only thing which we need to do is being consistent. There is something which I usually like very much with Americans. There is a very phrase nasikianga wa Marekani wakitumia sana. Wacha niwaekee. So let me just so please tunanyenyekea sababu ya huyo bishte. It is so sad. I think Aisui has left a very young woman or a wife. I think the wife is in maybe could be in 40s. He has young kids. They don't deserve that. I think Kipsigis people have been losing their leaders at a very young age. Kipkalya Kones, 56 years. I have to visit that. Kipkalya Kones, 56 years. Ngeno, 53. Yeah. 53 years is a man with a life ahead. Yeah, 53 years is a young man. He could have done another 20 years in politics. Anyway. Kipsigis people under siege. Kipsigis people, itabidi mujipange. Hiyo relationship yenyu naiona hapa, that is not symbiotic. Hiyo relationship, it's carnivorous. Na hata Biblia inasema watu wanapotea kwa kukosa maarifa. People perish for lack of knowledge. Kipsigis sasa, statistics does not lie. 208 a chopper, Kipkalya Kones gone. 2026 a chopper, Ngeno gone. 56, 53. All of them consistent Kipsigis leaders. Mtoto Mugi hana mipele ya ndeto. A bright kid doesn't need a formula to be told things. Hiyo nimewaambia so wacha niweke hii. Kidogo tu. I like this statement very much. Wacha niwatafutie tu kidogo. It's a statement I usually like very much. Yeah, nikipata nitawaletea. So I will continue looking for it. Yeah. So the Americans say this way, but I wanted to, they always say, we give credit to the people who came from the foreign land. They cut the grassland, they laid down the railroad, and they built the cities we live in. So they always accredit those people. So we have always to give credit to people who have given sacrifice for the nations we have. Yeah, there are a number of people who have sacrificed so that we can be able to see some of the things which we see in our days-to-days moment. Yeah, so Kipsigis people, you have to evaluate. History does not lie. Haiwezekani tu viongozi wenyu tu ndio wanakufa na mna relax tu. I will say again, you are sleeping with a python, but you might be too bright to see it. Fungueni macho muweze kuona mbali. Fungueni macho muweze kuona mbali. Let me look for something here. Sasa, Cheriot now can pronounce himself. Cheriot can pronounce himself. Oh, and you're here. I think this was one of his most consequential video of his lifetime, when police killed somebody.
Why are you thinking?
This is the skill.
Why are you thinking?
This is the skill.
No.
This is the skill that R9 mastered. Brazil break forward, and the ball is played to Ronaldo, who perfectly bursts in behind the Ghana defense. With so much space ahead, the goalkeeper is forced to rush out quickly to close down the shooting angle. Most players overthink this situation, but this is R9.
Yeah. This is what I wanted.
Life's great stories are built
This
on
is one of the most
and.
consequential.
Yes opens the door. Yes and opens the world. With the new Millionaire for Life draw game.
Killing people. Why are you killing people? Why are you killing people? Kazi ya nini? Why are you killing people? Mnataka nini hapa? What do you want here? Why are you killing people? Mbona mnaua watu? Simama kwanza wewe. Why are you killing people? Why? How many people have you killed? Why are you killing people? Nani mkubwa wenu? Nani mkubwa wenu? Wewe. Na kuongelesha. Who's your boss? Yaani nyinyi wewe ndio mkubwa. Ndugu yangu ni hapa. Mkubwa wenu wako wapi?
Anaangalia mheshimiwa namna gani? Anaangalia mheshimiwa namna gani?
Seven people are dead. And he's talking to me like ameua nyani.
Watu tano sasa wako chini.
Me as if mumeua nyani.
Ni nini mnataka?
Hakuna hizo ubariki. Kubwa jini kabiki. Kubwa jini
ubariki. Alafu tena watu wetu. Baada inafyepa, alafu tena serikali inaua. Ndio ameua ngata hii.
Hata watu wetu pia wako hapa ndani.
Without nagging Stone PK, na utaona Ruto akikuja kujifanya hapa venye sasa anahuzunika. Mjinga sana. Utaona vile Ruto atakuwa anakuja kujifanya hapa. So, Bwana Stone PK, we are continuing to eulogize those 6 courageous men who have lost their lives today. And there was a narrative, and by the way, Stone PK, maybe story yako ni kama imefika. Officially watu wa UDO wamebaniwa kwa show zetu. So, watu wamesema hakuna maneno ya kuengage terrorist sympathizers again. So I think now your message is home. You are one of the person who has been complaining too much of entertaining those UDA guys here. So very many people have claimed that why should we entertain terrorists to speak to us? And I had to listen. So unajua some of us we take long to make a decision. Unajua wewe ni wale watu ambao wanaweka kamba mara moja. Now, Kipsigis people are existentially all the time losing their leaders. Kipkalya Kones in 2008, at an age of 56, one of the most vocal Kipsigis man dies in a plane crash. 16 years down the line, or 17 years down the line, another Kipsigis man, very vocal, Ngeno, dies in a plane crash. Accident or planned? Stone.
And who is that leader now? The one who is leading this?
Sorry, I didn't get that well. Nothing.
Huyu ana lead hii saa hii ni nani huyo? Huyu ana lead hawa.
No, huyu si ndiye Ngeno. I was playing his earlier videos when alienda kuattack wale mapolisi walikuwa wameua watu in his, you know, he was heading from a constituency where Kipsigis neighbor, I think sijui kama ni wa Masai ama ni akina nani, but he is from a cross border constituency.
Yeah, he comes from a place called Digiri.
Yeah, hiyo hata hiyo jina Gachagua ameshindwa na kuitaja. Sijui Emurua kitu kama hiyo Ndigiri. Mimi naitanga Ndigiri, Emurua Giru Ndigiri.
Naitwa Digiri ni the border is the Bomet na Masai Mulot na the Masai Mara and all that area.
Yeah. So now the reason why even I've asked that question, why is it that the Kipsigis cannot raise a leader? And it is the biggest subtribe in Kalenjin land, by the way. Hakuna kiongozi mukipsigis anapita 60 years, ni Isaac Ruto peke yake, na sijui amepenya aje.
Sasa hii umecheza hii clip ni ya zamani. Au 6 wamekufa. You have to bring me to speed. Au niko job. Au wamekufia wapi? You know, mimi nilikuwa nikifikiria pole, sasa nimekuelewa. Unajua mimi I thought that like tulia. Pole. Mimi nilikuwa nikifikiria ushaji update No, I'm at work.
So. Tulia nikuoneshe. It's tough.
But I knew there was a lot of tension since last month. By the way, that's where I went for the final 3 years of my teaching. I was nearly transferred in a school up of Bomet. Hakuna kitu imeupload ama?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Naona peke yangu sikuwa najua.
Mimi naona umejitayarisha vizuri, unaangalia na shida ni nini.
Sorry. Unaiona?
Sasa confirmed news ni kwamba mbunge
sasa imefunguka
kupoteza maisha yake kutokana na ajali ya chopa ambayo
Johana Ngeno ameaga dunia kwa ajali ya helikopta. Sisi tunataka kuuliza uchunguzi kamili.
Hawa ni mamluki ambayo walikuwa haya kuja kuua watu hapa.
Hatimaye sasa confirmed news ni kwamba mbunge Ngeno ameweza kupoteza maisha yake kutokana na ajali ya chopa ambayo imetokea siku hii ya leo upande wa Nandi. Mtazamaji wangu, ni habari ambazo tayari tumeendelea kuzipokea na hata Rigathi Gachagua amezitangaza.
Tumefurahi, tumepata habari ya kwamba mjumbe wa MKIL pale Kipsigis Johana Ngeno ameaga dunia kwa ajali ya helikopta. Sisi tunataka kuuliza uchunguzi kamili, kwa sababu tunajua huyo kiongozi amekuwa na pingamizi kali pale kwa Kipsigis, kwa sababu amekuwa kingpin ya wa Kipsigis. We want to call.
Anyway, without going too much, Johana Ngeno is dead through a plane crash today.
Na uko Nandi.
Ameanguka huko kwa kina Ruto na huko Nandi alikuwa ameenda kwa hivyo. Maybe what I needed to do maybe ningekuwekea. Sijui kama unajua, do you know Johana Ngeno by the way?
I know him personally. Nimekuambia for 3 years I was teaching in a school called Kaboson Secondary. If you Google, you'll see. It is next to Digiri there. I knew Johana, I knew Koech, Mzee Koech, who was the ambassador. I knew Kipkalya, I knew not Kipkalya, this other guy. This Ruto was a teacher in Longisa High School.
Wacha nikuweke event wacha nikuweke pale alikuwa, then you can talk. Ndio hii itakuonesha. And he was in high spirits, by the way.
Parliament Johana Ngeno, popularly known as Ngong, is among the 6 people who perished in a helicopter crash at the Kipkalya area in Mosop constituency. He was traveling from Endebess constituency with 5 other people when the crash happened.
Uniongoze Yesu by gospel sensation Upendo Nkone was the late Johana Ngeno's song of choice in a video of himself on board the ill-fated 5Y DSB. This was on Saturday morning in a social media post where he said he was joining a search and rescue mission for 2 young men suspected to have been swept away by the raging Mara River waters at Mararianta. In a subsequent post a few hours later, MP Ngeno was in Endebess, Trans Nzoia County, where he was attending a music anniversary celebration for a veteran Kalenjin musician. It is not clear when the helicopter ferrying the MP and his associates left Endebess, but according to the provisional police report, the chopper crashed at around 4:45 p.m.
This evening, it has been a very unfortunate incident where we have lost 6 lives in a helicopter. One of them is Mheshimiwa Johana Ngeno. Then we also lost the pilot and 4 other people. I feel bad that it's been a very bad incident, maybe because of the weather.
According to the residents, the helicopter had made an emergency landing due to bad weather. However, it took off again, only to crash a few minutes later. Ngeno was first elected to parliament in 2013, and he was serving his third term as the member of parliament for Emurua Dikir constituency in Narok County. Steve Geter, NTV.
Planning to publish your book?
Stony PK, sasa uko na narrative sasa.
Wow, that's very sad. May his soul rest in peace, man. You know, Ngeno is a Kipsigis, 100%. But he occupies that area, is basically in Narok, but it's on the border, and therefore the majority of people there are Kipsigis, actually. And then as you cross over, you get into Masai Mara, approaching it from Bomet County side. La 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 la. That is very sad. Very, very sad. Unbelievable. And
So it is what
yeah.
Is it like Kipsigis is losing their leaders in plane crashes in every cycle of transition? Once they get a powerful man, he dies. Kipkalya Kones, chopper. Emurua Dikir, chopper. They are claiming it is weather, which personally I doubt. But do you read something here?
You know, you can read so many things in such circumstances, and especially with what, you know, first of all, you look at who was Ngeno, you know, and you know, you look at his journey and what is it that he stood for. Before we even talk about whether there is foul play or whatever it is, you first of all just look at the life of such a man. What has he been doing? You know, he has been on the side that people would call controversial. You know, when you are there fighting for the poor, let's call them poor, for common mwananchi, it is always taken that you are against the government. And this is the irony of it. Ati ukitetea wananchi inakuwa uko anti-gava. You know, like you will see him going there, you know, when they are grabbing, because you see that area is very, very lucrative. There is a lot of open land, you know. More often than not, people have created what we call conflict between the Maasai, the Kisi, and the Kipsigis, you know, unlike what you see in other areas, because these three, the three, even the two, to some extent, are pastoralists because they keep mifugo, and Kipsigis and the Kisis are farmers, Maasais are the pastoralists. So there has been a controversial, you know, controversy in that, I would call it, triangle. And Ngeno has been in the forefront trying to defend, you know, when people want to displace, to be removed, for people to create land that we can also have, you know, people investing because of the tourism. I remember in the same Digil is where Moi's son, Jonathan, has a very, very, very big, he took acres and acres of land there. Okay. He does farming, huge acres of land, huge chunk of land, which eats both into Narok and also gets some of the Kipsigis land. So it's a very, very hot bed. And Ngeno has been there fighting and resisting. Up to even that town, hiyo town inaitangwa Digir. Actually Digir or Emarti, you can call it either of the two names. Emarti by the Maasais, and then Digir by the Kipsigis. Ndio katown kako hapo kwa center, I mean kwa border, and that also has always been threatened, natakana kuswaloiwa. So there has been very serious controversy there. So he's one of the Kipsigis leaders that anybody who wants to grab or invade Kipsigis would want him out of the way. So that now gives anybody a picture of why people, even if this might have been a natural cause, accidental cause, sorry, people might rule that out because of his track record. He has been a pain in the ass of the authority, and where the authority, you know, inapenda grab land sana. So it is that could be a serious problem. The same thing happened with Ruto. Remember Ruto also somewhere somehow along the line alikuja okay, some people are saying he was poisoned, others say all these kind of things. He kept it quiet and he went to South Africa for so many days, and he was brought down during the NASA time, and somehow akanyamaza. Now when he came back, he had to move to the other side, and they were claiming it was about threats and this is security and all these kind of a thing. You go to Professor Ngeno, Professor Ngeno was always on the trying to be safe, to be on Moi's side. Go all the way to Taita Towet. You have a whole list. Go to Koskei, not Koskei, Koech, the ambassador, who was an MP there, I think, for 3 or 4 terms. Okay? Go to people like Salat. Salat, we used to call him Mose Dayan because he had one eye, like the Israeli, whatever. These are very, very tough, educated, prominent, and intelligent leaders from the Kipsigis that you wonder, is it karma or is it designed that the Kipsigis, who are the majority and very, very, very pragmatic community, very progressive community, you wonder, what could this be that there is that kind of blockage? Would you say it's nature, it's accidental? Even talk of the lady who was the governor, Laboso. What are these? What karma is this? That this biggest Kalenjin sub-tribe, Aitoboi. Now when you look at those who are wale wanajidai kuwa prominent ya kina Cheruiyot.
Hata mimi nimekuja kuona from my own analysis, hata Mlima is not in an existential threat like Kipsigis. I think Kipsigis is an endangered species. Wakiendea para wanaendea. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, and that is why again we want to tell people that, you remember yesterday in our show I said you could be my brother, we come from the same county or we come from the same village, but if you are not, we are not ideologically the same, you are not following maybe an ideology that I feel is for the people, I'll deny you. I'll not say that hata kama Njeru anakataana na hii mambo ni wetu. The moment we distance that, and that is what I would plead with the Kipsigis to do, they stop just following people blindly just because kama sasa waseme ati Ruto ni Mkalenjin, then they say tuko ndani huko kabisa. It's the high time they associated themselves with people that are really for humanity, people that are really for good governance. Example, the Kisses. There's nothing wrong with the Kipsigis joining the Kisses and forming a block coming upwards, and then they join the Maasais and they're able to salvage themselves. Otherwise, they've not benefited anything following the Nandi side. And by the way, there has been that friction.
I think Kipsigis have been suppressed. Maybe Stone PK, I think it is abnormal that Kipsigis have actually been suppressed by Tugen and the Nandis. It is illogical.
Yeah, but you see, the Kipsigis while the Kipsigis are being suppressed, the entire country is. You see, where they could have helped the entire country is like during NASA. They should have distanced themselves from the other side, and that would be a big force to join progressive forces. Okay, so there is nowhere they have been isolated alone. It is once they are being swallowed and suppressed, it has become the same for the entire country, and this has to change. People have to go for those who are portraying themselves as fighting for justice. Instead of saying watu wetu, kabila yetu. Like for example in Mulima, we should reject you if you are not really progressive for the nation. Because if you are progressive only for our region, then you are isolating Mulima from the rest of the world or the rest of the country. What I'm saying is that now people have to be really serious on what and how you want to make a following. Mm.
Now, what should the Kipsigis do now? Because I think from what I'm now seeing is like Kipsigis has lost a two-generational leadership. Kipkalya Kones comes and dies. Emuru Digir comes and dies. Don't you think like now you need another like 30 years for them to raise another leader?
It will take time because the leaders they have now, we have like that Kagal, whom people elected. I don't know what emotions those were. That is one of their MP. Then you have Cheruyot, who is a nonsensical of a person. Then you have Koech, the one who says don't even shoot on the legs, shoot kabisa. These are some of the very useless leaders that will make the rest of the country isolate the Kipsigis. You know, so it is sad for that region because I don't see who now will be. If that one is gone, then I don't know who the MP for Bomet, for Chebalungu. I can't remember his name because Chebalungu constituency is the one that borders Muro Digri. I can't remember the name of the Chebalungu MP. Somebody who is not even it's not prominent.
So the one who was killed alikuwa anaitwa nani? Unakumbuka yule Mukare aliuawa?
Ule aliuawa.
I think after an election kunaye alikuwa there was a Kalenjin aliuawa some time back. Kwa anaitwa sijui alikuwa wa Kipsigis ama ni wa. Anyway, go ahead. Let me not think.
Yeah, so hapo constituency ni kuna hiyo Chebalungu which borders Muro hiyo Muro Digir, alafu kuna ile Abomet huko na kuna hii ya kwenda huko kwa Koech na hiyo ya Cheruyot na I think there are 5. Kericho county has maybe 5 or 5 members of parliament. Okay. So basically, there is a huge gap for this very, very huge community. I don't know how they'll figure it out. I really don't know because look at even their governor. He's a joke. Barchok is a clone. So it is so sad. So sad. I don't know. There is something they need to fix.
In other words, we can now say, based on what has happened, the route of Kipsigis becoming subsidiaries to Nandis has now been completed for this era. Is that what you mean? Or we mean? Stone PK? You know, ile maneno Gachagua aliongea the other day, you know, people like akina Ngeno, but they can listen. You know, it can be, once you hear like Kipsigis people, like they are like listening to people like Gachagua. People who have some sense, they can actually listen to outside voices. And from what I see, especially for people who operate with Ruto, I think Ruto will only feel safe with you if you're a guy who cannot use his brain. So if you show attempts of a person who can use his brain, you cannot survive. And that is why it is actually very safe to disagree with Ruto when you are not in his axis. Never. Somebody like the former MP for Nandi, I forget his name. The reason why that guy is still safe up to today, because the moment he disagreed with Ruto, aliondoka. But never disagree with Ruto na unajifanya ati mko pamoja. He will eliminate you. So disagree with Ruto, naenda kabisa. Wewe tu kuwa tu enda tu na wale wakali ambao wamejua how to disagree with Ruto ndio wako hai. Ukidisagree na Ruto unaenda na unaendanga kabisa. Even many people do not go, and some of them they go and they become side cartel. When you disagree with Ruto, go and form your axis. But you are disagreeing with Ruto, and you think like Ruto understands sanity. Ruto does not respect use of mind. Ati unatumia akili ati huyu mimi niko UDA na nitumie akili, my friend. And we have been analyzing those things, bwana Stone PK, as I wait for you. We have been analyzing those things. Kuna mtu alikuwa ananiuliza, na mbona hao MPs wetu wananganga wajinga hivi? It's simple. If you are in the Ruto axis, lazima kitu ya kwanza, you have to paralyze your head. Lazima kwanza kichwa yako igonge knockout. Kichwa yako ikigonga knockout, sasa unakaa na Ruto. Lakini ati uko na Ruto na kichwa yako inafanya kazi. That is why hata Gachagua si ati kichwa yake ilifanya kazi sana. Ukikaa tu na Ruto and you start showing attempt of wanting kutumia kichwa, hata kama tu ni unataka kutumia kichwa yako 10%, uweze kaa na Ruto. Kama ni kukaa na Ruto, lazima ukue bongo lala completely. Ati uko na Ruto na kichwa yako inafanya kazi, my friend bana, utoboi. So, and if you are still showing attempt ya kichwa yako inafanya kazi, you will be eliminated. I think people have not understood this guy. And that is why it is very safe to criticize Ruto ukiwa nje. By the way, Gachagua is safer now than angekuwa kwa serikali na anajifanya anatumia kichwa. Saa hii Gachagua angekuwa marehemu. Saa hii Gachagua angekuwa aliuawa kitambo. You know, once you form that enmity, you can easily defend yourself. Unajua sasa, even now, you will even be cautious. But as long as unajifanya sijui ati politics has no permanent enmity, my friend, you better be an enemy with Ruto. That one does not apply in some quarters. At politics that wewe enda anzia kukuwa na urafiki na Ruto, my friend. And that's why you, and don't be, ndio unaona wabunge wote Mlima Kenya uwezi tumia brain. You cannot be in Ruto axis and your brain, and you are using your brain. So Ruto and the brain, those are not two things which are working. He is the only one who is supposed to be having a brain. So Ruto ndiye anafaa kukuwa akitumia kichwa. Wewe hakuna, wewe kichwa yako, I think, na mimi naonanga hao watu ni kama wanaendanga wanadungwa shindano ya kuwapumbaza. Because as long as you are with Ruto, wewe ndiye kichwa yako lazima sasa knockout sasa. You knockout, uanzie kukuwa mjinga, kukubali kila kitu, hata kama ni bibi wanataka kukupokonya useme tu ni sawa mkubwa. Yani, in fact, sycophancy wa Ruto ni they are more sycophantic hata kuliko wakina Mulumutisia. Wale wakina Mulumutisia wa during Moi time. Yes, Moi used to have sycophants. Hata akina Kamodho. I have listened. But ma sycophant wa Moi walikuwa na kalimit kidogo. At least walikuwa wanaitisha maendeleo. Walikuwa wanasema kapa, there's something which they used to like, kuna vile walikuwa wanaitisha Moi vitu. Lakini ma sycophant wa Ruto wanasema mkubwa, tuambie tuko hapa, kila kitu inafanya kazi, everything is working, uko hapa 2 term. That is how they talk. So we are advising them, wacha kujifanya ati wewe unajua kutumia akili sana and you are working with Ruto. In Ruto access, akili ni moja yake. Ndio wasikianga akisema bana, mimi najua kile tunafanya, najua. Ama mjesikia akisema vitu kama hiyo, I know. Yani Mr. Know It All anajifanya vile anajua vitu. Fear those people. Mr. Know It All. Najua bana, najua kule napeleka Kenya. I know where. We are taking Kenya to Singapore. I know where we are taking Kenya. That's an idiot talking to you. Najua. Yani that self morality. Stone PK, umerudi, umenifanya ni rant hivyo as I was waiting for you. Stone PK, are you here? Umerudi because I was waiting for you. Ukirudi uniambia I can stop because ilifika pahali ni I lost you, so once you are in you can just tell me nimerudi. That's an explanation. Good, yeah, let me tell you. Ruto hata akikuitia job usiende. Wewe enda ufanye kazi zingine. Hakuna mtu amefanya kazi kwa Ruto nimeona akisucceed kwa hii maisha. Finally kitu inatendekanga tu unaisha. Look, watu wote wameifanya. Tell me any billionaire who has any person with the resources amefanya kazi na Ruto na mambo yake iko sawa. Waititu wako wapi? Waititu wako, si Waititu wako njera? Si Waititu ndiye alikuanga anatuambia maneno ya Ruto huko Kiambu? Waititu wako wapi sasa? Where is Waititu? Where is Moses Kuria? Is Moses Kuria anything else in this life? Where is Moses Kuria? Where is Moses Kuria? Ni watu wote, they have worked with Ruto. They all fall from glory. Hakuna mtu, hata hao ma MPs, even including huyo MP wa Embu Karemba na Mbarire. Mbarire, I can assure you, once you get out of politics, you will be forgotten. Wewe. You cannot work with that guy and you survive again. You cannot survive again. So that is what has been happening, and there are things which we are actually even telling people. You are busy sitting with a viper. Hey, my friend. And in this life, let me teach you, you don't need a lot of money to survive. Kama pesa ya Ruto ndio the difference between you and poverty. Fanya vitu zingine ba. Yeah, fanya vitu zingine. You don't need his money to have a sane and a good life in this. So you cannot sacrifice a generation because of Ruto. You cannot sacrifice to destroy Kenya ili ukae na Ruto. Those things will come to haunt you heavily. Yeah, good year, I agree on that. Uhuru want the people. But kuna watu ambao hawasikilizangi unless waone. Some of us tuko na emotional intelligence. Mtu kama mimi, hata uniambie story ya Ruto akiwa amechaguliwa ama hajachaguliwa, mimi namuonea 18. Lakini kuna raia hawana, they have no mentality ya kuonea huyu mtu 18. Hata Gachagua hakuweza kuona huyu mtu. That's why saa zingine mimi nasemanga, na sio maringo, mimi ndio nasemanga, I think I'm brighter than Gachagua. And some of you people here, you are brighter than Gachagua. Kama kuna mtu hapa aliweza kuona uongo ya Ruto before Gachagua, jipigie makofi bwana. Bana, wewe ni mnoma bana. Kama uliweza kuona uongo ya Ruto before Gachagua, haya bwana. Wewe bwana, wewe unaweza jenga miji bana. Wewe uko sawa bana. In this life you are good. Continue doing what you are doing. Vitu yako itaingiana. Wewe you can do things in this life. Kama wewe uliona uongo ya Ruto mbele ya kina Gachagua na kina Mithika Nturi, bwana. You are not a failure in life. You will make it. You will make it. If you are able to see Ruto kabla ya Gachagua, wewe uko chonjo. Wewe bwana, you are not a failure bwana. Hata kwenyu bwana. Wewe you remove poverty from your home. Kama uliweza, mimi by the way ndio mimi najiamini sana. Ati niliweza kuona vitu Gachagua angeona. Bwana. Msinidharau bwana. Bwana, I'm doing good. Ati mimi naweza ona vitu Karinda mwenyewe hawezi ona. Bwana. I'm doing good bwana. Hiyo, bwana. I'm so proud of myself. Ati niliona vitu Gachagua hawezi ona. Bwana. Kwani kujiamini ni gani? Kwani kujiamini ni gani? In life. I'm so proud. Ati niliona vitu Gachagua hawezi ona. Saa zingine bwana, mimi nasikianga tu na kutaka watu wanaketi. I meet with people wanaongea tu story ya Kasongo, venye tumedanganywa. Naangalia tu hivyo sasa. Bwana, jipigia makofi bwana. Kama kuna mtu ako hapa 2022 uliweza kudetect uongo ya Ruto, bwana, you are going to places. That is a prophecy I can tell you. And that prophecy is bigger kuliko ya wall. ama ya Ng'ang'a pale. Kama 2022 uliweza kuona Ruto kwa jiamini bana. Wewe sio mchache. Kama uko hapa na uliweza, you are able to interrogate Ruto. Ukaona bana, hapa hakuna kitu. Hii ni mnyambo wa punda. Bana, you are doing good. You are doing good. Wewe ni chairman in your authority. Wewe ni chairman. Kana wazee mkule. Wewe hata Njuri Ncheke unaweza keti na wao. Sababu kuna Njuri Ncheke hawakuweza kuona hiyo. Wewe ni Njuri Ncheke in your life. Najua leo muamini mnauliza huyu mtu ni nini? Gachagua was just greedy. Musyoka anasema David complain. Naona enlightened. Let me tell you. Lazima niwainue mioyo. Historia, you might not be a billionaire or unaweza kuwa una vitu mingi sana. Lakini kama uliweza kuona uongea Ruto bana. Bana. Wasikwambie chochote. Mtu asikwambie wewe ni failure in this life. In fact, they are the failures. Kama uliweza kuona vitu Gachagua hakuona, bana, jiheshimu bana. Well done boy. Well done man. Well done oye. Well done boy. You made me proud. Wacha nijibambe. Mimi ndio basi nasemanga mimi si mjinga. Kama mimi niliweza kuona uongo ya Ruto, me I'm usually very proud. Hata nikienda pahali. Mimi natembea kama dunia ni yangu. Bana. I'm usually very proud. Ruto, mimi niliweza kuona uongo ya Ruto. Na imagine saa hii kuna mtu amevaa suti na bado haioni. Body found Nyakundi. Who is this Nyakundi? Ni Nyakundi mgani? Please help me understand. Musyoka, ni Nyakundi mgani amekufa? Is it part of the chopper as well? I'm very proud of you people. Kama uko hapa na 2022 ulionea Conman 18. Bwana. Kunywa kwa bili yangu hapo. Peo hapo kwa bili yangu hapo. Wamemuua. I have heard of Cyprian Nyakundi. Hebu niweke hapa kwa Google. Cyprian Nyakundi. Walimuabduct wapi? Cyprian. Let's see. Maybe itatokezea. Cyprian Nyakundi. Na nyinyi wakisi pia amuone nyinyi pia ni existential threat tena. Hebu tuone. So Cyprian Nyakundi. Tuone vile itatoa. Cyprian Nyakundi is a prominent and controversial Kenyan blogger and digital activist known for his... Okay. He claims he was given 30 million to discourage Gen Z from occupying State House, but declined. As of late February, Nyakundi remains an active commentator. Kwani alikuwa kwa hiyo chopa? Because ni kama wametoa hiyo story ya chopa hapo. Wacha niweke, nauliza tu AI, is he dead? Tuone kama kuna kitu AI inajua. Pirate, No, inaniambia hii ni Pyro inaniambia no, Cyprian Nyakundi has arrived and actively posting update as of today, February 28, 2026. While there are tragic reports of a helicopter crash in Mosop Nandi County that occurred today, Nyakundi himself is the one reporting on the incident. Ebu disapprove AI. Oh. The body found. So Ngudi ati anasema ati niwaambie wewe ukiona wacha si unaona hata siku hizi nani amemjua Gachagua, niwasikia wacha nijifanye Ruto sasa. Wacha nikuoneshe Ruto akitaka kuja. Ruto anakuangalia hivi kwa macho. By the way. Yeah, we have to change this country. Ukisikia Ruto anakuambia hivi, we have to change this country. Kuna watu hapa wanaturudisha nyuma. Huyo ni yeye sasa he is referring to himself. Kuna watu hapa wanaturudisha nyuma. We have to, na anasema wachana na wale hawana idea. Ni yeye ana idea. He is always speaking about himself. Na mwenzake amepata hizo tactics za kudanganyana. Kindiki siku anasema we are changing this country. Unasikia ukisema hiyo ni uongo. Uongo roaded. So Kindiki muongo, Ruto muongo. You don't need a Harvard doctorate degree to know that Ruto is the greatest modern liar ever born. Na kama lazima mtu kama Ruto unafika tu level 2, you don't listen to them. Unless if you are feeling that Ruto is making sense, we just know that you are on a destruction path. We tujua tu wewe you are dead, you are a dead man walking. In fact, mimi hata mtu ya Ruto akiniita event Haya, wacha niwaekee Waruguru, Ketu Waruguru. Awakanyange masikio kidogo. Pole sana kama wameua Nyakundi. Pole sana.
Huyu ni Kehunyo Gitoro, gavana wenu 2027, na tumeongea maendeleo mbele. Haya, asanteni.
Haya, my younger sister, Getungati Yarorere, the Honorable Kate Waruguru.
Nyahururu oye! Wacha nisikie na Nyahururu oye! Wapi salamu ya Rigathi Gachagua? Ako ndani ya Nyahururu hayuko? Wapi nduru ya Kalonzo Musyoka? Kalonzo Musyoka nisikie nduru yake. Wapi nduru ya Justin Bidan Muturi? Principal wetu anaitwa Gavana Natembea Tawe. Wacha nisikie salamu za Medikali Nturi. Nyahururu, are we locked or we are joking? Muko serious na chama yetu? Muko serious na United Opposition? Nemo ya aride kainokie Kasongo. Mone na idaroka na Motire. Ainoke karadaka inoke. Ainoke karadaka inoke. Na wetu warema tusaditira idi ya finance bill inoke kamatika inoke.
Asante.
Nemo ya aride tema inokie. Na Keketu Waruguru ni moko mwageti kia gavana. Mamineri da na mwadu wa gavana. Toko nina corruption kwa Kasongo Korea.
Thank you,
na county government nina corruption.
Asante.
Twekeli tima dibitare gidawa.
Thank you.
Na anakia nyuma ya mawera. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Haya, tuko na Taiti Waigura anataka kuwa gavana. Ako wapi? Haya, saidia Ketu Waruguru hapo ashuke. Wapi Taiti Waigura? Hakuna. Haya, Senator Murungi Dai. Haraka haraka, Murugi yako wapi? Dai. Wewe, security tengeneza hiyo gasi mzuri. Sitaki watu hapo kusukumana. Haya, sema jina na kiti.
Asante sana mheshimiwa. Majina naitwa Moronge Ndai. Moronge Ndai anaomba kiti cha senator hapa kwetu Laikipia County. Asante sana.
Tuko na Nyawera Charis PK senator. Haya, kuna tuko na Donga Kevodho anataka senator aseme jambo. Useme jina na kiti ambayo unataka. Wewe security tengeneza hapo hiyo gazi ya kusukua na msongamano hapo. Sema wewe, endelea.
Nyahururu oye! Nyahururu oye! Kwa majina naitwa Charles Nyawera PK na tumekaribisha kiongozi Rigathi Gachagua hapa pamoja na Kalonzo Musyoka, na tumesema hapa His Excellency, tumesema hapa ni one term.
Asante.
Asante.
Thank you. Kiti cha mbunge cha kufukuza Wachira Karani.
Watu wa Nyahururu wanambe. Mimi naitwa Donga Kefolo, senator wa raia hapa Laikipia County. Wadi wako na wakagerero wake. Asanteni sana.
Mimi nataka wajumbe sasa. Nyokavi Jehia. Wewe shuka wewe, nani yako hapo? Nani wewe? Pana peana microphone kwa mtu sijaita. Shuka kwanza. Tutakuita.
PK.
Kiti gani? Kiti gani? Haya, sema haraka.
Nyahururu wa mjambo. One term. Mimi naitwa Bernard Njuguna BK, senator Laikipia. Mbarikiwe.
Thank you. Nyokavi Jehia, member of parliament Laikipia West. Afuatwe na Kamatu. Haya, endelea.
Nyahururu oye! Oye! Mko salama? Leo ni mwecheche. Mko salama? Naitwa Dorcas Nyokabi na usimama kiti ya Women Lab. Mutaekelea mawe.
Asante.
2027.
Haya.
Haya, asante.
Kamau Kamato. Kiti cha mbunge. Bwana Kamato. Wewe hapana, wewe kama sijaita wewe ngoja wewe.
Gachagua ni kitungati yenyewe. Anapanga mkutano vile anataka. Kama sijaita wewe, hapana, panda hapo. Lazima wapangwe, it's a time of chaos. Anyway, saa zingine I don't know why is a must you have to introduce the aspirants. But mimi nataka wa introduce ma screen. Wanakuja hapa, wanaonesha shida ya Kasongo na ma screen, and na pia waanzie pia kuarika raia wanaelezea mashida zao. I don't know why they don't want to have like those engaging meetings. Kama hapa unaweza ita raia kama watatu. Hebu kuja hapa. Tell us what you think about the government. I think for me, those are some of the things. They need to change their style a little bit. So I don't want it to be too much of wao ndio wanasema sana. Waanzie kuifanya like engaging. And that is where Donald Trump beats everybody. Donald Trump akienda pahali unaona come here and tell us. It works magic. Najua hiyo kuna mtu hawezi hataki kusikia hiyo. Wacha tusikie Gachagua akigonga nikiheka ama nikaheka. You know, in Mount Kenya you can either use K, you can use K-A or K. No, kahe kana kehe. So you can use I. Gazaiga. It depends with if you want to make it big or small. Aya, we are continuing with our show. It's a long night today.
Mimi ndio nilikusaidia. Ulikuwa unalia hapa, umefinywa. Nikaambia watu kiasubukia wakupatie kiti ya gavana. Wewe, mimi ni kiongozi wa jamii. Wewe unaongea ukiwa nani? Unaongea ukiwa nani? Mimi sihitaji ruhusa yoyote kutembea Nakuru, kutembea Kenya nzima. Mimi ni kiongozi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya and I can go anywhere, anytime. nothing you can do. Sindio? Huyu mtoto wa Kiheka amekuwa msaliti wa jamii yetu. Amenunuliwa na Ruto. Mali yote ya Nakuru ameipa. Anajenga manyumba Nairobi. Hospitali yetu ya War Memorial amefunga, anataka kuipa hiyo hospitali. Ameipa State House pale Nakuru, amekata, amejenga hoteli. Biashara zote za kaunti ya Nakuru anafanya na bwana yake. Mimi nataka nitoe amri nikiwa kiongozi wa jamii hapa Nakuru, Susan Kiheka aende nyumbani. Sindio? Huyu Susan Kiheka ni one time, si one time. Ni one time, si one time. Mimi nauliza watu wetu. Kore. Tigaregaliwa akachaguare. No, kwa wageni kwaria. Nekora modoge. Janye kariye. Dauga tere nyumba yito. Dauga tere nyumba yito. Moku nyale ni waro. Uri anyito nene na Ruto. Konya ina nyumba yito yake kore na mobi. Na kono na makireno wana ikuru majama ake. Nebro. Ninaja kadi naria. Ninaja kadi narekia. Wakati wanasema Susan Kiheka ni one time. One time. One time. Kuna huyu mama kaunti anaitwa Liza Cherure. Niliongea na jamii yetu hapa. Wakamuonea huruma, akamfanya women. Kura ikapangwa na Ruto ya kunifukuza kazini. Huyu Liza Cherure ambaye alichaguliwa na watu huyu hapa akanifukuza. Anayetimwa na Ruto ni minister wake. Ruto akiona ciana mena ake. Akeia morori mena ake. Ageka maundu maria mothe areka enake. Areciria ni muge muno ati aratiga wira au na kwa Ruto ati oke mumutwe gavana. No mwetekere. Wewe ni Kenya jui. Mukukia koriro. Urakwonera itini. Mundu wa wikara na kasoko na kasoko. Mushara na mukondo. Mushara na moishi. Mushara na moragani. Mushara na gereji. Wewe ni Kenya jui. Wewe mudhiritu wa Ruto. Wewe kona ikuru na gete. Ikaraka ukwa Ruto kanodi kwa wako hegete. Ando gashiri gyo toro irimo. Ando ikara na Ruto more yake nake. Akeni na nyumba yito mwe nake. Mushara nake. Mubaka nake na kuhinyera ya moge koyo. Ando gashiri we igyo toro irimo. Ando shoke kana kaya mwisho to henie. Ando kutwe gavana wana ikuru. Toti getekera na mwetekere. Wakati wanasema ni Kenya juu hakuna. Harambe.
Abazia. Leo tumekuja kuwaletea ile serikali itatengeneza nchi 2027. Mko tayari? Rais wa sita ako hapa. Sasa huko kwetu Nyeri ni one term. Hapa Kabazi mnasema aje? Nyinyi ni watu wa one term. Sasa wacha niwaambie, huyu Kasongo amepanga kuiba kura. Hata amejaribu kutengeneza ile Supreme Court aweke mtu yake. Mtakubali. Mtachunga kura zetu. Mtachunga kura za upinzani. Asanteni Kambazi na mtuchagulie viongozi wote.
Yeah, I met with that guy in Seattle. I think he is an MP somewhere. Yeah. They are talking about kuchunga kura. Now, I think Stony PK is a bit busy kwa kazi. Yeah, today I'm a bit lucky niko kwa nyumba. But ni swali nataka tujiulize hapa. You discussion ya kuchunga kura, we have now to start talking. When we are talking about kulinda kura, ni gani? And I don't know why serikali itaki kuruhusu eyewitnesses. Every polling station tunaingiza watu 5 wa kuangalia ni nini kinaendelea. I don't know, but I think we have to reach that level. Wachana na agent. Mimi naona kuprevent hii maneno inatendeka pale ndani. Kwa polling station unachagua watu 5 wanaingia ndani. Wacha wakae hapo tu wakiangalia. Si kura inapigwa pale, wamekaa tu hapa tu wanaangalia. Watu tu wa kuangalia tu hivi. That is one. Then the other thing ni we allow people kukaa nje kwa madirisha. Unaona kama polling station ndio hii ndio darasa ile tunapigia kura hapa. Tunasema watu wanaweza kaa hapo nje wakichungulia what is happening inside. Those are things which we have to start talking. Nipate, lakini hii ujinga ya kuambiwa ati upige kura uende nyumbani. Ai bana. Remember you only have one agent. That means hapo ndani ni pio. So you only have one agent who can be overrun by these people. We have to start talking about this discussion now. Kama ni kukalisha kura, tunaingia huko ndani. Tunaingia huko ndani. Tunaona ni nini kinaendelea. Tuanzie polling station ni ya watu 600, sio watu wengi. Hata watu 600 wakikaa hapo nje sio watu wengi. Those are people who can wait in a polling station hadi kura yao ihesabiwe. Mbona tutakia watu 600? Hata watu wakisema wanataka kukalisha wote unapiga mnakaa na hapo nje. What is the problem? Lakini you ujinga ya kuambia upige uende nyumbani, I smell a rat. Mimi naona moving forward we have to decriminalize not going home. Wewe unapiga kura una relax. Unapiga kura una relax hapo. Unapiga kura una relax. Andi hesabu ndio utaenda home. Tunapiga kura una relax. And you are free to monitor. Na madirisha zifunguliwe. So that you can check. Kama hatuwezi ni sawa hatuwezi kaa ndani sisi wote, but wacha tukae pale tunaweza chungulia, tunaweza angalia tuone vile nini kinaendelea huko ndani. No bana. We have to start behaving smart. So hiyo story ya kulinda kura, as this guy is saying, we have to decode it more. Wacha niwaoneshe explosion Dubai kidogo.
You can keep trading like a retail trader, guessing, over leveraging,
what is happening
chasing charts.
Coverage continues now. There is new video in from Dubai. We want to share this with you.
We've been hit.
So that is a fiery explosion at the Fairmont Hotel, believed to be caused by an Iranian missile. There are several different angles on this. The closer you get in, you can see the flames on the ground floor, it appears. United Arab Emirates saying that it intercepted several Iranian missiles that targeted its country. This is from Dubai in the area. You can tell that by the skyscrapers that reach deep into the night sky. Local reports saying at least one person is dead by falling missile debris. Iranian state media, meanwhile, saying that regime had targeted American military bases in Qatar, in Bahrain, and in the United Arab Emirates. We will track that as best we can coming up here. Dana?
Let's get to the State Department now, where senior foreign policy correspondent Jillian Turner has an update for us. Hi, Jillian.
Hi, Dana. So the country is now at war with Iran's regime, but President Trump's chief diplomat, Secretary Marco Rubio, is very much involved. He is huddling with President Trump at Mar-a-Lago today. There are hundreds of thousands of Americans living in and traveling in the Middle East today. He's launching this task force to try and, he says, help as many of them who are in harm's way as possible. We're also getting new sound now from Iran's foreign minister, who appeared to tell another network today that before the U.S. strikes, the Iranians believed they were this close to getting to a deal with the U.S. That's certainly not something officials here in D.C. have been echoing, but take a listen.
This is a war of choice by the United States, and they have to pay for that. I don't know why the United States, why President Trump just missed that opportunity. Ask the foreign minister of Oman how close we were to get a deal.
The foreign minister also today calling upon all, quote, Muslim nations to come to Iran's defense and face off against the U.S. and Israel together. So far, though, it sounds like most of those nations are not biting. Take a look at this from Saudi Arabia. They say the kingdom condemns and denounces in the strongest terms the brutal Iranian aggression and blatant violation of the sovereignty of the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and the Kingdom of Jordan. not stacking up in favor of the Iranians there. The Europeans are all also weighing in now. Dana, take a listen to Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes, but we have long been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people, brutally crushed dissent, and sought to destabilize the region.
So Iran is also now, Dana, requesting an emergency session of the Board of Governors for the IAEA. That's the nuclear watchdog spearheaded by the UN. We don't know yet whether they're going to get that or not, but they are certainly making requests. Dana?
Jillian Turner, please keep us posted. A lot of busy day over there.
Click here.
They are claiming that they were this close to get a deal with Iran, but he is saying America lost that opportunity. We are not sure of that. I think America had their own reasons, together with Israel, why they had to do that. Here to Nimacho. We do not make nuclear. We do not make missiles. We are dealing with a viper who is destroying our nation. So wacha hao wapambane na hali yao. Sisi kuna yale ambayo inatusumbua pia as a nation. Is this one true? Wacha niwaekee hii. This one can't be true. Wacha niwaekee, because some people can confirm to us. Is this one true? Nitarudi kwa rari za Gachagua kidogo.
We are getting word from Israel Channel 12, who are now reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead.
Oh, wow.
That the Iranian supreme leader has been killed in the airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel today. A determined effort by President Donald Trump to topple the Iranian regime. And if true, the reports coming to us now from Israeli Channel 12 that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is dead, then they have indeed toppled the very head of that regime. And the consequences and ramifications of that can only be guessed at, because we have also been reporting just in the last few minutes that the Iranian Defense Minister, Amir Nasirazdeh, and also the Iranian, I should say, commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Commander Mohammed Pakpour, is also dead. These two top officials, one a military official, the other a civilian official in charge, of course, of the military, the Iranian Defense Minister, and the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, according to Reuters, quoting 3 Iranian sources, have been killed. Add to that these very significant reports now coming from Israeli Channel 12 television, reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, has been killed in those strikes.
That is incredible breaking news that Mark White is bringing you there. I mean, he's 86 years old. He's been the real figurehead for the regime in Iran and some of the atrocities they have committed against their own people over the last couple of months. The initial reports were that we didn't know where he was. He had maybe been smuggled out of the country. But do we know any more? Was he killed? Was he still in Iran, or we don't know?
Those reports, we don't have details as yet, but certainly when I was reporting first thing this morning on the strikes, we got sort of message from the Fars news agency in Iran, obviously the state-run news agency there, very quickly suggesting that the Ayatollah had been put on a plane out of Tehran, the Iranian capital. Effectively, they were suggesting to us out of harm's way and away from any attempt by the United States or the Israelis to take him out, because we had confirmation from multiple sources during the morning that, as well as strikes that were targeting military targets and also targeting ministries, ministry buildings belonging to the regime in the likes of central Tehran, what you were also seeing were decapitation strikes aimed at the figureheads of the Iranian regime. And the very top of that pile is the Ayatollah. And as I say, Channel 12 in Israel reporting that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed.
Okay, Mark White for now. Thank you very much. That's live breaking news for you. So let's talk to former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Mr. Bennett, thank you so much for joining us. Can we just have your reaction to that breaking news, please? That according to Israel Channel 12, the Ayatollah has been killed by an Israeli strike. Now, can I have your reaction, please?
Well, it's not yet been confirmed, but this guy is the tip of the head of the octopus of terror that's been running the terror operations in Iran, in the region, the Middle East, and the whole world. This guy's hands, Khamenei's hands, are soaked in blood of citizens and civilians from all across the world, from the United States, from Europe, from Israel. Tens of thousands of his own people that he's been butchering throughout the years, especially over the past few weeks. This guy is the epicenter of global terror, the head of the octopus of terror, and hopefully he's dead.
What does that mean for what happens next, though? I mean, does his death, if it is confirmed, create a vacuum that could be filled by something or someone worse?
Well, we hope that the Iranian people will seize this opportunity. President Trump and the state of Israel now have created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the amazing, wonderful, and courageous people of Iran that seek freedom. They're fed up with being repressed for the past 47 years by a tyrannical, genocidal regime. But now the ball is in their hands. We cannot do it from outside. They have to make the decision. Do they take to the streets and free themselves from the yoke of this dictator?
Mr. Bennett, with the IRG, as we know, are very heavily armed. I mean, if someone does step in to take over leadership, they've got the arms. The ordinary Iranian people, most of them just armed with their fists. Would Israel, do you think, be willing to go in, put boots on the ground to help them get democracy back into their country?
No one's talking about boots on the ground. What we are doing is decapitating the leadership of the IRGC, of the tyrannical police, Basij, of all the elements in this horrible terrorist regime that have been killing their own people. And we're giving the air support to do that. I think that the message of President Trump has been very clear. Any IRGC person who lays down his weapons will be safe. Anyone who continues fighting, his head is next. So at the end of the day, it's up to the Iranian people, and we're praying for them, and we're working hard from above to give that support.
How much more support would Israel, do you think, be willing to give, though? Keep coming back to that point. The IRGC are very, very heavily armed. The ordinary people of Iran have nothing but their fists.
A lot of actions have been taken, covert actions to allow Iranian people to act, to fight back. As I said, we're not letting up. Our goal from Israel's perspective and from the world's perspective is to prevent Iran from acquiring.
Those were news, Aria. Yeah, you can subscribe us. And so we are moving on. So I now want to go to Nyahururu and have more information. That was a by the way. So let's go to Nyahururu. Was it Nyahururu? Nyahururu. Maybe I want to put other actors. I want to hear what call sanctions against Ruto or history passports. Wamereact. Yeah. Oh, Goody anasema, okay, Njiro Mwaura, Ayatollah has been killed. Confirmed by Iranian media, Israel, BBC, and oh. Okay. Wow. This time round, it was not likely to be taken to Russia. Eh?
Elsewhere, the United Opposition is calling for sanctions against President William Ruto's government from the international community following revelations that questionable foreign nationals have been granted Kenyan passports. While decrying the clampdown on human and civic rights, the opposition is optimistic that they may upset President William Ruto's re-election bid, as Bridget Ngana now reports.
On their second day tour of Nakuru County, the opposition landed in Bahati sub-county, where the DCP party leader Rigathi Gachagua slammed local leaders for supporting the government.
Watu wetu hapa Nakuru, wakulima wa Pareto wameumia na mashamba ya Pareto na manyumba ya Pareto board Kasongo wanapanga kunyakua.
The opposition raising concerns on Kenya's sovereignty, her shrinking democratic space and poor diplomatic appeal owing to the president's affiliation with Sudan's RSF leader Muhammad Dagalo alias Hemedti.
Kwa hivyo dunia imekuwa wazi. Wewe kama unanyanyasa watu ambao wanatetea haki zao, siku zako zitakuja hivi karibuni.
Kenyan passport has been degraded. Tumepoteza heshima kwa passport yetu. Vitambulisho vya Kenya wamefungua mpaka wa Kenya na Somalia. Wanaanza kupeana vitambulisho kwa watu wasio wa Kenya.
And we must call out William Ruto. You cannot endanger the lives of Kenyans and endanger the lives of the international community. From calling on the international community, those who are represented in Nairobi, to closely monitor what William Ruto is doing.
PLP party leader Martha Karua, who was attending a separate event in Kiambu, also slammed President William Ruto over the passport scandal.
So who gave Kenyan nationality? And all these people are people who have taken photographs with Dr. William Ruto. The question I want to ask you, looking at him without glasses, are you selling Kenyan citizenship, Dr. Ruto? If so, you have desecrated that office of the president.
Riding on their movement that currently carries a national outlook, these leaders believe they have the magic bullet that will stop President William Ruto's two-term attempt.
Tunaenda kuweka historia ya kumuondoa Ruto baada ya miaka mitano. Na wale ambao wanafikiri kwamba wataiba kura zetu haitawezekana, maana ile range ambayo tutaweka itakuwa kuna mingi sana.
On Sunday, the United Opposition heads towards Nyandarua and Nyeri counties, still on their popularization campaign. They are the better option compared with the current regime. Bridget Ngana, NTV, Nakuru.
Hiyo story ya passport sasa ndio top priority sasa. That is what has broken the camel back. Hiyo nayo hapo hatuwezi samea Ruto. That is what has broken the camel back. Amecheza na sisi sana, lakini joking with our sovereignty, that one is unforgivable. Yeah. Ruto amecheza na sisi na amekuwa akiguza every toxic thing, amekuwa akiguza, lakini hii story ya passport hapo ameguza umeme hapo Ruto bwana, hapo ndio umejinyonga. Yeah, you can joke with other things. Sasa hiyo ni one way we cannot forgive you bwana. We are done with you. We are done. Okay. Cherargei ana confirm yuko hai. Yeah, ni kama some of us we were suspecting alikuwa, acha niwaeke. We had suspected Cherargei. Acha tumsikie akisema. I don't like him, but
is that I have been able to visit the scene where there was wreckage of an helicopter, and I've seen 6 bodies which are still on site. The police are still investigating the scene, and we are expecting the crime units, serious crime units, to join us in a few. We have a number of ambulances. I want to thank the police. They have already been site. They are continuing with the evidence analysis. What I want to appeal to our people is that let us give the police and avoid interfering with the scene where the wreckage of the helicopter is. We hope the police will expeditiously be able to finish the processing so that we can move these bodies from, because there is rain, there is mud. So we expect the police to fast track what the evidence they are collecting so that when the bodies are being taken to mortuary, they have finished their work. And we hope at least before 8 to 9, the body should have been moved from this place. Anataka nishukuru wananchi wa hapa kwa.
Yeah, we don't need to listen. So that one is he is confirming evidence of life. So he was just confirming evidence of life, which is okay. So he is alive. Okay. Sitaki kuweka hawa watu kina Kibete. Sitaki kuweka hawa watu. Sawa. Acha niweke Gachagua. Wale wanakuja usiku sana, you might not meet me, nitawaambia tukutane kesho. So kama unataka kuingia kwa show ni sasa hivi. I want to prepare a meal and it takes time.
Wacha niseme ile aspirant mabago yake itakuwa juu, hata ongea kwa hii mkutano. Tunataka wananchi waone viongozi. Katiguo, mimi nataka aspirant hapa. Musipigane hapo, moja. Adwanya ururu, adwaito, adwanyoba ito, adwanyoba ito. Mureko nyoba, no moemere irie. Ona siakira kara, ona kasabwato herithia, ona thokya githomo, agathokia thibitari, agathokia urimi, agathokia biashara. Doria tere dwanya hururu, nemokia magito nekeriku. Getagwatia, getagwatia. Kenya kuthikiriria ground. Dauga DCP boko gasikiza ground. DCP. Mimi nimekuja kusikiza ground. Si ndio? Hapa Nyahururu. Munasemaje? Ate? Nyahururu munasemaje? Nyahururu munasemaje? Harambe! Wewe Ruto! Wewe Kasongo! Wewe Kaongo! Wewe Zakayo! Wewe mwizi! Wewe muuaji! Kasongo ende siende! Kasongo ende siende! Hiyo ni vijana, msijali. Tunaona mkutano. Harambe! Nyahururu hoye! Nyahururu hoye! Hiyo ni vijana wadogo. Wanatumwa na ile msaliti wa jamii. Anaitwa Mwangi Kiojore. Ni aibu si aibu? Huyu Kiojore hadi asiende. Nemo kunyana liwarorere. Neguo. Kiojoro rato mana ke hamoke madhokia mchemanio. Ne ugero bu. Kiojoro ugero bu. Ugero bu. Kiojoro hadi siende. Harambe. Mimi na hapa security hapo. Wewe security. Mrelax hapo mkutano iendelee. Hapana sukuma wananchi. Wewe security hapo. Hapana sukuma wananchi. Anonya hururu. Diageuka. Nedoka. Dasho kiagamo. Nemahoya manyu. Ruto hato marete kanitha-ini othaya. Njoragwo. Rũrĩrĩ tũgũrũtwo na mũtongoria. Ngai aratoiguĩra tha. Aratomenyerera. Ruto ndakonina nyũmba ĩno itũ. Nĩguo. Na niĩ ndĩrenda kũmũũra ũũ. Ndigwĩtĩkĩria Ruto anine nyũmba ĩno itũ ndĩ muoyo. Nĩguo. Harambe. Kasongo ende asiende. Wangapi wanasema Kasongo ende, Kasongo ende, Kasongo. Harambe. Harambe. Kasongo ende asiende. Apotee asipotee. Kasongo ni one term si one term. Shida yetu watu ya Laikipia na watu ya Nyandarua ni wasaliti wa jamii. Mjumbe wenu Wachira Karani ni msaliti wa jamii yetu. Wachira Karani aende asiende. Wangapi wanasema Wachira Karani aende, Wachira Karani aende. Harambe. Ainoke kadaka inoke. Ni msaliti si msaliti. Msaliti mwingine hapa Laikipia ni Mama County Jane Kagiri ni msaliti wa jamii yetu. Jane Kagiri aende asiende. Ni one term si one term. Wangapi wanasema Jane Kagiri aende, Jane Kagiri aende. Harambe. Harambe. Hapa Laikipia nataka nitangaze adui mkubwa wa jamii ya Mkikuyu ni Mheshimiwa Mwangi Kiojore, ndio anauza jamii yetu kwa William Ruto. Harambe. Siku kulikuwa na maandamano ya Janzi, Mwangi Kiojore alienda kwa Ruto akamwambia hata vijana wa Kikuyu ndio walitaka kupindua serikali, hata vijana 20,000 ndio Kasongo na Kendeke akaamuru vijana wa Kikuyu wapigwe risasi wauawe. Kiojore ni msaliti si msaliti? Kiojore ni wakunyalori wa Rorere. Kiojore ni wa community ito. Vayo wa moge koyo. Ukoneka Kiojore ainoka. Ainoke kadaka inoke. Ainoke kadaka inoke. Kazi ya Kiojore ni kuuza jamii yetu kwa William Ruto. Wewe Kiojore na ni Mkikuyu, kwa nini unachukia Wakikuyu? Kwa nini unaambia Ruto auwe watoto wetu? Kwa nini unaambia Ruto avute Wakikuyu kazi? Wewe Kiojore, wewe ni adui ya watu ya Mlima Kenya, na hii Wakikuyu watafundisha wewe adabu. Kiojore aende asiende? Ati alonga ni alonga ngete kia gavana. Ati alonga ngete kia gavana. No momohe. Aende asiende? Aende asiende? Unajua nimeona juzi hii wajumbe ya Mlima Kenya wakilia ati Soprano asitolewe kuwa naibu wa rais. Nyinyi mlikuwa na kiti ya naibu wa rais ya mwanaume kamili Rigiji, alikuwa anaangalia Ruto kwa macho na kumwambia akome. Mkapewa pesa mkamfukuza, mkaletewa sanamu, mkaletewa robot. Hii mtu anaitwa Soprano. Soprano ni bure si bure. Unajua anaitagwa na Ruto, anaambiwa wewe Soprano. Yes sir. Wewe Soprano. Wewe Soprano. Chukua hii maharagwe upeleke Laikipia. Wewe Soprano. Chukua hii pesa. Utahoga Wakikuyu. Wewe Soprano. Piga watoto wa Jenzi risasi. Ni bure ni si bure. Soprano aende asiende. Soprano aende asiende. Wangapi wanasema Soprano aende asiende? Harambe. Ya mwisho ndio niite makazini wetu. Mimi kama kiongozi wa jamii, nimejitolea kuunganisha jamii yetu. sisi tutaungana kama Simiti, Wakikuyu, Waembu, Wameru, sisi ni kitu kimoja. Watu wetu, nguvu yetu kama jamii ni kukaa pamoja. Tumekubaliana. Wangapi wanasema tukae pamoja, tukae pamoja? Mimi Mungu amenisaidia, nimepata marafiki wa kukaa na sisi. Sisi tulienda hasara kwa kwenda harusi na gari ya mtu mwingine, ndio tumeuda nyumba yetu, chama chetu cha DCP. Hiyo ndio gao yetu na ndio kesho yetu. Mimi Mungu amenisaidia, nimeenda Ukambani, nimetafuta our cousin Dr. Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Harambee! Harambee! Nikatoka hapo, nikaenda magharibi, nikatafuta kuzo mwingine, Governor George Natembeya. Harambee! Nikaenda Meru, tukatafuta ndugu yetu Mumeru, Organizing Secretary wa DCP, Captain Senator Metheka Lentore. Nikatoka hapo, nikaenda Embu, nikatafuta ndugu yetu Muembu, Speaker wetu Attorney General Mheshimiwa JB Moturi. Tukatoka hapo, tukaenda Western tena. Kijana wa Manu alisaidia Mwai Kibaki, tukatafuta ndugu yake cousin wetu Mheshimiwa Eugene Wamalwa. Hapa Nyandarua, hapa Laikipia, niko na senata wetu Getungati, Mheshimiwa Senata John Kenywa. Hapa Nyandarua, niko na Mheshimiwa Wanjiko Mohia. Niko na kijana wangu ambaye ninampenda Getungati ya Nyandarua, Senator John Medho. Harambee! Harambee! Pare Kirinyaga, niko na Gacheri Gaito. Na kwa hivyo watu wangu, kwa sababu giza nataka kuingia, nataka sasa mjitayarishe. Wewe security, wacha kupiga mtu hapo. Wewe wacha kuumiza mtu, wacha hiyo maneno. Harambee! Harambee! Adoitondoiwidania netoiwidania. Nataka sasa tujitayarishe, tumukaribishe our cousin, rafiki wetu wa mlima.
Unlock the world's largest, most liquid financial market with Forex.com. Forex, or FX, involves trading one currency for another.
Kuna swali nataka kuwauliza. Hii chuki yote ya Gachagua kutoka kwa some people in Mount Kenya region, shida nini? Especially viongozi, unakuta yani like people are really wanting to distance themselves from Gachagua na kumwekea propaganda mingi. It is the next series of my discussion. I wanted us we discuss about that hatred of Gachagua. Haya, wacha niwaekee Ndura wa wengi.
What they are doing is so dangerous for this nation. What they are doing is what Hemedi did, and you see now the RSF what is doing to Sudan. Why would he be in so close relationship with Hemedi? Because he might need the services of Hemedi.
Mm-hmm.
He might need the services of Hemedi because these people are in Nairobi. I know what this can roll out to be.
Yeah.
Especially when we have a rogue kind of system, because we became so powerful during the Moi days. Because we were supported by politicians, and somehow Moi also supported us. They said that we were being supported by a politician from the Kikuyu land. And there's a time that we went back to Moi side, and Moi now started giving us money, sponsoring our activities. When Uhuru became was to become the president, he was a candidate. Moi called me to sit house with Maina Jenga and 12 others. And we were given 10 million bob to go and hold a political rally in Thika, Christina Garden. For the first time, the DC then gave us protection, the police gave us protection, giving Mungiki protection when everybody was scared of Mungiki.
Yeah.
And that is the day I announced and said, in Kenya, we no longer need old people to lead this nation. We need young people. Now, we were sent just to prepare for the introduction of announcement of Uhuru Kenyatta. We were not allowed, we were told not to mention the name, but say, we the young people, then we were young people. We the young people, we are tired of the old people. If Moi is going, Moi must go with the old. Now we were targeting Kibaki. Moi must go with the old. And as I made it, it was the back page of the Nation newspaper, and also the whole media was there, we were covered, and the whole world was shocked to see Mungiki guarded or being protected by the DC. The DC was at ground, and we did many other things. And as days went by, because now we had the capacity, Mungiki became a monster. And we were a government by ourselves. Nobody, we are not touchable. You could not touch us. You were being
funded, right?
We were funded. We were given money. We had everything. We had the privileges. No police officer can arrest you. We controlled the whole thing. We controlled the matatus. We controlled the bus stations. We controlled water selling, water vending, security, everything in Nairobi we controlled. And we became a government by ourselves.
Approximately how many were you at that time, maybe in number?
We grew very fast because now protection was there. And we were recruiting all the gangsters. All the gangsters around, criminals, any kind of whatever you are, we recruited them. So we created a force. And many of these gangsters had guns. So we were government unto ourselves. Then we created kangaroo courts. In Dandora, in Kariobangi, in Mathare, we had kangaroo courts.
What were those?
A court like a court that you see in Kenya. Our own courts and our own jails. So we will arrest you and they keep you in our jail.
Why? Like, what crime would somebody do to deserve such
any crime, as long as you have done it against the will of the constitution of Mungiki. Like now, having another woman beside your wife, having an indiscipline kind of thing. If you are caught doing something that is against the code of conduct of the organization, that is what. And also people used to bring, like now, we have controlled Dadora. There's garbage collection, it's ours. Water selling is ours, everything there. Matatu operating there, even personal vehicles operating there, building. You want to build a house, you want to bring materials, whatever that you want to do, you had to pay. And if you don't pay, we arrest you, we take you to our cell, then we lock you inside. Then you'll be brought to the court for the prosecutions.
And the prosecutors are the Mungikis.
The Mungikis. Everything was Mungiki. And we even sacked chiefs. No chief will come around. The OCSS and all man of these people, they were not allowed. We were the power unto ourselves. And we were in control of everything. The OCPD had to come and beg because we were running the economy. We were collecting money from Matatu, money from people who are building houses, money from anything, because we had the power protection from the president. And nasty things happened. I'm saying this because of what I'm seeing now happening. I can see because out of the experience, out of a person who was in the ground, what is happening, what I saw yesterday, it is bad. Let me give you another example, which is a bit international. I'll give you two, which is a bit international. Let's go to Sudan. There's this good friend of Ruto,
RSF, Hemedi. Yeah.
Hemedi, the Hemedi. Before Hemedi became Hemedi, he used to work for El Bashir.
Yeah.
He was a goon in the camp of El Bashir. El-Bashir used to send them to go and cause chaos to Yemen, to any other country. They were the machineries,
Yeah.
the Mungikis of
For al-Bashir.
El-Bashir. Now, El-Bashir, these people, they got exposure, they got the weapons, they got everything, and they got money.
Yeah, and they were being backed by...
And they were being backed. And then they will, I didn't say this, in Mungiki, we used to threaten rich people, and rich people will bring money. Because if you hear Mungiki, and we're asking for 10 million, that money in the morning will be in my office. So wealth was there. So Hemedi was a Mungiki of some quote. So this was being used by El-Bashir as a goon to maim and frustrate his opponents.
Yeah.
As they grew by, Hemedi became stronger. And at some point, El-Bashir started misbehaving.
Yeah.
So Hemedi and the group, they removed El-Bashir. So the goons...
Hapo ndio nilikuwa nataka musikie sasa. Ruto is piloting what used to happen in Sudan. Use of goon to manage power. Nataka msikilize hapo. That is now the new Kenya. So hata ukisikia hii word goon is not an hallucination. Ruto ameamua so it is sisi wa Kenya tusipo resist mapema, we are going the full way. Hakuna nchi imepitia hii barabara inamaliza. We are going the full way. It is us to decide who is important. Is it Kenya or Ruto? But Ruto akiwa hapa and is operating now akina Hemedi, that is the full way. Unajua wanasema sijui tuko na watu wako na mishahara wapi sijui na mabuduki. The full way. So it is us Kenyans to agree. Are we okay with Kenya becoming a Darfur? But that is what is happening. We are going the full way. Karibu sana Bwana Roba. Happy Sabbath.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. Thank you very much. Unataka huyu jamaa amalizie ama unataka kwanza kuweka your opening remark? I can give you that.
No, we'll get too that's in interest there, but let's just give it amalizie kwanza ndio, but then we can come in.
Okay.
That were goons used to pay, they removed and they managed to lock him in. Until today, El-Bashir has never come. Is he alive?
I don't know, but he's not anywhere to be seen.
He's in prison. He's in prison. He's in prison. So you can see what exactly happens to when you allow goons, protect the goons to grow. Look at the case of Ajuang, that it is goon that went, that were called, come. There are people that instead of police handling the situation, they have their own criminals to handle the situation. These people will never be controllable. Then look at now, you have, as Wamonyoro is saying, that we have 101 elite squad that is doing goon-like activities. These people, with their commander, the day you will stop doing their wish, they will turn against you. It's like now a hen sitting on snake eggs. And one day it hatches snakes. And the snakes will just come and fight you. So what government of Kenya, the government of today is doing is just preparing for a major disaster. And if I can expound now from there, I do it an opening. As I told you, Ruto is not ready for an election at all. And the people in the government are not prepared for the election. There are two factors leading towards that. If an election must happen, which I don't think, according to Kipkalya, right now already we are late. Because the election was supposed to be done on 2020?
According to what they are saying, it's 2027.
But according to law, there's 2026, August. The election is supposed to be done 2026 August, not at 2027 August. It is at the end of 4 years, not at the end of 5 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we go by Kipkalya reports, is the commission ready?
The commission is ready.
Is ready.
Yeah.
But the Kipkalya report says the commission must be ready at least 2 years before election. Now it's at least 1 year before election. So anybody can go to court using Kipkalya report and stop it, which Ruto will be happy with it. And he can sponsor somebody to go and do it. That's number one. Number two, there is a motion taken to parliament by Ishongwa. Ishongwa is saying that a bill that be passed to say that if a president is declared president-elect, be given the authority. As he's waiting for the being sworn in, he will be full-fledged president.
Protection,
security, and everything. Anybody who will try to challenge, it will be
10 years.
treasonable.
Yeah.
10 years.
Imprisonment.
That is when you will see Tundulisu in Kenya. That's when you see Gwajima in Kenya. You see? So those are two indicators saying that Ruto is not ready to relinquish power.
Sorry to cut you short. Somebody recently said something that is so profound. He actually said the same thing. And he was saying, for you to know that the president or this regime is not ready to hand over power, they are busy renovating things like State House as if they want to stay there forever.
Yes.
And all that.
There are several indicators. And again, if you see the yesterday goons, the goons of yesterday, they are with motorbikes, they are well organized. And from there, they went to City Hall and they chanted to Sakaja. They are Hemedi. Because I would say Sakaja is Hemedi. In preparing goons that they will also help him during the elections. And he cannot do that without sanctioning of the president and the systems. Are you getting me? The systems, they must have allowed him because it is about the name of the president, the name of the country, and also they will have sat down and discussed to see what is the implication with the ICC if this goes this, if this goes. So they have analyzed, the intelligence have analyzed, everybody has analyzed, and all these things have been brought that we can use this vote. Why? Because the police brutality is really looked at, and they want to indicate that there are people who are tired of demonstrations. Kenyans, they don't want these demonstrations. That is why the Kenyans have come out to stop the Gen Zs from doing the demonstration. But after that, because they tried to stop the demonstration, they were beaten up. I hear they were really beaten up.
Yeah, and actually they were beaten up. One of my friends got, her phone got stolen yesterday, actually.
Yes, they were really beaten up. And then the unfortunate thing that they betrayed their boss, they went to City Hall to chant that we have finished the job, then they were paid. Now you see who is the owner of the goons. And this is what I'm saying. What they are doing is so dangerous for this nation. What they are doing is what Hemedi did. And you see now the RSF, what is doing to Sudan. See now they have guns. You saw the documentary from The Nation.
Yeah.
The Kenyan guns were found there. And you see, this is increasing and increasing more and more the sanctions towards Ruto. So therefore, why would he be in so close relationship with Hemedi? Because he might need the services of Hemedi. He might need the services of Hemedi because these people are in Nairobi. These people are not in Sudan. The SPRM, SPRA, they lived in Ngong, they lived in Kireleshwa, they lived in Kitengela, they lived all over here in Nairobi. They are here with us. Remember the case of Joy and the guys who died? It's about the tycoons there who were doing their businesses here. The Sudanese are in Kireleshwa. They are all over here. They are controlling their country from Nairobi. They are controlling their country from Uganda, Kampala. They are controlling their country from Mali, Bamako. They are controlling their country from Addis Ababa. That's how things are operating. And what is really happening right now whatever that you are grooming, we are grooming a danger, meaning this is an outfit that is being built to bring a replica of 20728.
Hey friends, Eric here. And in this video, I want to talk to you about how you can retire with just $300,000. Most people can retire with $100,000.
Are you seeing now? Yeah. It is a replica of 2728 that they are trying to build a momentum that whosoever that will try to do like you're opposing Sakaja, you're opposing somebody in power, you're opposing this, a group. You look at it, this is the same group that has been tormenting Wamunyoro. Wherever he has gone, there is a team of goons. They go, they attack him. Wherever he goes, there's a team goes, attacks him. This team is consolidating. This team is now, because they are earning something, they are creating their own commander. This group, these young people or old people, whoever they are, whatever they're doing every single day is a creation of another parallel army. Look at here. This the Lagat and the many. Lagat is not alone. It's quite a big number that are in the government that are ready to protect the system, to protect Ruto, to protect Farouk, to protect Sudi and everybody. Now look at this. This team will continuously grow because they want to please the master. They will continuously pay them, and as they pay them, there is a day they will not be able to pay them. These people will turn against the citizens of the country because they want to eat. And that is what exactly we did when it was Mungiki. We turned against when the payer stopped paying. We unleashed.
Your investors, when they
the investors, we unleashed violence on them. We called them and we told them, we are going to cut off your heads, bring money. And they out of fear, they brought money. And many businesses were lost. But again, Mishuki came in, and that menace was tamed.
And
but the stopping of the menace, so many Kikuyu young people, innocent, died. So many. But who groomed the entire system? It is the same government that came to kill them. The one that groomed the entire system. They created a monster that they were unable to control. So they decided, let's kill it. The same thing you're seeing with the police. The police that are being used, the junior polices, once they do a job, they are killed.
I want to begin from there, Bwana Roba. Those are lessons. Can you imagine a Mungiki guy is having better lessons than some of us? Those are lessons from Mungiki. Huyo ni mtu wa Mungiki mnasikiliza. Can you react?
You know, before you and I said it was Mungiki, I was about to come in and say, okay, goons, kama Mungiki ilianguka, our goons will not survive. Then a few minutes later, they anasema kumbe ni Mungiki. So it's just kind of... So I have to see you in Jiru, and I have to see... I think the guy who just came in, I can see the name. Yeah, so you know, if you want a country to fail, this is one way how it starts. So it's very right, 100% right, that when something the way it started, it's going to keep on growing until it will be out of control. At this point, you know, when we decide this issue of goods, we have been asking, where is the security? Where are the police? Where are the or the so-called DCI and other people? So what we didn't know was this was being sponsored from the so-called government. You know, and the one thing they will make them succeed is this. Most people don't have jobs. People will just say, I would rather do this, I'm just earning something. And because of that, they convince, whatever they convince, they pay the money. And at the end of the day, like the other guy said, they form a are part of it, kind of people who might run over the security, who might lay down, just like we have a good example of what happened in Sudan. My take on this is this. Why now? Why this? This we were warned by Uhuru Kenyatta, if I remember. And from the history, we know Ruto is somebody who has been doing this. Am I surprised to see such a thing happening almost 2027, almost around the corner? No. This is how dictator Samoei Ruto is. He'll do anything to survive. At this point, like I see the headlines here, the one term is winning. Whoever brought up this one term thing is destroying Ruto life. The other one is winning, is done. There's no way Ruto can win this election unless now wants kusema waibe, wafanye nini, by force. If that's what you want to do, then we should have opposition also to say that's what you want to go. We are ready. Because Kenya of 2007 is not the Kenya of what will be 2027. By that time, it will be like 30 years. How many years are those? It will be 20 years, yeah? Yeah, it might be like 20 years since the 2007 election. It cannot be the same. I understand, and I get it. I understand and I get it. That people are fearing Ruto because of he has no machinery. But we are allowing him to do so as Kenyans. We have a constitution. We are allowing him to do so. That's why I just say I can support a candidate ambaye anakuja na niambia, unajua, he wants to fight, he fights, I will fight back. They bring the rules, we beat them up. That one can be a winning strategy. But that if this is the way we want to go as a country, we are destroying ourselves. And I mean, we thought we are a democracy. The so-called Ruto never even wanted this constitution because he knew he hates this constitution. But unajua yeye ni anajifalia ngozi ya kondoo, anakalia huko. He wants to destroy everything. Yeah? He wants to destroy everything. Ruto wants to make Kenya kila mtu aende kwake. The way it's being done now. Kila kitu ipitie kwake. Kila kitu. Hata ukienda kununua gari upitie kwa Ruto. Ukitaka kwenda hospitali upitie kwake. Ukitaka kwenda wapi upitie kwake. That's what he wants. A dictator, super dictator. Moving forward in Europe, this is the way I see things. We have a parliament which is useless. A parliament which should be killed, because if you get a proper parliament, some of these things will not happen. Have you seen anybody in parliament or in the Senate who have called to see, we want to investigate this thing of guns? They take it seriously. People being arrested or doing something. If we really want to be serious. Because who is dictator, what he wanted now is achieving it. He's making everybody scared. Sasa hata hakuna mtu nauliza. Yeah, you can't even ask. I mean, how comes we are having this kind of nonsense goons and nobody has been arrested? And we know people have been killed, people have been injured, and nothing has been done. Until now, the ordinary citizens have decided to take upon themselves to make sure it does not happen again. They are fighting back. And yet they are being sponsored by a government which is supposed to be out by 2027 or even before that. If we have to unite, it's time to unite as a country to fight this monster. Because I think what their branding is, they don't want to release power and like, I think that what you saw there, the guy just what he said about this man called Ruto, refusing to give power. I don't think he's going to give power, but we can force him. We can force him. There's no way he can steal election and to mwachilie. Sitapenda hiyo. He's going to lose. He's losing right now. I don't see how he wins. But at the end of the day, if come somebody, remember like yesterday we were saying, Sahi might appoint somebody from his own tribe, akweyo kwa Supreme Court. Then from there, the police, mkuu wa police, I think it's going to mtu wake, security mtu wake. What else can you? That's dictatorship. How can you call this? And Kenyans, we are watching, and some of us, they are praising him. kissing him, and yet this man is just ruining the country, and people are watching. Yeah. And I really want to know the idea, this issue which came up about passports being given to this terrorism, this terrorist group, these people. I want to find out. And I want to see what's the end of game of this one here. If nothing happens, then our country is ruined forever. And you know what? We are going to be on this list. You know, at this time, so we might even be the people. Some of the USA and in other European countries will say you don't save their country. Kenya should be banned. Yeah, because our passports now, they'll be useless. Terrorists are being given, they can get access. I mean, Ruto, it should not even be the president. He has done enough to get him out of office. We should not even wait for 2027. It's just like he wants to do what he wants. How? How can it be people given passports dictators? How? And we are just watching. How do we have goons in our country? Because just going against the opposition, and we are watching. No. I just feel like it's time for us we go to a conversation of getting this man out. We don't wait for 2027. Because, I mean, if we wait for it, I think the more we go, the more it's becoming more and more dangerous. I think let's get him out before 2027. We should not even go for one term. We should just go now. Yeah, there should be now. He has to explain how these people got the passports. We have to. And I've not seen anybody from whatever Senate or what coming out is going to go beyond this. We want to find out what happened. Hakuna kitu, huyu mtu amenunua kila kitu, yeah, hata hiyo pesa anatoa wapi pesa from whatever he started up at this point. Na Wakenya wanamwangalia ndio they are praising him. You know, kuna watu wengine ambao sijui iko wapi. Ruto. I want to press this conman. I want to press this dictator. Time has come. We have to do something about it. Maybe Innocent can come in.
Okay, thank you. Innocent. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe as we talk about that, because this is an issue of sovereignty, like how much Kenyans are willing to take with our president openly enabling terrorists. Like, and that's why maybe Robambi, I don't know kama ulikuwa unatusikiliza chini ya compound. We have even had a resolution here, tumesema hakuna mtu wa Ruto atakuja kuongea hapa. People have said that because watu wanauliza mbona to entertain watu wana support terrorist? Which discussion should we be having with those guys? So I don't know if it is the best decision, but people are saying we cannot now listen to people who are supporting terrorists any longer. So
I support that because Ruto is a terrorist. He's a terrorist because he's giving passports to terrorists. He's working with terrorists. Yes.
Yeah, so people are saying,
my president.
People are saying entertaining a Ruto supporter here is like talking with Al-Shabaab or a Mujahideen in your show.
Yeah.
Anyway, Innocent, take over.
Hi, evening from Kenya.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Not evening, it's indeed morning. Shafika morning. Well, I believe that is the right way of dealing with this channel. You need to use now such that how do you call the rules so that we make this channel a better channel for people to listen and get some information which are necessary for 2027. I agree with what I don't know his name, but the former Mungiki guy, what he's saying that they were shielded by the president and they were able to do everything that they could do. And exactly this is what we are seeing happening to this government, whereby the goons are being escorted by policemen, and people who are carrying handkerchiefs and flags are being tortured, maimed, and being called terrorists. You can imagine that somebody who is carrying a flag, ama somebody who has tweeted something kwa media, anapelekwa, anafungwa, alafu anakuwa charged by crime ya terrorism. That is how much a banana republic we have become. So we need to start now what you said, to start being strict with the channel, so that unajua kitambo ulikuwa unawachilia watu hata wanaongea anything they want to talk, and that's why Njiru, if you remember, niliwacha kuingianga kwa hii channel. I told you that some of us hatutakangi kuingia to a place whereby mtu anaanza kukuambia ama anaanza kukuingilia maneno ya job yako nini, instead of just debating and talking about issues that are affecting our country. Unapata watu wanaendelea kuingilia. So that's why I had to move out of SCT, and also this channel, you remember, nilikuwa nimeenda kidogo till nikasema once mtalani
ulikuwa umeenda kutoa hiji ya ODM, si ndio? Tulikuwa umeenda kung'oa mlango kwanza.
No, mlango nilikuambia, mimi nilikuambia ninatoka na mamesa niwawachie nyumba yenye ina kitu ndani, but I came to realize kuna watu wengine wenye nilikuwa nimeacha huko, kumbe walienda wakang'oa mlango wakaenda. Mi niliendanga na ufunguo na nilikuwa nimefunga, kumbe watu waling'oanga mlango bana, haikuwa na mlango. So I don't know hii topic yako inamaanisha nini, that Ngeno eliminated. Kwani was he killed ama sijaelewa, sijaangalia news vizuri. Was he eliminated, was he targeted, ama ni kwa sababu alikuwa anatetea wale watu wenye walikuwa wamenyang'anywa mashamba?
Wewe Innocent, unataka pia tukuelimisha hiyo mambo wewe? Anyway, maybe you did not follow my monologue. Asubuhi I was explaining, nilikuwa nikisema the Kipsigis, whatever is happening to Kipsigis people is not something normal. You know what? Can you imagine they used their leader in 2008, Kipkalya Kones. When Ngeno is reaching those noticeable level, he mysteriously dies in a chopper accident. If you look at Kipsigis, the biggest group within that fraction has to perennially be a subsidiary to some even smaller tribes. So Innocent, without going deeper than that, now can you discuss that?
Ile chopa ya Ogore iliangukia wapi?
Alikuwa ameenda mkutano somewhere in Edebes. Alikuwa huko kwa Kale, anyway. Kwa Kale.
Na ni Ogola?
Si Ogola, ni
Ngeno.
Ngeno. Joanna Ngeno.
Nilikuwa nauliza ile mkuu alikuwa mkuu wa Machese. Yeah, aliangukia almost the same area.
Yeye alikuwa huko side ya Turkana. Yeah, huko Baringo mali walikuwa wameenda kuona zile mashule zenye zilikuwa zimefungwa.
Left Valley, maybe that's what I have in mind.
Okay. Yeah, it might be. So, okay, now Njiru, then I'm getting the gist of what you're saying, ama what the topic is. Then it's high time that now watu waanze kutumia ndege zao, na sijaona Rigiji akipanda ndege. Anapanda tu ndege once kama vile alikuwa Kisii, ndio alienda akapanda ile ndege kutoka Kisumu kukuja.
Ukikaa kimalamala na Ruto, let me tell you, I even told people here, Bwana Innocent, Ruto sio yule msee ambaye you cannot be in Ruto camp and you are using your brain. You'll become minced meat soon. So if you look at Ngeno to some instances, kuna time inafikanga anatumia akili. Sijui kama Innocent unajua hivyo. Kuna time ilikuwa inafika Ngeno anaanzia kutumia akili. And it is illegal kutumia akili kwa kampi ya Ruto. You know that?
I remember when he went to kushughulikia watu wao wenye walikuwa wamenyang'anywa shamba huko, was it Barakoi ama ilikuwa inaitwaje, ile side ya karibu na Ukuria huko. I remember alienda na akaanza kukimbisha. He was even confronting the police and the JSU wenye walikuwa wameenda huko na mabunduki.
I think that's near Grigolis, I think.
Ni Kuria.
Karibu na Wamasai.
Ni Kuria huko. Ni Wamasai. Unajua hata yeye ni MP wa Wamasai. Na hiyo constituency yake imeenda paka huko Barakoi. Barakoi ama inaitwangaje yani. I remember him trying to confront the policemen, na hata akiuliza mbona mnaua watu wetu, mbona mnaua wakalenjini wetu, and people were killed bana, watu waliuliwa vibaya sana. So maybe if that is what you mean, then there might be something related to that, and if that is how far people are doing, ningekuwa Mungu ningekuwa nimefanya mambo mingi sana. Kama revenge inafanyiwa because you're trying to kutetea watu wako. Anyway, wacha nisiongee anything bad, but hiyo ndege imeanguka na imeua mtu mwenye siku anataka uliwe. Your guess is as good as mine. Kama ingekuwa inaanguka iue mtu fulani, ingeua shetani, ningefurahi, but sio Ngeno. Thank you.
Aya, naona kijana wa Emordigiro kwa hapa. Hebu kipu endelea. And you need to discuss this issue of existential threat of Kipsigis people. Wa Kipsigis hamwezi kufa hivi, mko karibu kukua white rhinos na unacheka unakuja kusema mtedebe.
Kwani kitu bado imekusha kutoka jana. Kwani hujalala bwana? Njeru, ameenda wapi mtu yangu? Okay, yeah, it's true. We are losing a lot of leaders. Jonah was a great guy. He was big with us, but unfortunately, Amanda, they're saying it's unajua imekuwa ikinyesha sana huko home. There's been a lot of severe weather, but it's just very, very suspicious. Kwanza alikufia huko Mosop, si ndio? Umelikuwa wapi?
Alikuwa some Mosyorot, somewhere there.
Huko so I don't know. It's just I don't know if we've got bad luck or what it is. Because I'm from a clan called Atalaya. Hata nini inaitwa Kipsigis. Hata unajua kwa 1934 huko, hata wazungu walikuwa natuogopa. They infested a lot of our clan members with the malaria. So a lot of us died near Lake Victoria. Hata kuna mtu mwingine huko freedom fighter alikuwa paramount chief wa Kipsigis, Kipchomba. He was an Orkoyot with the Kipsigis. Mzungu akatua akamuua, because he was exiled. Alifukuzwa na mzungu kwa sababu he was banished from that area. So there's with the Kipsigis and also a bit of the Nandi. We've got spiritual leaders. Leaders are taken as spiritual leaders. So when somebody has sons, hata kama ni kitu kidogo tu, yani a small position, like 2003 tu juzi tu, kuna huyu deputy principal hapo Kericho County, she was rising kuja ku extend kuwa nini, she should have ascended into politics because of her work, recognition with communities. Some of these really powerful leaders start from epicenter of things like services to community. That wakakufa aiza group mwenyewe to just juzi Bomet governor. Although he's alive, but that man has been completely amepatiwa health scares, macho yake ilipasuliwa, ndio tear duct ya macho. So I feel like when we rise up as Kipsigis, a lot of funny things just happen. It's like Chopper hata see the first person. Kipkalya Kones, nakumbuka 2008, hata yeye tu ndege tu pap hapo Narok County. Unaona pia. So it is under very, 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 very strange circumstances that we're losing these people. Why isn't it happening to the Nandi leaders? Inaitwaje Tugens, ukiona the Pokots, it's always the Kipsigis. You can't we might be the largest, but we're 30%. So what about 70% of those leaders? So it is tragedy. This man spoke occasionally against Ruto. And you know what you get, like a rising star. Na huyu mtu anaitwa hapa Cherege akakimbia huko tu pap, he ran there. What we talking about here? Sijui the police, sijui nini, they're investigating. It's immediately Gachagua stated that they're trying to do what do you call it? Cleaning up. And even if they did not do anything, it's very suspicious. Very suspicious. Why are the Kipsigis? Why did he die when Gachagua and Matiang'i and those leaders just a week, was it 4 days ago? Ilikuwa siku gani walipitia huko Bomet? All of a sudden we lose a great leader. Do we suspect that maybe walienda kukunya kahawa na Gachagua somewhere? I'm just speculating. You never know. These people have spies.
Keep and new in politics to a extent into.
But the thing is, it's the fourth time we're losing, third or fourth time we're losing great Kipsigis leader through choppers. How?
Also, I mean, you just said from the beginning the weather factor, maybe. Najua Kenya ni mahali ambayo hata job itanunuliwa spare part inaenda kuuzwa, pesa iweka mfukoni. Then
saying it. it's like, yeah, we have to look at both sides because, you cannot just completely go with conspiracies. Like, it was a free collision. So, and the Gongam, I suspect that sometimes we're not sharp enough to buy a good vehicle. So that's from you understand? So a chopper is 50 watts. Do you know what I mean? You just jump into any vehicle. We enter Wilson, you don't even check the pilot, you don't check anything.
For me, I think local aviation in Kenya is scary. I want to be sincere. It's not something I normally recommend because I think there's a lot of fucking challenges. We had, in fact, if you look at it, it's all this corruption, man. I think if you go, all this corruption can just lead you to on what's going on. We don't know what happened here. We don't know what happened, but
Go back to that corruption thing. Just imagine, mtu ana haraka kupanda ndege, fuati protocol, labda akapanda tu haraka na hata ijekwe inspected. I think, we have to talk about the reality. Yeah, corruption. Yes.
Yes. So, in fact, if you look at even our local, I want to be sincere with you. I don't travel local when I'm in Kenya. I don't. Because I don't feel safe.
Jumbo jet is good. Jumbo jet is very, very safe. Huh?
Yes.
I can satisfy that one. Yeah.
Maybe now you can convince me because there's a time.
Don't do Wilson Airport. Yes, Wilson Airport, Amazon Silver, whatever. This is just my own opinion. I don't trust those ones. I flew those things. Mguu ilianguka bana, bro.
Yeah, I'm not saying we will never die or anything, but also, when you see something like there's a safety gap because of corruption, there may be a safety gap because of some other things. I don't take my chances because, what else cannot happen in Kenya if people can just come and steal and nothing happens on them? If goons can come on the streets on people's meetings and nothing happens to them. So I was one person who was saying, if this is the case, then you know what? Then we should have goons where Ruto is. Then we see what happens. That's it, Mutumia goons. Yeah. It's just like it's unacceptable. This 2026, and still, when we move to things, somebody requires some money. That's a problem to Ruto's presidency. Ruto's presidency can be defined as a setback, a duplicate of Nyayo, a presidency where the man who become a president is so illiterate, he wanted to go and do some things of the past instead of trying to do things of the future like another country. Even the way he's governing with illiteracy. He's governing with the mentality of Samani. That's the way he's governing the country. Yeah. This is a country, the world is, it's technology, it's some other things, but Ruto, he wants to take us back such that as long as it benefits him. Yeah. He keeps on saying amefanya nini sasa? At the end, anafanya kila kitu. That's not the way a country fuels the economy. Or a country go do industrialization. And kitu yoyote Ruto anasema ndiye aseme ifanyike. That's wrong. Hiyo ndio ujinga, hiyo ndio unafiki, na hii iwezi tuchukua bahali popote. African presidents have that kind of mentality. They think that since they are in power, whatever they say should be done. And whatever is done, it's because of them. No, the economy does not grow like that. When you are a president, what you are supposed to do is to create conditions for the growth of the economy if you want a country to succeed. And now, Ruto, instead of creating that conditions, is creating problems in terms of wounds, in terms of corruption, in terms of supporting neighbors, and compromising security of a nation. How? Tell me how. How do we give terrorists some passports? And now these people are in Nairobi. Somebody saying they are in Nairobi, they are seated there. How? This is ridiculous, and we are doing nothing about it. Yeah. This is a conman. This man is a conman. Yeah, he should be impeached and thrown out of office because he has done misdemeanors and he has done crimes against humanity. Giving passports to terrorists is jeopardizing our country to be blacklisted in the wall of crimes, and nobody's saying that. This is a wake-up call. This man crossed a red line. He crossed a red line by giving those passports. Yeah. And nobody's making a follow-up. Something in a Tendeka, that's it, we let it go. People do corruption, we let it go. People even kill, crimes, we let it go kwa sababu wako na pesa. Hii ni nchi gani sasa? So man has become bigger. How do we let Ruto out of this mess? It should be held accountable. It should be held accountable. I don't know about keeping what you can say. Even your passports, it has disappointed me. It has disappointed me.
The passport thing has been happening continuously. It's just that you guys have been it's been put to full front right now. Hata kufungua border, before opening the border, unajua mahali ya kupata birth certificate. Please, if you are Somali viewer, I'm not against you. I'm just telling you the truth. Ukienda hapo mahali, there's a building hapo Nairobi for going to get your birth certificate ama ukipoteza. It's filled with Somalis, the whole building. I'm sorry to say that. And even the local Somalis are teaching the other guys, saying, if you want, this is what you have to say in Kiswahili, this is what you need to do. So even beyond the passport thing, the birth certificate thing started. Ile siku, I think it was literally 8 months ago, when Ruto, what's his name? This guy, what's his name? These two leaders from Somaliland, the one who said that Duale na huyu mwingine wa nini? Farah, started talking about Somalis being the epicenter of Kenyan politics, and they deserve a president. That there was just a big hype from the Somali bloc towards they deserve the leadership and they deserve to move. Farah is the one who said that every Somalian, everybody in Somalia and Somaliland, we're talking about even both areas, have the right to come to Kenya the way they want. These are Kenyan politicians, so-called Kenyan politicians. Farah, I suspect he's not even Kenyan. I'll tell you the truth. Him and this other guy, this guy who used to buy benches, Grand Mullah. I suspect, in my opinion, right, respectively, defamation, there are rumors that these guys are not Kenyans. They're the ones who are trying to control Kenya. They are the ones who protected some of this, what do you call it? These Minnesota guys. It's not a secret that that most of the buildings that are popping up in Kenya are from Minnesota and the Somali government. There are corrupt leaders in Somaliland and Somali that steal money from their people, their GDP, then they come and do buildings here. Minnesota says zimekauka bana. Easily, ukienda Easily, you see the number of buildings there, bana boss. You're in another world. Easily has the most dense development in the whole of Nairobi. Densely developed. Buildings inuka tu out of nowhere. Where are these people that Ruto is bringing going to live? Sinuko tu. Na hapo ndio tunaona kwamba I'm going to say it up a very uncouth bana. Sodomites are there. There's a group of gang boys doing some vile things in Eastleigh. And it's also again suspected they're not Kenyans. They film themselves defiling men. And so in some cases, women. So, hii kitu ya kupatiana passport kwa hao watu after 2027, Mr. Ruto, after 2027, you are the so-called leader that proclaims Kenya is a Christian country. How are we going to do? What are we going to do when they increase Sharia law? Because you've brought a lot of foreigners into a country that believe Sharia law goes number one. Just across the border, hapo watu wanastoniwa. If you commit adultery, wanaweka mwili yako underground and your head is left there na wanakugonga na mawe. Those are the people you're dealing with. Unasikia Farah Malum hapo just from one of our viewers. Anasema Farah Malum's father was a shifter. These are people who don't believe in the Kenyan dream. They don't believe. If you're born hating Kenyans, you are sent into politics as an MP, you think they're traitors, man. I'm sorry. Now, watu wa Northeastern wenyewe, the Kenyans in Northeastern, these are strangers. These are not CCC. The Somali Kenyans who are saying, who are you bringing here? We don't know these people. We have depleted resources here. Na unatuongezea mzigo hapa. Culture of the people we don't know. Those are the people who've been in war. They've been fighting for years. We've been in peace. Unatuletea watu, wanatuletea shida. So for me, yeah, I feel painful about the passport thing, but they're doing even birth certificates, they're doing IDs.
So is this something that if we had a proper parliament, maybe they could have investigated and find out what's going on? But because we have all these goons of parliamentarians, we have this stupid, useless, illiterate, I don't know what name you can always call them.
Illiterates is the correct word.
These people, we should even just like, I wish we just come and do something about it so that we can have new elections, because they are allowing all this nonsense to happen. And the one reason, one thing that makes me to be mad about all this is a fact that our constitution says there should be checks and balances. But instead, one man has changed everything because he has money or because he does what? And now
because he has stolen money.
Exactly.
Stolen money.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, why should, a government issue passports to terrorists, to the so-called terrorists, who we know from Southern Sudan, probably even these ID cards from Northeastern, and yet people are just like, oh, there's nothing you can do. I mean, so we have come that way when all of us came and said, you know what, we are Kenyans, we know what's good for our country.
Can I ask you, Robert,
yes.
when South Sudanese or Sudanese people, Sudanese, which place do they go? What is their base?
It's in Nairobi.
Where?
I don't know, in Nairobi.
ODM stronghold, Kibera. So these ODM people are diluting their own base again. Wanachafua base here. They're diluting their own base. And right now, because there's no alliance between the Luyas, Kisis, and Luos. Let's talk frank. Yeah? I know this is tribal politics, but let's just talk the truth. Why ODM has always won is because of the Kisi vote, the Luya vote. Sasa, to see this is another thing I wanted to jump into about Fred Matiang'i. I talked about this Jana when I upset Njeru. I'm so
na by the way, kwanza umetuambia story ya Emuru Ndigiri na the way the Kipsigis are becoming an extinct community. Unajua Kipsigis unajifanya wakare na nyinyi ni kumalizwa mnamalizwa. Amwezi kiongozi mkipsigis akiinuka kata miguu. Wewe, you are not analyzing that. 208 Kipkalya Kones 56 years kaput. 2026 Ngeno 53 years kaput. And you are busy here talking about Mazakaroa na vitu zingine. You are not talking utabaki peke yako wewe.
Roba, Innocent, what did I talk about before this cartoon left?
That's what he touched on that one. It's just rewind the tape. He can rewind it.
Okay, sawa. Kama umesema hiyo
unajua ubayaka anaenda tu kukula kunywa chai, hata sio chai, unakunywa 40. Wewe unaanza kuweka 40.
Haya ni sawa basi, si unipe snippet basi ya one statement. Umesemaje?
Mambo ya snippet hapo.
Kipsigis are becoming extinct.
I started all the way from the elections, from pre-colonial period. Lianza kutoka, we've lost so many leaders from Kipsigis. I gave a history of Kipsigis leaders that have died mysteriously. I even talked about a deputy principal that died in 2025. So, what more do you want from me? What's the check?
Na sasa mnapangaje na hao Wanandi sasa? So mtaendelea kukaa na hao Wanandi sasa?
Sasa, we've already talked about that already. We've stated the fact that we are 30% of the population, and under very mysterious circumstances, most of our leaders are chopped down. Also include Isaac Ruto when they control. All of a sudden, Kimisha, this guy started a very beautiful party called Chama cha Mashinani. Then silence.
Itabidi mutafute group ingine ya kushikana nayo.
We've already talked about this. We are saying that Gachagua alikuja all of a sudden mtu anaangushwa, maybe walionekana kishake hands na Gachagua na kukuja kukaribisha Gachagua na kina Matiang'i kuja. We've speculated about those things. Now we're just talking about Matiang'i. That is the question I was talking about.
Go ahead. You were saying something Matiang'i. I was waiting. That's what I'm waiting for.
Yeah. Okay.
Unajua Njeru anakwanga hivi, anakunywa chai na anakuja hapa anafanya relax. So, yesterday I was talking about Matiang'i. I think
kwanza umeanzia kuongelea kwa ile debe.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Sauti yako inatoka ni kama sasa umeingia kwa ile debe, ulituambia ile debe empty. The empty debe. Kwani umeingia ndani ya debe?
Nataka you want to argue about the debe yesterday ama you want this fight about the debe? Do you want to do
now you're okay. We can hear you. We can hear you now.
Ushatoka kwa debe ni sawa. Go ahead.
Huh? Do you want to do this? Are you sure you want this war? Relax, wewe. Goes ama uende ukunywe chai tuongee na wanaume hapa bana. Wacha mama.
Hata wamama sio wabaya bana. Hata hiyo mentality mbaya hiyo. Hata wamama ndio
So he's just pissing me off. I'm trying to say a good point here na haribu mambo bana.
Sasa hii mnakuwa kama Ruto sasa.
Ruto gani? Sasa kama huyu anaenda kukunywa mwarobaini.
So anyway,
people, you are talking about you are doing something. Yeah,
I want to talk about the Matiang thing, and I want to talk about his muscle. I'm really watching him. I do see the other people going around the country, but I just want to see how I can see his blueprint to counter this argument of elections being stolen, right? Because I'll just be honest, the mountain elections in Inuasha Moto Jana, that's why I was like that. I was so angry about what had happened. It's because I'm not seeing a replication of it. So I want to see how Matiang's force can come in. I want to see what he's going to do about the tracking of the IEBC and making sure that in 2027, we don't get this ridiculous results that don't make sense. Always above 50-something%. Aiendangi above that. It's always 50-something.
Kipu leo sijaona Matiang'i alikuwa kweli kwa campaign ama?
Sikumwona. Today it was about Gachagua. Alikuwa na keep your people.
Innocent. Today is Saturday. Matiang'i is a Seventh-day Adventist. So
mwesikia sasa. Alikuwa kanisa. No, sticks true to the thing. So for me, nikiona, amekuwa na cheo kama 3, correct me if I'm wrong, alikuwa CS of Education, Interior, na akakuwa chairman of National Development. Alikuwa kama, let's just say, towards the end, because of Ruto's misbehavior, he was kind of either a cabinet, the chief cabinet secretary, or the deputy president, if you may like. So the chairman of national development and implementation for the cabinet. So me seeing his strength from the time he was a no-nonsense person when it comes to the national board. Yes, he was an inside man. The speeches he talked about corruption, how he has portrayed himself as a person that will take care of this election. From both of you, do you feel some kind of assurance that Mr. Matiang is going to do something? Because sometimes, just kusema ukweli,
for it to happen, and he should have that kind of, let's say, for example, he gets a ticket, maybe it's on top of the ticket, or the second position. They would have that power to claim it, to just say, this is what we have to do. I mean, that's a big difference. It makes a difference, because then that's when you can come up with a scheme or the way. And I think there's many ways you can shut down this idea of I want to steal elections. You can start engaging people in advance, putting that kind of team we have been talking about for a long time, that what the opposition is lacking right now, they don't have a structure. So for them to succeed, it's high time that one, whatever they want to do for 2027, to start being funded right now. Foundation, they know who they have, what to do, how to do it. It can be like a couple of weeks before election. Inakuwa shida. It's something you have to arrange. It's something that has to happen right now as opposition, moving forward. Matiang being one of them. They need to build a team, campaigning team. Wanasema najua, we go to the locals, we know. So by now they will identify people on the ground they work with. They will know so and so is on part of it. Even ikikuwa huko Kericho, tapiga Kibu ako kuna yetu atakuwa na some agents down there. At least we will have some people there. People they know they're used to, people they know communication. Sasa ikifika kupata stranger, hata tu stranger mwenye namweka huko kwa station na nini. inakuwa shida. That's why we say the right time is now. They have to start the structure right now. The structure they have started in kuchilinda wenyewe wakati wa mikutano, it's working. You can see. Yeah, you can see like from what happened in Kisii and so far, where they go, they have like in front also the what sitting them. It's working. That's why I say they have to sit down and come up with a framework on how to go about it. You can't be like mwanzo hapo kuchua hapo batani msema kila mtu ana kifi yake nini na nini. This one here is to push like some. Let me advise them. The one thing I think I want to push for is from opposition to have some individuals to trust the people from the group to be part of IBC when the evidence being reported from the first reporting towards end. They get there, they're there. Hakuna IBC wanaanza kujificha. They can push for something like that. When everything's being coming in, we have representatives there. Kila kitu vile inakuja inaanza. That's one thing. Second thing, they can have a team of where they think they are notorious, where they see their weakness, where they know there's stealing might take place. They seal it. They make sure that they have strong people well represented on the ground, not in Nairobi, on the ground level. It doesn't matter. Constituency level, it goes to the ward, constituents up to if you get a county. If you have that kind of system, then now you can just proudly say you also committing, you win your election without no doubt. Because this one can happen. It can happen. Like the problem right now, their weakest link, you can call them the weakest link right now. The idea, everybody's trying to say their own party. We saw some of us here and some people here, they're also like, they are supporting it. That one is their weakest link. At this point, they are not on the same script. Everybody has his own ideas. And because of that, it makes them weak. But if it is just like resources are being utilized as a unit, as one unit. Yes.
Can I ask you a question on that one? Yeah. I understand what you're saying, and I think you literally want we have to come to a compromise, right? In this case, in terms of the discussions we're having this afternoon, right? We've got very strong leaders. Anta Debe is a strong guy. So it was just a joke for Jana. So don't take it personally, Njiro. We've got Mufataroa, we've got Eugene Ramwalwa. Okay, sir. We've got Gachagua. So they're all trying. You can see what Gachagua is trying to do here. They're all trying to get candidates here. You've got to understand that Gachagua was deputy for 2 years, right? And no,
we are not getting you.
It's not. It's. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up. It's just we are breaking up.
Hold on.
Now
can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now.
So from that point in time, this man has been deputy president for 2 years, correct? Gachagua. And then same time, after the 2017 election, Ruto was only deputy president for 6 months, 8 months. Akaanza ujinga. The UDA train had a 4-year head start. Do you understand what I mean? He had a 4-year head start. Every Sunday, Ruto would go and gather people from the mountain. Akiwanunua tu, slowly by slowly, including Gachagua. Gachagwa's bought. Now, Gachagua amechelewa kidogo. Martha Karua also needs to do the same. Kalonzo, as usual, amekuwa kilala, amekuwa moko kambani. What I'm trying to say is, these guys need time to build their own party in terms of getting candidates spreading across the region. There's a rule about, there's a new rule in parliament that to have a formidable party, you need at least 24, 25 offices across the country. And that is what you've been seeing Gachagua doing. So hapo tu usimuone ati they are being selfish, yeah? To actually have a voice in the seat, they have to do the things you're seeing right now, where it looks like they're divided, but they're not, right? Then there's a second issue about who's going to be the flag bearer. Hapo ndio tunaweza sema wanafaa kuharakisha hiyo mambo. We are running out of time. Yeah, people need to feel like we are moving towards one candidate, correct?
Okay, so I think you are right. So at this point,
the one for building the parties,
okay, yes. Now the thing is, okay. So if that one now has to happen now, if that's the case, we must get who is the flag bearer and who is the running mate, such that whenever they go to, let's say Mount Kenya, then they can go there and run the party which is there, which is strong party. Then where Jubilee is strong, they go and run there. Where other parties, Madakarua, they will run there. I mean, if that's the case, and now that one might work. But at this point, of that kind of things, it's just like Atuna, we don't have that. So they have to look a way to reconcile of their weaknesses, because at this point, let's be sincere. Let's be sincere. They are throwing out a big crowd. And I'm telling you, that's a winning. It's with it.
Yeah,
there's no way.
The other thing is,
no way Ruto can win this election. Ruto is the weakest candidate ever. He has been destroyed since his presidency, since he came in. Up to this point, people are not even tired. The changes, the more we go, the more even they are terrorizing him. He's being cut into pieces. Ruto cannot win this election. This election can be lost by the opposition if they are not organized. Keep quiet.
Yeah, the question is, the thing is, kuna hii kitu inaitwa Azimio, correct? Me, I switched off from Azimio a long time ago. I have a question. Is DCP onboarded to Azimio? That is one question I need to ask.
At this point, I don't, not to tell the truth, Azimio, you can be whatever, it doesn't matter. That's why
because they're still saying united opposition, yeah? They should have a vehicle that we all understand.
They should call themselves a united opposition team. And they want to just as a united, that's it. Wow, just get away from here. Azimio ambayo tunaambiwa sisi nataka power. Tulitoka Azimio. Na vile tulitoka Azimio na hakuna Azimio. Nini? Unajua, it's so embarrassing when you get somebody like the people of ODM, the party which we were, sasa wanaanza kulaumu Raila kwa sababu Raila ndiye aliwafanya wakuwe opposition for a long time. Sasa watoka kwa opposition. Okay, kama mtoka kwa opposition, win the election. Kwa nini nyinyi msiwin, mwambie wale wengine, unajua nini? We are going to win the government, come and join us. And wao ndio wanaenda tulipitia mlango wa nyuma. And sasa tunataka kupitia wa mbele. Kwa nini upitie hapo? Why can't you go and win yourself election? Ya kwako. You win yours, then from there you invite other people. What we call the Moses. I was about to say something like, but buru, apana. That's a wrong person. So what I'm saying is, the thing is, there's Sifuna factor, because I can see. I don't know whether you have seen that clip from that where they won Luyaland. They are uniting again behind him now. Now they are uniting behind Sifuna, and they are pushing him. I'm telling you, Sifuna can be that guy who can come and just like cross that gap, the gap we have right now, to opposition. Then from there now, they know we have Sifuna up here. Tumtafutie mwenye atakuwa running mate wake, pengine atachagua mwenyewe. And from there they go, ndio tuone mbivu na sio mbivu, kwa sababu I'm telling you, once we have the presidential flag bearer na running mate, other than Gachagua, the other people, I don't know them. I don't know where they stand. because I feel like that's the time I will know who is Ruto Morse and who is not. And that one has to be done as soon as possible. In fact, so that we know we separate between Ruto Morse and the leading people we have to go with. But for me, and I've talked here before, and if you remember, one person who have been saying Sivuna, and of course I talked about it in Nyoro, but Sivuna has emerged. Let be the other man who will come and cross that gap. Then hata Kalonzo alisema the other day alikuwa Kisii. Sasa pengine tutakuwa president bearer kama au vijana watakubali. Unaona? Because he feels like lakini immediately there's a flag bearer. Unaona? Then there's a running mate. Hapo ndio tutajua tuko na nani. Tuseme ukweli. Right now we are guessing. We are guessing.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you the problem before Innocent you come? The problem is the likes of because of what happened with the original argument I had with what Ruto did in Central, right? Is the fact that Gachagua is waiting for people to leave their jobs. You know, alisema kuna ma PS wengi na ma CS wanampigianga simu sana. And there is also MPs anangojea. So that is the problem. Hii kungojea watu, they are afraid of their jobs. Go ahead.
Why should I wait out what about? They should not even be part of the picture. Wakikuja wakwe uko nyuma. Unaona? At this point, we want the people to see the abortion, whether the people, hawa wenye wako huko dini, hawa ni warashi. We don't.
That is what they're waiting for. I'll tell you, that is what they're waiting for.
Let them come.
I hate it.
Yeah, let them come. Kama wakikuja wakuja baadaye. We don't need them right now. We need the team right now. Hawa wenye wamekuja hapa, they have tried. I mean, it's not easy. Wamekuja now, they've been campaigning even to get something we never even thought. Now it's time for them to sit down. Are we united opposition? United opposition, hiyo ndio itakuwa fieko yao, sio Azimio, hapana. United opposition is our fieko. Yes. And moving forward, now this is our structure. Tuanzie wapi? Head office yetu itakuwa wapi? Hii tutatumia ya Jubilee, tutatumia ya Wiper. Kwa sababu that time, wakati tunakuwa flag bearer, because I know Kalonzo is not. Kalonzo, if it's Kalonzo, we are all done. That's my opinion, though. If it's Kalonzo ahead of the ticket, we are all done. He's soft. He cannot be the person who can just come and fight. I would rather have either Matiang'i or even somebody else. But Kalonzo, he has proven to be very, very soft. He cannot deal with
Robapo ni kama sikuelewi kidogo because we have been saying perennially that whoever the united opposition is going to back, tutakuwa nyuma yake. So do you want to say that? And another precursor is that we have been saying hata kuku inaweza shinda Ruto. So do you want to tell me that if all the principals agree it is Kalonzo, you are not supporting that condominium?
No, I'm saying we might go, but I want to go to win. But Kalonzo, it scares me. Because when that man attacked him, he didn't have answers. And Akuja, tell me, of all the campaigns Kalonzo has attended, maybe since Azimio, all these years, crowding gani amekuja kama ya Gachagua analeta ama ya Sivuna? Let's talk about crowds. Hata Ukambani awezi. No, people, I'm telling him, ikiwa Kalonzo, you take people again that more Kalonzo. You know what wanamjua kama watermelon ni watu wengi. Lakini people want something new. That's why I said if you want to make opposition strong, that's what my opinion though. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. That's my opinion. I just said if they can give me Sifuna and they get me somewhat in between, even the Kalonzo Kwe Makamu wa Rais, that one I can give him that. But him on top of the ticket is soft. We need somebody who's want to attract these young people. Somebody who's want to, you know what, you fight, I fight back. You know what, you hit, I hit you back. The way Papa used to do, at least. Kalonzo doesn't have that kind of personality. Anakuja, anaweza kuambia vile yeye ako Mkristo, yeye ako na nini na nini. It's not bad to be a Christian. We are Christians or a Muslim or whatever religion you are. It doesn't matter. But when there's sometimes you need to go beyond so that you look at that kind of candidate people want to talk to. Yeah, but it doesn't have that kind of personality. That's my opinion, though.
Okay, Nisawa. I want to loop in Bwana Alex Isoe. who has decided to give us his full name of latest. I think sijui kama ni kura anahitaji. Maybe to confirm to people is like the latest news which nimeona at much of the American media is like they are confirming the leader of Iran has been killed. So maybe wale walikuwa wanaulizia. So that is the latest. So it's like the guy has gone. So
what were you expecting when you know US is involved? Our chess. That's the bottom line.
No, but it was too quick. I thought that Khamenei is not somebody who you can get within a day.
Jiro, if you have supped with some of these people here, like some of us we did, when such a thing is prepared and ikifikia huko, they know where the target is. So wakati uliona hiyo everything was on me, I'm not surprised hii inaonekana inakuwa hapo. Unaona, hata sasa hivi wakasema hiyo route umepatia watu wa Sudan your passports. What's going on? What do you have to know? Every time they might even know route mali analala sana alienda kulala. They know mali yako.
In fact, I don't know if it's a joke. Kuna comment that inasemekana like at like a comment at Ruto at Ruto is worried that there are some Kenyans who are sharing state house location at wakisema ati misa iliangushwa huko.
No. With this superpower, they are superpowers. Let's be sincere on that. If they want to do something, even if it means nani uko nani, these guys you cannot defeat them. Do you know why? The way they are built. Tulisema kama ukitaka kuwa na mdomo, look at our own people right now in our country. The people with power are the people with money, because when you have money, you can do what you want. That's the same. If you are a country where your economy na yumba kuna kitu, nobody will listen to you. But if you are a country where your economy is very strong, 24/7, every day of the week, 12 months, 24 months, kila kitu mwaka nenda miaka rudi umejiweka na nini and everything.
Oh,
there we go.
Budi ameenda. Budi kujia hiyo dakika yako mbili. Time ilikuwa yako.
Umesahau Innocent bana. Umesahau Innocent amekaa.
Hajafungua mdomo?
Tangu toke bana, mwalimu hajaongea.
Tangu nitoke, lakini haimaanishi hajaongea. Unajua unasema
no, Innocent aliongea akasema he was doing listening. Alituambia even he surprised me that alitoka kwa sababu we had a lot of people more coming here and trying to lie, so he was pissed off alienda, lakini ameona ndiye amerudi sasa. So Innocent, ama mimi naweka maneno kwa mdomo wako.
Yeah, please, na wale haujapiga subscribe, this is also a good time to subscribe. Trust anasema ni ati propaganda to confuse you after Ngeno death. Focus Russian boy. I don't know what Trust John is saying there. Okay, so bwana Alex, it's your time.
Alex,
nataka I have started timing 2 minutes yako Alex, dakika yako mbili ndio hiyo inaendelea. You have already told me hapo nikupea dakika mbili na nimekupea. Where are you Alex? Dakika yako mbili imeanzia kujihesabu. Kama ulikuwa umekuja kunienjoy.
Alex, Tonji.
Alex, it is your time.
Alex and I, we had the opportunity tulikuwa unajua sisi tunatoka kwa mpaka na we were able to live kwa our brothers and sisters in Rwanda, so we can talk sometimes that tuongea kijaruo kidogo.
Is it inherent like most of the time Mukisi lazima ajue kijaruo, like how comes I have so many friends who are Kisis and some of them wanajua kijaluo, so what is
no they are neighbors though, they are our neighbors, so we know.
Ndio huyo.
You know more Kipsigis than me, acha zako.
Tulieni sasa, Budi ameingia. Unajua Budi ni mtu ya maringo sana. Budi muki waste time yake kidogo tu hivi tu anaruka. Hebu Budi ongea.
I think hiyo ni uongo. Hakuna mtu ana waste time yangu hapa. Wacha nipigie kwanza keep pole sana kwa kupotesha another young Kipsigis guy, very young.
Very sad.
Actually, is my good friend, and the sad part is married very late. I don't think even he has a kid mwenye ameenda kindergarten yet. He married very late. So, pole sana. I've always admired Ngeno because Ngeno is a fighter. Ngeno comes from a constituency ambayo, if you are not bold enough and firm, you cannot win. Ngeno comes from a constituency, lazima utetee watu wenu bila kufikiria nyuma ama mbele, because of that history between the Kipsigis and the Maasais. And for those who do not know, Ngeno and Olekina, they don't look eye to eye easily because of the historical land issue. And Ngeno has been very uncomfortable in many parties. Actually, Ngeno felt comfortable in ODM, not in KANU, not in UDA, but the waves always put him at crossroads in order for him to be where he is. But he was a Baba man. Actually, Baba paid for his master's education in Nairobi University. You remember his condolences speech when Baba died in Parliament. It was long, but also it was friendly, but again, it was passionate and honest. I think among the MPs, mimi nilifikiria saa hii MP akikufa hata siwezi sikia vibaya, but I think for Ngeno, it has hit me so hard. And I think I agree with the person who said earlier that is it that the Bomet thing may have proliferated it? I don't know, but Ngeno has always been extremely controversial, and he takes stands that are against the larger Kalenjin community. Him and Keter and Kirwa, Sirma sometimes have been taking positions that have been against the Kalenjin community. But all in all, Kalenjins of the Kipsigis have lost a son of the soil. A son who fought for them, a son who knew the history why the Kipsigis were in Narok, and a son who vowed to protect them. You remember the incident whereby he braved and went and Uliza askari, nani amewatuma hapa, nani amewatuma. He was ready to die for his people at that particular time, the eviction, so on and so forth. So I am so saddened about the death of the man, more especially his family, a wife, Tutu, Naisa Pay, Tutu. Yeah, she's been left a widow way too young, way too young. And I think Ngeno had just started, enjoying his life. And it is sad that he has left us. So Kip and the Kipsigis community, you guys have buried an avalanche of leaders over the years, and now you are left with Cheriot and who? I don't know who you are left with. Franklin Beth alizimwa. This year Nick Salat alishindwa kabisa kujiinua. Isaac Ruto alimezwa. I'm not sure the Kipsigis kama they will ever rise again in 10 years, and who they will groom. Because even within the Kalenjin community, you don't have one strong person, it can be detrimental to the negotiation. I don't think Cheriot is a good negotiator of the larger Kipsigis community. It seems to be having more proximity to the Nandis. That's how I feel. So
Cheriot lives in Eldoret. He's got a big building in Eldoret that he built with some Nandis. So after him, he's rarely in Kericho, hata kutembelea Bomet. Cheriot, I feel like I'd put him as a Nandi, I'll be honest. his behaviors, where he's located, whatever wealth he got is all in Eldoret.
Na kule alisomea.
So for me, I don't see. Do you think that Cheriot is a Kipsigis? Do you even see it? I don't see it. Like I said in the beginning of this, we've been ridden by a lot of conspiracies from the time of neo-colonial times to now. We've lost a lot of leaders in the Kipsigis community under very mysterious circumstances from the time of the Uhuru, Mwai Kibaki. It's just weird. It's weird. Mtu anatoka Bomet tu hivi siku moja, mwingine anaenda hivyo. I think we were talking about both sides with Roba, but me still, there are no conspiracies in Kenya, boss. Labda unajua alienda kukunywa chai na Gachagua. How are they going to plan to invite these people to Bomet properly? Ama wakuje Kericho this time, mkuje tu usalamia watu, and maybe kulikuwa na kuplan kwenda kwa kanisa yetu hapo AIC kitu kidogo, then all of a sudden pop, chopper. How? It's the third person we've lost to the chopper, by the way. So it is very weird. You know, Lorna alienda minister, the assistant minister. Yeah. So Jonah, he's just tunasema tu watu wa kwenda na ndege. Kipkalya pia, Kones, I think those my seniors know him. Na ilikuwa tu hapo Narok tu, county ndio alianguka. Na unajua at that point in time Chele Kipkalya alienda. Kipkalya left us after the political what do you call it? After 2007.
No, Kipkalya, was it 2007 ama he left 2002?
2008.
2002. No, 2008. Look at it, bro.
Kipkalya Kones left in 2008.
No, go look at it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Just Google that.
Kipkalya, I remember when Nyachai was played by Raila, eventually they made a cabinet, and the federal cabinet that went to Busia wasn't Kipkalya not there? Ama mimi ndio nimesahau.
Nasema ile siku alikufa. No, that's what I'm saying, the day he died. He died
wasn't he in that plane? Maybe you can inform me. Was he not in that plane crash, Busia, that killed?
No. No, his was a private helicopter also. Alikufa after election violence, and then again the same claim was weather.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was becoming a kingpin of the Kipsigis kabisa. It was immediately after election in 2007. Very young man at 56. Alienda tu hivyo. Again, young man. Kwenda tu hivyo.
So I wanted also to tell Roba Bisaba, Roba, unaona the assetship in Kalonzo is this. Within the coalition, he's passed the confidence of agility ambayo obviously within. You know, it isn't far when Matiang'i actually ordered the arrest of Gachagua. So interest has brought them together. But however, facts still remain. So as they deal with Matiang'i, it requires time to actually build more confidence than the political confidence they have. Secondly, Gachagua comes from the backdrop of impeachment, and his greatest mistake was not to have a party. He trusted having one vehicle with Ruto, which became volatile for him because people couldn't vote through the party ranks of UDA ordered UDA members to vote out Ruto, Gachagua, in spite some of them had sympathy for him. So when now the coalition negotiations are going on and Gachagua has built this coalition, the person who becomes more powerful and takes the presidency must spark confidence amongst all of them. And at this point, and that is why from the very beginning I said this, these two bulls cannot work together. They are just around for a while, and eventually they will show us that they might not be able to work together. Whenever you talk about a flag bearer, as early as today, it means the opposition will show the so-called, because it's not united, it's us forcing the unity. It's us using this name until we started perceiving that they are not yet united. Look at even these by-elections. They never went as united opposition and camped and did what? They were fighting in Malaba, they were fighting in Bera. We haven't gotten to a point you can call them united opposition, but that is our opposition right now. So in the united opposition, Gachagua fears the rise of the man Matiang'i because of the historicity that they have. Now, if you put Matiang'i there way too early, I think that the deep-seated character of every principle is going to come out. And that is the intricate nature of forming coalitions. And actually, in many democracies, you don't choose a flag bearer way too early like this, when the incumbent is ruthless again. I think the issue of talks of eventual candidate, let's wait 1 year too. It will be too early, it will fracture, because Ruto will use the perceived historical witch hunts that each has to eventually take it out. Now, Kalonzo, as you said, is a weak candidate, and everybody agrees that. But we need to go with facts. Kalonzo is the only individual with a proven, if we have to go what Mato hates, when we talk about political tribal mortgaging act of Kenya, whereby you bring your tribe. Kalonzo is one man who has became the deputy of Kibaki, delivered to Raila 3 times with an overwhelming majority. So I totally disagree that Kalonzo is weak. He's weak because you like rhetorical politics, tough talk. But when it comes to negotiation, in fact, Kalonzo is one of the best negotiators actually. Mwenye alitusumbua mpaka tukashangaa. A man who was just a one-term senator. Anaitwa nani? This Wambua. Wambua is a tough nut to crack, my friend. Hiyo jamaa mmoja peke yake alituzungusha last time mpaka karibu tukufe. So I think soft spokenness is not being tough. It's synonymous with toughness, but you cannot say the people that surround. In fact, the people that he needs to get out of his way completely, and I think naturally they went out, is people like Makau Mutua. Makau Mutua, I used to respect him, but I've come to understand that he had no value. And even Mudhama used to think he has value to Kalonzo. I think it was just the monies, but beyond there. So Kalonzo could be groomed to be a tough man, and but by nature he's soft-spoken. And we have to decide if we want the politics of strategy, given a tough talker who will not deliver the votes. Kalonzo on the ground and delivery of the Kamba votes, I think he has proven. So I would like kindly to let me know how is he weak? Weak on what? On the people surrounding him, or weak on what?
Okay, so this is what I meant. So when Papa went and joined UTA, so Kalonzo was given that opportunity to prove himself as one person now, after Papa has gone separated. Up to this point, I can tell you this. One thing, if Kalonzo was really to be that guy, he could have the one in the front line building the structure of this opposition. The structure means what's the framework going forward, like all these elections about Mekwanazo. Maybe he could have employed even it was like it was not part of it, but they were also in a form of on the group. He could be that guy who could have just come up with a framework, because now he has been all this experience we are talking about. If he has all this experience to tell us what's the way forward. He has never even told us this is the way he's going to protect the election. He has never even come forward and tell us what his agenda is when it comes to economy and other things. Another thing which makes him very, very weak is he never even attacks Ruto the way it's supposed to be. I mean, somebody comes here and from there you just answer like a halfway. No. Because of that kind of weakness, okay, Campo Force, it's okay. They're rather behind him. Can that one be enough to win your presidency? No. So the Kalonzo of what you said before, I agree with you. Yeah, alipita katikati akakuwa vice president wa Kibaki, and he supported somebody who never won an election. He supported him. And that's why sometimes it pains me, because if it was not him, Papa could be the president. Okay. Then now, yes, he has been Papa is running it for this time. But also we have to understand the electorate, the people ambao wanapiga kura, the people who want to decide, also have changed. You have a lot of young people out there, and these people, they want something new, something like somebody who kind of speaks their language. Yeah. And now they have said Ruto is not. And that's why they are looking. And now when I say, they were saying they were tribalists, they were they didn't have, they were whatever, but they have found that one in Sifuna. Sifuna looks very strong. Sifuna can unite that, something Kalonzo cannot do. And that's why I just say the one thing which scares me with him, he has never gone and throws even in Ukambani at what Wakuja at Kalonzo is here, what Kibisano want to listen to Kalonzo or something like that. He never did it, like with the way Papa did. Papa can be in Kisi, he could throw people at least to come. Papa can be in Ukambani, what Watakuja. Papa can somewhere in Nairobi, what Watakuja. But Kalonzo, no. That's the weakness that we are talking about here. So he waited until Gachagua had to come back, and all this, then he goes to Central Kenya when they get enough people. Yeah, so remember when the test came, for me the test came when Gachagua was in the United States, and him was left back home. What did he do? Did he muscle people out? Did he bring anybody out? Kalonzo doesn't have that kind of, skills of getting a lot of people to come out, and even before people believe. Kwa sababu saa hii mkiwa wamechagua Kalonzo tena watashindwa. Even Ruto tells you that, but who knows? For me, even it means Kalonzo, it's okay. Ruto is the weakest candidate ever to run for Kenyan projects. It's very, very, very weak. Very weak. Easy to win. Hata kuiba wezi. It's very easy to win. It's a very, because at this point, even you see the way they trend, people have been crashing him since his presidency. There's nothing there. You can say maybe I find something. He convinces some part of the population. I find something you can just say, you know what? I'll give him a second, or I will think about him. Instead, he has been destroying. And I think this one is one in his own backyard. He's going to lose some people. People might not vote for him, or some never even show up to vote on his own backyard. That's the way I just feel. But for Kalonzo factor, I just want a candidate who's going to bring this energy That's what's needed right now. That's what is lacking. The energy I'm talking about of Kalonzo is that energy of trying to convince people, energy of bringing people, and the energy of building a structure of what we want to do. What are we doing now, and what are we want to do before the election? Because all this time he was the makamu wa rais or the running mate, the second running mate. He never did something. I don't know. Even during the Mambaya, to go and find out Mambaya Papa when they are fighting, they are trying to find out. That's what I mean is wickedness. It's wickedness can be seen. I want somebody fighting back. Like, you know, someone like, let's say, Matiang'i. Yeah, you know, Matiang'i, somehow Walikuja digital, we hit them back. Or this new model of now hitting the wounds. That's something small, but it makes sense on people. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean like I want to decide who's going to be there. I'm just saying, on my opinion, Kalonzo is the weakest link of all. And for me, I think if Gachagua had a chance, Gachagua, if they cannot, he can win the election easily too. From what I see, because kind of people bring people out, people like him when he speaks. He's a very strong candidate. I can tell you that. The only thing is, he's a Kikuyu, because nobody wants another Kikuyu to be president before another tribe ingine kwe, kwa sababu ni Kalenjin Kikuyu sasa hii italeta shida. Unaona? So hii italeta shida. That's what's here. Lakini yeye amesema wa Kikuyu sisi, the last time and this time atutoi mtu, and which is very good. No, ndio hiyo sasa na yeye he can have that kind of opportunity kuambia watu wa Kalenjin, wachua wakaji na nyinyi mmekuwa hapa, wacha tupatie somebody else. That's another thing ambao watakuja waanze to campaign for. Itakuwa historical. When the track there is somebody from, it will be somebody somewhere. It will be historical 2027. For the first time, we will have somebody other than who is Kikuyu or Kalenjin to be the president of Kenya. Maybe that's where we went wrong. That's something very strong they can campaign on. Yeah, when it comes to that, something I say the Gachagua, that's why it's very strong, but kwa sababu yeye is from the other community ambao wamekuwa for all this time, that makes him he's want to give it his country to somebody else. And I think wherever he supports, he looks like he kind of favors Kalonzo. Maybe sometimes he has changed his tactics. He wants to see who's who. Maybe for me, I think he's the strongest link, and Kalonzo is the weakest link. That's what I was trying to compare and contrast.
Okay. Wacha nikuuliza swali on soft and hard links. So, you know, we have to look at this because, you know, like you have seen, like when we look at Rigathi Gachagua, sometimes when it's very hard links, it brings that scary attitude to some people. So, according to what we need and the unification factor we need, do we need that hard link, or we need that soft link, which can be able to build up with all the other people? And if that is the case, is it a must if you are a soft link with Naruto? Like if you
we are dealing with somebody who's very rough. Very rough. He has no mercy. He kills people.
No, nikikuja kwa campaign rally na naongea kwa upole, you want to tell me that Wakenya watanichukua serious?
I mean, to tell the truth, I think Kenyans also want somebody who fights back.
I can still be calling Ruto mwizi, but sio lazima ati I'm doing it very hard. Naweza kuwa huyu mtu ni mwizi, tutamutoa. Naweza kuwa tunaongea tu taratibu. That's how Kalonzo incidentally is a softer part of Gachagua. What actually Gachagua says, nimekuwa nikisikiliza Gachagua of late. What Kalonzo says, Gachagua says, ni vile saa zingine Gachagua says it a little bit harder. Even Matiang'i squeezy, he has been saying. So do you want to tell me that if you do not have that persona of hitting things in a hard way, it is impossible to fight Ruto?
So the thing is, what do we learn from the last election? When Ruto came out point blank and he was hating Uhuru Kenyatta, was hating anybody around Uhuru Kenyatta, he did it. What did you do? And which tells you that's a model. You can't just be soft. We want a fighter. We want a fighter. And that's what I meant. Because we have dealt with somebody who's very rough. He will do anything. He'll do anything. lakini kitu ambayo anajua na yeye anajua huyu atakubali, because ana Kalonzo anajua watasema Kalonzo huyu tayari tunaiba tu, itafika siku mbili siku ya tatu amesema anaja, anasema yeye hataki wana, lakini somebody like hardcore itakuwa paka tutaenda paka chanam paka unaona that kind of that you want that kind of, that's the way I feel, that kind of toughness. I mean, that's the way I just feel like. That's me. I'm one person. Yeah. So.
Okay, ni sawa.
What I see always, my conclusion is many people are in love with Gachagua, but they're afraid to say it. Like, people truly love Gachagua and his politics, and he has set up a bar that everybody is below it, to a point that we are drawing rhetoric and narrative from him. So anybody who does not talk or does not put that zeal beyond him will be seen as a weak person. And I think Kalonzo has always had a misfortune to work under people who are abrasive and do not have the demeanor and personality that he has. And personality is not something you can change. So he has been very unfortunate to work under Baba and now to work with Gachagua, because I think whatever is being called soft is basically saying Gachagua is Kalonzo is not abrasive. He cannot speak like a man. It's like we have another Kindiki or Soprano in the united opposition. That's basically what we are saying.
Yeah, Alex, before the other one comes in. That's why Musalia Mudavadi, people never, Musalia Mudavadi anakuuliza amechenga nini? Until Musalia Mudavadi akakuja na hiyo chama chake, after people have told him, Musalia anangojea tu. Anangojea. That's why, that's how he lost it. That's how he lost it. But yeah, you are right.
You people have branded Kalonzo as a weak person until everybody has come to believe it. It started like a joke, and then again, Baba gave him the name Watermelon. Now, I don't think he will ever be able to get out of that snooker. I don't think he will be able to convince anybody that he's not weak. But when I look at him as an individual and the party he runs and how he has been able to deliver to the party, I don't think Kalonzo is that weak the way we think. I think we are comparing him with Raila and now Gachagua.
Seriously, we can give him his flowers too about the Kamba Fort, but other than that, tell me where he has come up strong in terms of just coming and people say Kalonzo is
what
coming.
Else? Thank you. Saying other than that, but you acknowledge what we want from him, he will deliver. Then what? What do we want then? Jiro, help me here. What do we want Kalonzo to do? Deliver that vote. Iyo na ya Mombasa and all the diaspora ya Wakamba. We want it no matter what. And he has it. Gachagua, we want him to deliver the mountain. Matiang'i and Sifuna, we want them to deliver what? Yeah, the western region. So I think the mandate we are giving Kalonzo, we are already saying that he has it.
Alex, that's why I said I would put Kalonzo at the second, the first presidency. But we need, because the electorate has changed so much, because it's the young people who determine who wins this thing. If Sifuna comes in, as I keep on talking about this thing here, he can be that person just who can see that kind of what the opposition needs. Then from there, if it becomes like it is Kalonzo and the Sifuna, or it's Matiang'i and the Sifuna, or whatever, that one is her. I think that it will be over just like guaranteed.
Let's wait for the Sifuna moment. I have seen the Luya community actually declaring that they are going to support. I don't know how serious they are.
Can you imagine? Mpaka ule nani hivi ambao aliua watu huyu aliua watu wakamchagua huyu. What's his name? Huyu amefalia kofia huyu. From I think it's yako na chama cha nani Watengura. The MP from
Ako UDA. Anataka kubuy for governorship, yeah.
I think now even him is now
Dismas
Dismas Barasa. Now it's now all of a sudden now it's Wasifuna from the speech he was talking to. I'm like, oh, now it's a united front for this guy. So it looks like the Ruya unit now is behind him. Then from there now they come as a negotiating table. Let's see what happens from there. Yeah, you're right, Alex. Let's see what happens from there.
Okay, ni sawa. So, Bwana Mzalendo, karibu sana. There has been a new clarion call hapa. Ngoja kidogo, I update you, najua umetokea. Nimesikia ground hapa, nimesikia inasema watu ya Ruto wagongwe kichwa kabisa. And they should not be seen near here. So, wewe endelea. I hope watu wa Ruto wajui ni akina nani.
Kuna watu wana assume wakiona mtu wakidifa na opinion yao wanadhani huyo mtu ni mtu wa Ruto. Huyo mtu pengine ndio anakupatia the right thing, because some people just think politics is what they see in the newspaper and what they see on the crowd at masses. Politics inabadilika. Wewe sikia, huyo anaongea a few months ago.
Muzarendo, relax kidogo, I tell you the reason why people are saying that. Muzarendo, we have to be categorical here. Ruto, we cannot defend Ruto again. And that's why we are saying,
who is defending Ruto?
No, I'm not saying there's a point I want to put here. Ruto has allowed Kenya to have terrorists. I think that's where to have terrorists. Ruto is giving terrorists visa ya Kenya. That is why we are just thinking it is insanity to even talk with the people who support Ruto. Because Ruto has now become a chief goon, a chief terrorist. By that.
Okay, Njiro, who is supporting Ruto? Is it me supporting Ruto, or what are you be straightforward. Sema mzalendo, wewe una support William Samoei Ruto. Hata kujificha huku, sijui unaenda wapi, uende wapi, sijui nini. Wewe sema me, I think you support William Ruto, and I'll give you my point, and I'll tell you why these people are running away, because they don't like the truth.
Wewe ambia watu sababu watu wanasema mtu ya Ruto tawe.
Wewe niliwaambia in 2022 I was supporting William Ruto because I knew very well Raila Odinga is a sellout and they were not going to win because they were not organized. The same thing I'm seeing here. You are not going to beat William Ruto with this kind of organization. Mimi nawaambia I don't support Ruto kwa sababu aliua vijana, and that is the reason that was my exit point. Beyond that hakuna exit ingine ya William Samoei Ruto. So whoever who thinks that I support William Samoei Ruto because waliniona nikimsupport 2022 is absolutely very wrong. Mimi na support policy which are progressive, not retrogressive. You see?
Okay.
And mimi ni wale Johnny come late. A few months ago, hawa watu sahi wanarukaruka hapa sahi walikuwa na support nani? Kalonzo. A few months ago they were supporting Gachagua. Today sahi wanaruka hapa wanasema wana support Sifuna. Hawana msimamo. What I'm trying to say is that this politics is not what you see. Sasa zingine unaisoma deeper than that. When I wrote there very simple things, they picked it up. The weakest link becomes the strongest link. They don't even know what I was saying. Uliza ndio ujibiwe. Don't just jump into something. The weakest link kwa hii siasa sahi ni Mount Kenya. And that was the strongest link a few months ago. They are the people who could have made Ruto go home. But they're the weakest link. How do we make them strong? Hao watu wa mountain ni haja tutawafanya wajue, yani Kenyans are looking upon them, wabadilishe serikali. But ni weak, they are weak because first their proximity to the CBD ni kapo tu karibu. They can have demonstration bigger than the Luo community or any other community in Kenya. They have the numbers. Kiambu wako over 2 million pale tu hapo karibu. Nyeri, it's just the farthest place in Central from the CBD is only 3 hours away. Yet they cannot even have a demonstration. Hakuna hata siku. Watu wao wanauawa Githurai, wamenyamaza. Wanakuja kusema ati lazima tutatoa Ruto, sijui. Mtamtoa aje? Yet you can't show us that you have got the numbers that are counting. You are beaten in your own backyard. Unapigwa kama mwizi kwa backyard yako in a by election. And then we are here saying that we have got some hope that tutaweza toa Ruto. We need to think beyond what we are seeing. Ruto, hata tu nyamaze, utaingia tu. Kikuyu business community, they are the richest, they are the decision makers, they are the employers. They have employed all the tribes in Kenya. Hao ndio wenye biashara. Hao ndio politically they can make the right decision. Wako wapi? Where are they? In which camp are they in? Nani wana support? Mwingine amesema Kalonzo is a weak candidate. Kalonzo has been consistent with his politics. He has been consistent with his governors. Wale magovernors wake wamekuwa wakimsupport na hiyo weakness yake yote. Now he becomes again a stronger link in the opposition because he has been tested. He has been tested and he has the numbers. And that numbers, as Alex was saying here, that is the numbers you need to win an election. Then you add with the numbers that are probably coming from Western. Then Kikuyu community, if they are not able to consolidate their votes and the 8.5 million, you're wasting your time. They need to consolidate that the way Ruto consolidated that vote in 2022. And then Kakuja consolidate Rift Valley again in 2022. Kama hakuna hizo blocks mbili, there's 2 big blocks, voting blocks in Kenya. Ni Central, Rift and Rift Valley. And now we have the new block called the Western Block. Then the Gen Z. Now, hao ndio pale wataegemea, ndio swing vote. Pale wataegemea hao ndio wanachukua serikali. So people have to be realistic. Tribal politics have to be said. If Kikuyus are weak, we say they are weak. They are only vocal. Wawezi enda kwa streets, wawezi funga barabara, au ni kuongea tu. That is what I've been saying. Na ukiona hiyo ni kusupport William Ruto, go to hell. Yeah.
Wacha nikuulize swali. Do you want to tell me, even in some of the places where you think Ruto is getting supported, are people aware that Ruto is a fanatic of terrorists, which is a big thing for the national security of Kenya, and somebody with the credentials like Ruto can actually not be allowed to have power again? Are people understanding how serious that issue of Ruto enabling terrorists in Kenya is?
Thank you, Ngeno, for that question. You are now playing elitist politics. Elitists like you know that that is not allowed. Yeah, that is not allowed. Go and explain that to my grandmother in the village in that kind of language. Ni kama ataelewa. You'll have to draw diagrams. Now you'll have to show how that affects. Utamwonyesha how that affects our life. Unanielewa? That is not a correct messaging for the populist. Yani, it is a populist message for the few voters. Wale wako hapo chini watakufurahia, lakini hawana kura. The masses wanataka the right message. Wanataka the right message. The right message passed by the right candidate. The message, look at Sifuna's message. They are very, very simple. Very, very simple message that is resonating in what voting block gani anatafuta the youth. Yeye anakuambia tu, anaenda mahali anasema mimi najua kila mtu hapa ni wasifuna. Ni ukweli ama si ukweli? Ni ukweli, wanaruka hivyo. Simple messaging. Aya, look at what Kasongo is saying. We are going to Singapore. A simple message, skiza, a simple message that is trying to pass around.
We don't want anything to do with the Ruto. Because already Ruto is enabling terrorists. Wachana na messaging ya Ruto. Wewe peana messaging ya watu wengine. Tutaki.
Sawa. Haya, nimekupatia message ile nilikuwa nataka kusema. You can delete your part in your podcast. Or delete, you can erase, you can extract kama Epstein files, but the reality will still remain. People to come and review later on in 2027. Huyu jamaa alikuwa anaambia aje, tukalenga neglect that hii message sio kweli. Opposition needs to come up with the right message. Opposition needs to come up with the right strategies. If they don't have strategies in their campaign, we are wasting our time. Simple.
And do you want to tell me that somebody like Matiang'i, who at one time we had been told that he had hired a Canadian company to help him with redesigning his election, are those not strategists? So when you talk of strategists, do you want to tell me somebody like Gachagua is moving without a strategist? Do you want to tell me like
those stories are here and there. You know, when you have strategy, people will feel that you have strategy. You can't talk about it. People will know that these are the people. There will be a communication after every meeting. Wanasema, we had a meeting with our strategic team, and we are looking forward to have ABCD. People will see. The media will be there. That is why it's called the fourth estate. They will be there to publish your stories. They will be there to show us your strategies, show us the people who are supporting you. But wewe kama unakimbia, unatembea huko, unatembea na your family members and thinking that utapata kura ya Kenya, you need to change the strategy. It is simple. And we don't all have to agree. Sometimes we have to disagree. Asante.
Okay, ni sawa. Kama ni kudisagree, we have to disagree as opposition, not to disagree with the Kasongo people. So a decision has been made here. Sijui kama umeona poll. Kuna poll imefanywa hapa na watu wameamua ku-excommunicate watu wote wa Ruto. So watu wote wa Ruto wameamua sikai kukanyanga kwa show hapa tena. Because people are saying, the more we start still talking with a man who is enabling terrorists, hakuna tofauti ya kuleta Al-Shabaab hapa atuongeleshe, ama kuleta Taliban hapa atuongeleshe. When we are talking about Ruto, we are talking about those skills. Right. Go ahead.
So Ruto, I think, Njiru, I think you may have communicated my point. It was nice being on your channel, and I hope that there will be next time we'll be reviewing where you have reached with the kind of rhetorics. I wish you all the best. We will also be fighting Ruto on the other end on Africa, but with minds that are able to come together, even those who are differing with our opinion. We invite them to come to Africa. We look at your opinion. We trash it.
Uko mnataka kuamua mtaingiza materrorist?
What would you mean? Kenyans, if Kenyans are all terrorists, then they need to come so that we can jail them, so that we can know them. We can know these terrorists who they are. Wanafaa kujitokelezea. Yeah.
No, Musimamo, Muzalendo, before you go, let me play for you a video, you react to it. Nataka kukuchezea video, you tell me what you are getting out of it. Unajua, at times I like hearing people's opinion because it is important.
No, wewe unasikia monologue. We kaka channel usikie monologue. Utaki Haya, cheza. Umekuwa Fox. But it is important.
Sometimes it's good to be Fox, by the way.
It's good to be Fox. It's good to be Fox. But ukitaka kuja CNN, kuja Africa, where we are.
Kama wewe ni CNN, you're even the worst one. Kama wewe
ni CNN. Mimi ni CNN.
Relax tu kidogo.
Hebu cheza video. Nikimalizia. Najua ndio watu wengine wakuje. Nilikwambia watu wengine watatoroka, lakini wacha wakuje. Waambie nimetoka.
Relax bana. So wewe tujua tu wase wa Ruto waongee hapa.
This is how easy it is to buy shares of properties on Railbird.
Just kidogo tu.
You can scroll down to a property that you're interested in.
Kenyan foreign policy at its lowest level under the leadership of President William Samoei Ruto. Here we go
Brother to RSF Commander Hemeti now uses Kenyan and Emirati passport numbers and ID. Algomi Dagalo Musa Nayala, who leads the paramount arm of the RSF, the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan, was on 19th of February this year put on United States of America's sanction list under the Department of Treasury for leading the efforts to supply weapons to continue the war in Sudan. Apparently, his Kenyan passport number, AK 1586127. Mkenya mwenzetu, karibuni sana. You remember I aired to you about this concern, and William Ruto denied what Rigathi Gachagua said, that Kenya is indeed directly involved in the massacre in Sudan. Now you don't need any other proof. You can go and check the United States Department of Treasury under the United Nations sanction list. There is a guy by the name Algomi Dagalo who is a brother to Hemeti, the RSF commander who now uses Kenyan passport. We go ahead. The Kenyan Pipeline Company has officially been sold with an IPO projected to reach around 106 billion. And apparently, Ugandan government is now going to claim the second highest stake with 2 board seats in the organization. Rivertex, for your own information, the company that is based in Eldoret that usually was owned, which was before owned by Moi University, has now been leased for 21 years to an Indian businessman called Gagan Gupta, who is the founder of Arise IIP Enterprise. Very nice. I wanted to give you an update also on Galana Kulalu. It's actually a 35-year lease to Aldara Farm, that is United Arab Emirates. Over the weekend, President William Samoei Ruto said that he's going to support the golf sport. Kenyans, you need to dig into the details. Do you know who are the sponsors of the Kenya Open that was held at the Windsor Country Club? There are 2 sponsors. You know, there are Mosa Paint, and then there's a DP World. Do you know DP World? That is one of the largest logistical planning organization in the world that is based where? United Arab Emirates, which was previously headed by a guy who was mentioned in the Epstein file earlier this year. United Arab Emirates. A good number of you are aware of the largest carbon credit project in Kenya and in Africa. And apparently, there is an organization by the name Blue Carbon that is managing the largest carbon credit project in Kenya. Do you know who is the head of that? Ahmed Dalmouk Al Maktoum of the royal family of the United Arab Emirates, an organization that was just only started 2 years ago with no experience of carbon credit management. They are in cahoots. NRT, the National Rangeland Trust, which is managing conservancies in Kenya at the tune of 42,000 square kilometers of land. You see, Kenyans, we're in the likes of Rigathi.
I want to go beyond that. So, Bwana Musimamo, my question, no, not Musimamo, Bwana Muzarendo, my question is simple. How can you entertain somebody supporting such a guy manning a government? And do you want to tell me that when people are saying they cannot engage Ruto again, are they wrong? Somebody who is this not an indication of a man who is willingly destroying a country?
I don't know whether you want me to defend Ruto. I don't know where you want to. I don't know how you want me to react to something that I'm not. So how do you want me to react? Do you want me to react?
The way I want you to react is, tell me.
Do you want me to react in support of William Ruto, or do you want me to react in the way?
The problem which I'm having is that how can you engage a Ruto supporter while the man who they are supporting, who you are paintiwa hapo? Where is the moral authority? And this is not propaganda. This is the reality. Even the passports are being mentioned. So my question is, how can you engage a Ruto supporter in such a level?
So, Gilo, let me ask you.
I don't get your point. Rephrase your question, mister.
Can you hear me, Giro?
Let's go ahead.
So my question is this. So there will be no debate at all between our antagonist and us.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah. So there will never be a conversation here again. It will be a monologue.
Yeah, that's what he's saying in short.
From the indications which are happening here, watu Ruto ni kama wamebaniwa because how can we start debating terrorists in a nation? Budi ni swali nakuuliza, how can we debate terrorists?
So that is what you have concluded, that anybody that supports Ruto cannot have a conversation with you.
It is not me who has concluded. It is a poll which we did here, and the poll is saying watu wa Ruto wabaniwe wasikuja hapa because we are engaging terrorists. Let me read the results. Sijui kama umeona hiyo poll. Hiyo poll inasema
No, it's okay. I mean, look, Jiro, this is your channel. You can do whatever you want, and but I think that route you want to go is not. If I was to be given an opportunity, I will not go that route. But then again, I understand why it should be, because obviously, you know, the politics as it is right now, in whichever way, people are not willing to be heard or to listen to a dissenting opinion. But I don't think banning people. I'm not here to advise you, but it's okay.
Sio mimi, watu wakisema wanataka watu wa Ruto, mimi nitawafungulia. Unajua watu wanasema watu wa Ruto wabaniwe. It is not me making that decision. Ni ground ya hii ni ground ya hii channel.
It's okay. So, it's okay. Now I totally get where you're heading to. And Mzalendo will still debate you. We'll come to your channel and debate you. We'll meet somewhere else.
Alex, I say you are invited to my channel. I wouldn't see miss kukuwa hapa, but ni ile tu kukuwa na conversation na Wakenya wengine. I still believe that siasa ni kubembeleza kura, na kama unadhani utapata hiyo kura kwa ile group uko nayo without going to the other side kubembeleza hiyo kura, then I don't know why you are still in politics. You don't know what you are talking about. Parliament is a composition of wauaji, waibaji, wawezi, wanyongaji, watu wote wako pale. Hata Wakristo wale mapasta wako pale bunge. So na hiyo ndio hapo ndio sheria ya Kenya inatoka. So sijui hii society you want to create, it's an imagination. Njiru and your supporters, whatever you want to create is an imagination. You can imagine that society. Hiyo sijui iko society kama hiyo, hata huku Marekani hakuna society kama hiyo. You'll find the OACs, you'll find the Trumps, you'll find everybody else. So anyway, Njiru, I agree with you. I told you the other time in a private chat, you have created a brand. The brand is monologue towards a certain direction. That direction is important to your listeners and to your audience. That is what they want to consume. Kama ni hiyo, wacha wapatie hiyo content. I think that is important for you to wake up every day and sell that content. For me, I wake up every day, I sell a content that would be important for the country and not important for a certain group of people. Yeah, to make the right decision. All right. So otherwise, I think thank you guys very much. It has been nice debating you for the last 2-3 days. We hope to see you on the other hand if you have got the guts to come and debate the reality of the situation in Kenya. Otherwise, to comment on this video, Njiru, let me just give you my small sense on this video. PPS, NATO PP, Public-private privatization is important in some sense if it is geared in the right direction, because first of all it brings in people who want to make business and create employment. If these industries were dead, and there are people who want to revive them, let them revive them so that they can create a robust economy in that region. If they're dead like Hikomi, and the government has been pumping a lot of money to revive them, and nothing is coming out of them, they can be sold out to people who can revive them to create opportunity for the locals. That is all. And government has got no business of running a kiosk. Government has got no business of running an industry. It is left for the business community and the locals. If the locals can come and buy a company that belongs to Kenyans, wakuchanga hiyo pesa, wanunue, they run it. But I believe for efficiency and management of companies and creating opportunities and bringing new equipment, people who are in business and want productivity and are out looking for profit, they will make good of this. They'll make good of these companies that are being sold. Otherwise, thank you. Asanteni sana, kwaherini.
Okay, ni sawa bwana Mzarena. Thank you for that. So, who do you want to react to something?
Yeah, I would like to react the first thing he talked about, the RSF. The issue of RSF is a complicated issue, by the way. And we as Kenyans have always been meddling in other countries over a long time. Southern Sudan, remember we had special envoys, which at some point Kalonzo Musyoka was, and so on and so forth. Wakina the dead, nani anaitwaje, Dalmas Otieno. And I think we've been part and parcel of the conflict in Sudan for a very long time, whether it's northern or southern Sudan. The southern Sudan has been a country just a few days, a few years. They even drew their map from us. But before that, you must know that we housed a lot of the Southern Sudan people in Kenya for a long time. Remember, even this guy that actually died, millions, Juni Mwaniki Amani Kimani, was dating the general of the army of Southern Sudan. So when al-Bashir was the president, Kenya played a huge part with Garang, the negotiations, on and so forth, and also even to supply arms in Southern Sudan. And for a very long time, if you don't know, Kenya became a hub and a conduit for Sudan's gold. Don't think it just started with Ruto. These were subsequent governments over the years. And if you don't know, for a very long time, Moi made Kenya to be the Switzerland of Africa. It's only that money was embezzled from Kenya. Even Kamlesh Patnia said this issue, that Kenya is the Switzerland, when they formed the company called Lonro East Africa. Lonro East Africa, if you go to the history, and Moi put there a very young but a very powerful person who, it was said it was his son, Makto there. Makto is the man who resigned from the elected position of, not elected, he nominated position of MP for Uhuru to be paved into national politics. So our history with Sudan, both Sudan did not start today. And Moi was even worse when he dealt with it than even Kibaki and Uhuru. But what amazes me, Jiru, is your blindness, okay? Your blindness to the fact that you are complaining that Kenyans have been given passports by this current regime. Start from when, and I brought this issue the other day, start from when the Grand Coalition was made, when Otieno Kajua, who was the senator for my friend Mzalendo, your ex-panelist anyway, for now. If you remember when he was the minister for immigration, there was that, scandal for passports. And the beneficiary was Baba Man, Wakina Kalorio Mondi, even the May scandal, that Ruto became part and parcel for. But at that particular time, you have to remember the issue of passports and IDs had already started. We had started selling our passports. So in many places, you will find, for instance, if you remember, the CEO of Nissan, when he was to be jailed in Japan, and he loaded himself as a package to come to Lebanon, he had a diplomatic passport for Kenya. He had a diplomatic passport for Kenya. So Kenya diplomatic passport is a weapon that has been used. It's only that now we are highlighting what subsequent government did openly, and we couldn't make noise. Now, when it comes to IDs, and I know. And I know very well. IDs last minute were given to 5 to 6 people in one day so that Uhuru will not lose the election. And not only that, passports were given. If you remember last time prior to the election, there was something that ilitusumbua sana. Mtu anaregister one party na ID, alafu anaregister party ingine na passport, akinyimwa nomination hapa na ID, anaenda huku na passport. Do you remember that saga? So the issue of the passport, you shouldn't take it so serious, because now, 1 minute, Njiru, can you continue? My daughter is calling me.
Okay, ni sawa. Wacha niwaekee something which is in the ground sahi as we wait for. Mimi kazi yangu ni kusikiliza hii ground. Hii ground ikisema watu fulani wasiongee, mimi kazi yangu ni kurespond.
My journey to trading, like that learning curve, has exponentially just gotten a lot shorter.
Tarehe Wapenzi watazamaji, Kenya inaomboleza baada ya kumpoteza mbunge wa Emuru wa Dikir, Johana Ngeno, kupitia kwa ajali mbaya ya ndege ambayo iliweza kutokea Mosop, Nandi, siku ya Ijumaa mosi ya tarehe 28 mwezi ni wa pili mwaka 2026. Sasa mpenzi mtazamaji, mengi yameweza kusemwa baada ya mbunge huyu kuaga dunia. Sasa baada ya taarifa kutolewa kwamba mbunge huyo wa Emuru wa Dikir ameaga dunia, wananchi wa Emuru wa Dikir, yani eneo bunge lake ambalo alikuwa anawakilisha, wameweza kumiminika barabarani usiku wakiwa wanaandamana, huku wakilaumu serikali haswa Rais William Ruto kwa kile ambacho wanasema kwamba huenda kifo hichi cha Johana Ngeno Ngong hakikuwa kifo cha kawaida. Wananchi wako na sababu ambazo zimeweza kuwafanya wao kuyasema haya ambayo wameweza kuyasema. Na katika kanda hii, cha kunishangaza, eneo ambalo Johana Ngeno alikuwa anawakilisha, eneo bunge la Emuru wa Dikir, ni ngome yake Rais William Ruto. Lakini nikikuwekea hii kanda, usikie yale ambayo wanaimba, mpenzi mtazamaji. Wanasema Ruto must go, Ruto one term. Why are you killing people? Na mambo mengine ambayo nimesikia wakisema ni kwa nini Johana Ngong, ukipenda Johana Ngeno, jina lingine ambalo alikuwa anatambulika kama Ngong, ameweza kufariki. Sina mengi, tazama hii kanda.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you a Muslim tired of seeing all these different business models and gurus selling you different?
Mpaka unaona wananchi hawa mahala ambapo alikuwa anawakilisha wanasema kwamba hawaamini iwapo mbunge wao ameaga kifo cha kawaida. Hata aliyekuwa naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua naye ameweza kuitisha uchunguzi wa haraka kwa kile ambacho anasema kwamba mambo si mazuri hapa.
Tumepata habari ya kwamba mjumbe wa Mkurikil pale Kipsigis, Johana Ngeno, ameaga dunia kwa ajali ya helikopta. Sisi tunataka kuuliza uchunguzi kamili, kwa sababu tunajua huyo kiongozi amekuwa na pingamizi kali pale kwa Kipsigis, kwa sababu amekuwa kingpin ya wa Kipsigis. We want to call for a very thorough investigation into the helicopter crash that has killed the Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Situmetuma rambirambi. Tunataka 1 minute of silence in honor of the Honorable Johanna Ngeno, mjumbe wa pale Kipkalya.
Hii ndege ilikuwa inasafiri kwenye hali ya anga ambayo haikukuwa nzuri, lakini yote tisa, wananchi ni wengi ambao wameweza kusema haya ambayo unaona wananchi hawa wanasema, na wako na sababu ambazo zimeweza kuwafanya wao kusema jinsi ambavyo wamesema, na niko hapa tuweze kuyachanganua mawili matatu, tuone ni kwa nini wananchi hawa wanayasema haya jinsi ambavyo wamesema. Tafadhali chukua sekunde 1, 2, 3, kapiga subscription, bonyeza kengele, like video, bonyeza kengele, like video, sambaza hii kanda. Sababu namba 1 ni kwa sababu bwana Ngong, huyu Johanna Ngeno, alikuwa mstari wa mbele kutetea wananchi ambao walikuwa nawakilisha upande wa Emurua Dikir. Kivipi? Mnakumbuka mwaka 2025 kuna sakata ambayo iliweza kujitokeza mahala ambapo panaitwa Angata Barikoi, mahala ambapo viongozi wa serikali wawili, kiongozi yule wa juu kabisa wa taifa na seneta wa kaunti ya Kericho, walituhumiwa kwamba wao ndio wamepora mashamba ya Angata Barikoi. Kwa nini wananchi waliweza kusema hivyo? Yale mashamba yalikuwa yanachungwa na GSU, General Service Unit, na wananchi walipokataa kutoka kwa lile shamba ambalo lilikuwa limenyakuliwa, walipigwa risasi. Lakini Johanna Ngeno akaingilia kati na akaanza kuconfront maafisa wa polisi, akakataa kabisa wananchi wake kufanya nini? Wananchi wake kuondolewa kwa lile shamba. Sijui kama unanielewa.
Wewe, why are you killing people? Why are you killing people? Kazi ya nini? Why are you killing people? Mnataka nini hapa? What do you want here? Why are you killing people? Eh? Mbona mnaua watu? Simama kwanza wewe. Why are you killing people? Why? How many people have you killed? Why are you killing people? Who, nani mkubwa wenu? Nani mkubwa wenu? Wewe. Huyu alikuwa na half jacket. Alikuwa nani? Alikuwa askari ya nani?
Innocent, unataka kuongea? I can see umeunmute ndio nimezima. Anyway, kabla niendelee na hiyo video, let me clarify something. Watu wasione ni kama I'm censoring people bure. I know maybe sometimes you might be thinking that, let me put my video off. It's always good to listen to the crowd, which because kama nyinyi kama wazalendo, you are the people who are deciding that way. I don't think it is fair to subject you to things which you don't want. Unajua, na kama whether it is a good or a bad decision, you sisi tunai make, I have no problem with it. So we have to stand with what we decide. So enjoy our monologues. So hapa feel free. Hakuna mtu ya Ruto atakuja hapa kukusumbua. We will make sure that we distillate everything. So anything about Ruto, we will distillate. So let's focus in that direction. I agreed. Some people wanauliza, now we are losing our nation. It is the same script tulitumia 2022. Let's have a same discussion. It is democracy. And these people came and subdued us. So wacha watusubdue, kama ni kutusubdue, watusubdue wakiwa mbali. So very many people are criticizing that decision. Not everybody is agreeing watu wa Ruto wasibaniwe, but I think as a democracy you have to follow what majority says. Majority in this show anasema watu wa Ruto wasipewe nafasi, and I think we have to obey that. So kazi yangu ni kuwasikiliza. People have complained a lot. I thought that democracy should be two-way, but hapo watu ni kama wataki hiyo maneno. I think, and maybe it has to come to the issues of like maybe ile mambo Ruto ameonesha watu. That's why now watu wataki sasa story ya watu wa Ruto kabisa. So maybe Stone PK you can react to that. Ni kama crowd hapa inasema itaki kusikia watu wa Ruto hapa tena. Do you agree with them? Watu wanasema hapa mtu wa Ruto akikuja anafurushwa mara moja. Kama ni kuchukua they don't care.
You know, I have a question. Nilikuwa niulize the last time I was saa ile nilifanya submission yangu. Saa zile tuli when you said sasa umekubaliana na vile nilikuwa nasema, then you said unajua mimi ni mtu wa kutaka vitu za haraka, wewe una take time and so nilikuwa nataka kuuliza swali, mtu akuja hapa akwambie yeye ana support people who kill others, unaona, kazi yake anafurahia watu wakiuliwa, unaona, alafu anakuambia mwanze ati kudialogue, kuongea, kuelezeana, because everyone has a right to everyone has a right to do you sit with that person ambaye ni muuaji, ni mwizi, anakuambia mimi na support wizi na uuaji, and you don't, alafu unasema acha tu to discuss kwa sababu kila mtu ana freedom yake. That's question number 1. Question number 2, what is democracy? What is this? Hii kitu wa Kenya wamekuwa obsessed when the rest of the world is saying democracy is garbage, it's nonsense. It has been even proved by scholars. Your word, why are we not getting out of that nonsense? Mpaka unasikia hata America, they don't call it democracy. They baptize, wanasema American democracy because it's shit. Okay? So because it's nonsense, I would want those wale kila mtu unasikia, you know, Kenya is a democracy. Can you give me three things that in Kenya define what theoretically is democracy? 3, vitu tatu peke yake. Because ukihesabu the principle of democracy by itself, Kenya is a total fail. It's a total fail, Njiro. If by the principle of it una fail, yani intro, preamble, you don't comply. What is this? People keep saying, you know, Kenya is a democracy, you know, you cannot do that, you know, and the things we say, you know, you cannot do that, are what it's ina happen in the country. Talk of freedom of speech, hakuna. Okay, now most people here wanaongea kwa hizi ma YouTube because they are in some safe havens. Yeah, when there was Kamata and Subaru moving all around, yeah, those who did not have the safety of either being in secure place walishikwa, watu wameuliwa. So when mtu akija akikwambia sijui wacha wakuje hapa, that's why sometimes like me I can't. There are people when I find them in the channel I don't because sasa tutarizonaje bwana Njiro? What shall we discuss about Ruto sincerely? Yani ati nikae chini unielezee vile Ruto ameperform, kwanza zile engagement mnakuanga nazo na watu kama Kiptum, mimi wanacheka tu, nashindwa hii ni nini? Ati ana present na wewe una present, yeah? Including many people I don't want to mention, ati mna discuss, mtu anaanza kuonyesha vile Ruto ni strategies, vile all this and unwezi iko hivi na hivi. A murderer is a murderer. Alafu remember when you are being shown at how skillful Ruto is, unaonyeshwa wako skillful, ndio the president, ndio ana kila kitu. Protect the votes. Ruto is protecting his votes with the government machinery. Unaambiwa uja protect vote zako and your bare hands. Are we really, is that really fair reasoning? Then now unaambiwa ukuja hapa channel to engage them on what? Njiro, just unielezea tu, what is it that you'll be engaging on? Muna discuss nini? Sincerely speaking, at a debate. debate ile who is better than hiyo ndio vile
That's why Stone PK relax kidogo, nimekusikia. You know, saa zingine mwanga ufikange kila pahali the same time. Unajua leo lazima nikuongelesha sasa Kiswahili sanifu. Mwanga ni light. So I felt initially that these people, they are inherently wanting to discuss with us. Is like in the attempt that we want to change them. Ile tu unaongea na mtu uone kama watu, but ni kama nimekuja kuona bana, hao watu ni kama wamedungwa shindano, hawezi badilika.
Si shindano Njiru, it's not shindano. Wewe unajua saying ile hata kwa Kiembu iko musera na mkondo akondo kataguo. Show me, yani birds of a feather flock together. Ushaona mtu wa bangi, watu wa bangi they walk together. Watu wa kumadaras, hakuna shindano. That's why you see, for example, people who have stolen, they are the ones that go running to who? The captain of stealing. Njiru, look at Wamudende, the MP. Why did, when he took that money from KICC, I mean from Kenyatta Hospital, I'm giving that as the latest example. Where would he run to after he did that and then changed the name and did all what he did, which was illegal, covering up as a thief? So that person, huyo mtu ana damu, watu wamekufa hospitali, wamekosa oxygen, anakimbilia mahali alienda na akakuwa protected. So you expect to argue with anybody supporting huyo mtu ati akuje kusikiza your power of reasoning? My good God. Really? So for me, that's why you saw like in my channel, I don't entertain them at all, because there is no value addition in my channel. You don't add any value, because sasa ikiwa mimi naongea juu, for example, juu ya how to remove Ruto, na wewe unaanza kuniambia vile akae, there's no way you can add value to my I don't even want to hear your theories. And yeah, you can call me whatever you want. I don't give a damn. You can say I'm a dictator, you can say whatever it is, but that is it. Kama sitaki kusikia, hautani convince. Yeah, and it's not very beautiful discussion for me. Yeah, ni kama unakuja unaambiwa uanze kudiscuss na mtu amelala na bibi yako ati akueleze kwa nini alifanya hivyo, because bibi yako alikuja amevaa miniskirt. You know, you have to understand that he is a man, and you know, men have feelings. You know, Stone PK, you should understand, because you are a man. Oh, I will not do that again. That is how bad it is for you to discuss with people who are propagating that Ruto is a good leader. Sincerely speaking, when you can list all the bad things that are happening in Ruto's government. And I want to share with you some, kuna kitu imegeneratiwa by the way na nani na Gen Z, you know. I'll share it with you tukimaliza.
Let me comment a little bit about democracy, because of the new reason. Democracy is an amorphous statement. No one has, there is no any singular country which has been able to peg democracy to anything. Rather, democracy has been regionalized than globalized. So we just take the word because somebody came and told us that democracy is the power by the people, for the people, by the people. You know how the tongue twister for the definition of democracy. And for me, I'm trying to understand what is the Kenyan democracy. Then you asked me about, we explained about it. Literally, Kenya has no democracy because we have a strong man there who steals, who kills, who does all the wrong things. And the people are on the repressed anger. They cannot react to that. Kenya is at a point whereby a leader can kill you and he will still continue being your leader. Kenya is at a point whereby Ruto can kill you and that one will not affect you. No, that will not affect him. I mean, Ruto can shoot you and Ruto can shoot you on camera and he still continues being the president of Kenya. That is how bad we are. Stony PK. Ruto can shoot you na bado aendelee kukua in power. Na sasa hiyo mtu wako kwa jeneza. Good. You can react.
So do you want me to sit down and share a table with somebody who is telling me, the opposite of exactly the facts you have stated? When we say when those are facts, what you have said, then somebody is coming and nikisikiza akiniambia vile si ukweli, hiyo Njiru wewe ni mwendazimu. What you are saying, you are abnormal. So you want me to entertain that person in a discussion, in a conversation? Yeah, we are lost.
I think it is the right thing to do. Wacha watu wa Ruto watafute pahali ya kwenda. I agree. Wacha waende wafungue. They even have an IT expert in the name of Itumbi. Itumbi anaweza wafungulia ma channels waende huko if they have no capacity to do it.
Alafu they come to mock you, to ridicule you. Yani to ridicule you. Unaambiwa, oh, niliwaambia mtashindwa, you are disorganized. Sasa simulishindwa. I mean, surely. Na unajua hiyo kushindwa, the Ruto, hiyo kushinda wanashinda, it's what has been proven to be false, ni wizi, but wameibrand ikakuwa ni ukweli. Then unaambiwa Njiru, wewe ndio huku jipanga, huku ana agent, huku ana this. It's annoying. It's annoying. It's annoying. So you encourage wizi that if you don't have agents, you can never win an election. And we say we are a civilized country, a democracy. And we accept that as a way of nini. Unaambua, there's no country that has ever done it right. So because people have not done it right, then it is okay for you not to do it right, surely.
Hiyo story ya kusema Kenya is a democracy is an ambiguous statement. I think it is an escapist strategy. We don't want to solve the real things. I think when people are saying Kenya is a democracy, including even our constitutional lawyers, even akina Orengo saa zingine when they are presenting unasikia wakisema ati Kenya is a democracy, I think kuna vitu wanakuanga wakiondokea. It's a very amorphous statement, which I think when like Orengo, because he's a lawyer, I have been hearing Orengo all the time saying that Kenya is a democracy.
Yeah, it's our dream. Now, what we should change the statement is our aspiration. That ni kama mtu vile unaanza shule unasema I want to make up to university. My aim is to get a degree, basic kwanza. You know, that's how you work towards that goal. The fact that umeingia mpaka umefika first year university doesn't mean you are a graduate, you are a degree holder. So you are still struggling. So Kenya, for 63 years down the line, we are still struggling. How far have we gone? We have maybe gone, we made some steps forward, and then we have so many that we come back. All right? Yes, like we say, what we struggled for example, a constitution. Very good. We got it. We got it. And ndio hiyo iko hapo. Are we implementing the constitution? Are we running as per the constitution? Zero. So we have not yet a democracy because we have not achieved one of our tenets of that democracy we want to achieve. Yeah. Anyway, let's not belabor so much on that. It is obvious that until there is a fundamental change towards that which is called democracy, then we try to practice it. Probably, I don't know what the Norwegians and the Scandinavians call theirs, because I think huko kuna systems zao which seems to work. All right, because we don't hear a lot of we don't hear complaints. You know, things work, systems work. We don't read of those crazy things. You know, so probably yes. I cannot even say I admire American whatever governance. The only thing I admire, of course, is systems are working, but also they are working with ordinary mwananchi. Yeah, but the law also is so tough on ordinary mwananchi. And affair, when the higher you go, inakuwa a bit selective in a way. Yeah, so even them, they are not a perfect one, you know. But in our in our country, we can, for example, start making the baby steps like Botswana, for example. Yeah, we can make those baby steps. You go to Botswana. Botswana is my pet country. And when you are there, even as a foreigner, you feel ala. Yani hii nchi mazee, you know the way you feel. Yani uko kila mahali unaona hai huku mazee watu wanaishi. You just feel it. Watu wanaishi mazee. Ukifungulia news, and I would encourage anybody with means to even take a holiday to Botswana. Gaborone. Yani mtu aende tu, you know, they are very flexible, visa si shida. In fact, I think Kenyans, you don't need a visa somehow. I think so. You know, just make a visit there. Ukae huko wiki moja, uone nchi. Then you see even the people, the faces, the watu. You see progressive, people who are progressing and have very high hope because things are working. You know, when you see things working, you don't have to get the goal. But when you now we are on the right path. Like they conduct a lot of survey in the US, whether do you think we are on the right path? And that's a great question. It's a fantastic question. You as a citizen, how do you feel? Unaonaje? It's like you are in the umeendeshwa kwa basi, unaenda dereva, unaulizwa udere, saa hii uko kwa hii gari for the last 1 hour. Hiyo drive unaionaje? How do you rate this driver? Fantastic question. And there is a reason they ask that. And they take a lot of seriousness with that. When they say so and so, the approval is this level and this, and they don't just do that as childish thing. They take it very seriously. Kenya ikifanywa, hiyo ni ya fulani, huyu amelipa hiyo, hii imekuwa hivi. Hata wakisema your rating is 2%, unasema that Jiru, we have to dismantle this country, man, and start afresh. Back to you.
So, Stone PK, I want to ask you something. You did not exhaust history ya Murukwa Dikir. Hata kula mtu anajua kuipronounce.
No, inaitwa Emurwa Digiri. Wachana na Gachagua. Gachagua hawezi pronounce hiyo jina. Emurwa Digiri. Digiri. Ama unaweza Digiri. Unaweza sema Digiri ama Dikir. You know, depending on how you
wengine tunasikia wakisema Emurwa Dik.
Unaweza sema Emurwa Dik. Sasa kama uko na influence as the Scandinavian countries where KIR inaitwa Dick, you know, you can do that. But Emurwa Dikir. Unaweza sema Digir ama Dikir. K or G. You can alternate. Yes, ulikuwa unauliza sija exhaust.
So, we talked about this existential threat of Kipsigis leaders.
Yes.
It looks like kuna mtu amepangia hawa watu wa Kipsigis hawatawahi jisaidia, hawatainua hata kamoja. It looks like because scenarios, somebody was asking me in the message, nani alikufa nini? Alikufa 2008, whoever was asking me. Kipkalya Kones akakufa 2008 through accident ya ndege, na huyo amekufa tena na accident ya ndege. And by the way, if you look at the way the Kipsigis people are, it's like it is either their leader is killed or their leaders are done impassive, non-responsive. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Franklin Bet. He used to be a state house comptroller some time back. Ni kama ni zuzu bana. Aongeangi? Sijui kama unamjua.
What do you mean? What do you mean ni zuzu? What do you mean?
Like he has been politically emancipated.
No. Nani Franklin Bet ni uzee, is old. Amekuwa old bana, but he appears in some areas. He's old bana. Hao watu ni wazee. So you don't expect him kurukaruka kwa nini, but he's still a very sober guy, man. I've watched him in several interviews. There was a time walikuwa na Kirwa, they were discussing. He's invited on some very, very, intricate issues. He's still live, very good, but still very, anaitwa nini? He was a remorse guy, very sober, and he hates hii maneno, he hates hizi siasa ya Kenya mahali ilifika, betrayal, unaruka hivi, you are supposed to kwenda na mwizi wenyu and all that kind of. There are people, by the way, who are very, very principled, that rather than being associated with what is happening, you just pull out. I'm one of those people who behave like that. If I find that the ground is so useless, ni ujinga tupu, you surrender. I believe in surrendering myself personally. I believe in surrendering as part of even courageous way of fighting, because you can't be unaletewa ujinga, you are overwhelmed ujinga kama hiyo mnaambiwa mdebate na watu wa Ruto, ati unakaa hapo bravado, you are arguing endlessly. I give way to you who thinks you are doing the best, and the Franklin bet is one of those. If you listen to some of the interviews, and even people like Kirwa, if you listen to interviews where they are wanaongea, and you listen to the mourning, actually they are in mourning, they are crying to see. Njiru, let me tell you this categorically: this country is dead. This country is dead. Wengine tunajimassage tukisema, oh, the country is dead. How do you tell a dead country? A dead country is when nothing seems to work for ordinary mwananchi, but it was only working for a few. Working for a few, why? Because you have people displaying bundles and bundles of thousands of dollars on kwa meza na wakipima na kilo. Okay? When somebody is dying and asking you for 100 shillings, umtumie. When you have graduates from school, professionals, all right, mtu amekaa nyumbani miaka 3, miaka 4, wengine wamekaa hata 5 years, mpaka you lose hope. That is when you say a country is dead. And it's dead because those who are jobless and whatever are the young people who are supposed to inject energy in a country that you would call alive. Okay? So when you have an engineer tamaking, and unasema ati you want them to start business, assuming you graduate as a veterinary doctor, alafu unapewa 35,000 shillings by good luck, hiyo nyota, what are you supposed to do with that? Yeah, so there are people who have almost give up. They are hoping that something drastic will happen for them to come, and then people will seek for them to, because at one time, like what would have happened had the Gen Z succeeded that day, which something good would have happened. These people would have gone for the people of integrity because they are known. Come wewe na wewe shikilia hapa, try to transit us into where we want to go. Yeah, so those good people are there, Njiru, only that they are fed up. They don't know. They have been beaten, and beaten completely. You can't fight a government. A government can only be fought violently, and violently it means through those mandamonos and then revolutions and all that. You cannot remove a government by negotiation. Ni ngumu sana. It's very, very, very hard. Very, very hard. Especially when you have a leader who knows akitoka, akishindwa, anaenda jela. Ama a leader who knows, Njiru, that akishindwa, ana kwa kuishi kwa hiyo nchi. Assuming you are the one, Njiru, you know very well Stone PK akitake over, wewe huwezi ishi kwa hii nchi. Would you allow Stone PK to take over? Si ujibu hiyo. Wewe sasa ujibu.
Stone PK, wacha kuleta kitu obvious bana. Nitakuruhusu aje bana. Nitakumaliza kukumaliza.
Exactly. So, and now it is that simple, and that is what I want people to look at the situation we are with in Kenya. Ruto Sai, Wala in zero, genuinely and sincerely, Ruto a handover to somebody. Surely, anybody who is sober thinking, you expect, as you fix this nation, what will you be fixing? The message. And who is the cardinal mess holder while what is happening? You see, this guy would not have fixed Uhuru and all that, and if they are struggling, because they were together. But if somebody else who is not in that club takes over, and with the pressure of the people, and he's genuinely for the people, and he wants to fix the system, you fix the systems by number one, utakuta system imeibiwa. Then you need to follow that money. You need to play that clip we played yesterday, Mboko. For those who are not there, waone. Na Mboko alisema it is painful, but it has to happen. Akidemonstrate mpaka alikuwa anaonyesha vile ati watu wanatetemeka, na akasema yenyewe ikiwa huwezi vumilia, just leave the country. Hiyo ni monorota munapewa. Kama unajua unaguza mahali, just flee the country. You know, who can do that? And that's what is happening in Botswana today. Ndugu yangu, 2 years down the line, the crackdown is so painful, so painful. Watu wengine wamehama, wengine una surrender, unasema nimebakisha 3/4 ya what I stole. Committee, hiyo committee inakuja inaangalia hivi, inasema okay, wacha turudisha hii, baki na hii na hii, you know, that kind of a thing. And it happened once in Tanzania, by the way, for a short while, only ikarudi ikakufa, whereby the government ilikuwa inaitwa kutwaa mali ya wizi. If you had an estate, that estate would immediately, hata see through the court, it is just the papers. Unaambiwa, please can you justify how you got these 25 flats in Kileleshwa? Then you go, you write, you do, you record, unapeana ma evidence nini na nini, committee inaangalia. It's not about the court. Okay? Yeah, ulikuwa hii na hii, hivi, these things are worth this. Hii ukamaliza mwaka huu na what was your income? Very, very straightforward methodology. So if you know you stole and all that, you decide, unasema haya, mimi nitasurrender, lakini mnibakishie kamoja ka retirement. Then sasa unaingizwa kwa ile inaitwa when you surrender. Sasa the committee can look at it from a humanitarian point of view. Manake hata mui wa mwema. Yeah, like what, you know, like for example, what happened in Rwanda after the genocide. You know, those who attended those courts, they were called what? Zilikuwa na majina. Those courts of the truth and reconciliation. Yeah, unatokelezea kwa village hapa, unasema mimi nilinyonga huyu, nikaua huyu, mimi hata ndio nilikata wale watoto, blah 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 blah. Then they decide what to do with you. Yeah. So basically, that is what we need. That's what we need, because where we are, it is terrible. Only that people have no other country to run to at the moment, but it is bad. Wewe niambie, akina Zudi wataishi wapi? And who flashes money like that? It is only flashed in areas like DRC Congo, mahali kuna hiyo mawizi ya nini. It's only in countries that have failed states is where you have people displaying opulence the way you are seeing. Who displays that opulence? Hata huko America, hii super nini, nani unamuona kwa TV akidi Njiro. I can talk until tomorrow about these very characteristics of a failing state. Failing state doesn't mean that watu wanapigana ni bunduki nini na nini. No. It is when systems stop functioning the way they are supposed to function. When you are saying education ime collapse, when you are saying health ime collapse, you are saying maneno ya payslip ime collapse because anybody is raiding your payslip anytime, anywhere, and you have no question. Upende uspende. When you count up to 5, cardinal items that are happening and you have no control over. What do you call that? When you have 3 to 5 billion getting stolen every day, surely, what do we call that? So you people anafikiria too when it becomes failed is when you'll have results in people killing each other everywhere. Maybe where we are and where we are going by our nature, it will not reach a time again where people will want. Why should I go killing my neighbor when the 5 trillion has been stolen by other people? Why should I fight my neighbor? In fact, it will be stupid for Mimi. We are buying mafuta ya taa the same price. How do I come to burn your house? I think we are now above that stupidity. Yeah. Aya, Jiro.
Yeah, by the way, and also Gachagua is celebrating his birthday today.
Yeah, happy birthday to him.
Wacha niweke hapa.
Na Gachagua tunatakiwa sijui kwa nini tunataka tuseme hao watu wakuwe na mahali watakuwa wanasoma comments. Comments na what the public is giving as suggestions. They need to quickly have that. Yeah? They need to have that because wanaendelea kumess, you know. They have the opportunity is so ripe now, it's so good, so nice, but we want to squander it by doing things the same way we've been doing, and we expect different results. Do you know what it is, Jiro, that you mobilize people, or people know that you are coming to a certain center, then people wengine wanna take kama 2-3 hours to come, and then you are there for only 5 minutes or 10 minutes. Do you know what that means? Anyway, alafu ndio ulete hiyo unataka kuleta ya Gachagua. I want to give you another thing to digest. When you are tuning, whoever you are tuning, ama nitumie shengea sasa, ule ulikatia akakuwa bibi yako, ama ule ulikatia probably na hakuwa bibi yako but mkakuwa fiancé muda mrefu. Whenever you went to katia that, whenever you went for that date, ulikuwa unaenda hiyo date with a time schedule limit. There was a time ya ile mnakutana, but was there that mazee, unajua tunakutana from 2 to 3. Would you give that? Would you give that timeline?
No, sikuwa napeana.
So unataka kuwa na udem as long as God can give you time, ndio uuze lugha, yani you want to even indoctrinate her, hata kama yani you have no limit. It should be the same in terms of politics, campaigning, because what now we are doing as opposition and even Ruto is campaigning. Umewahi kusikia Ruto kwa hizo rally zake akisema haya, we fanya haraka twende, fanya? He has all the time on earth. Sisi opposition tuna haraka, na sijui tuna haraka tukikimbia kwenda wapi. Unaona, we are in such a hurry, such that mtu anasimama ile kitu anasema tu ni harambe, harambe DCP, sikiza pamoja, sijui tu nini, sikiza ground, bas kati chini. Sasa hiyo unaweza katia demu hivyo wala. You know, Jiro, what I want us to poison the public. That is what I'm looking for. Ndio nilikuwa nakuleta hapo. Yani si kupoison kuua, ni kupoison watunoki. Yani wacha watu hapo na hasira. Ili ukiwaambia laleni hapo ninakuja twende njia hii, wanalala hapo wakungoje. Because umewasha kiberiti, umewasha moto. Yani watu wanarerembeka namna hii. That is how you charge a revolution. And you need all the time. Enda kwa video za kina Castro, Fidel, uone. Yani, that is what we need to have. Na ulikuwa umesema point mzuri hadi Aaron. Ukasema hata si wachukue watu wawili watatu at random. Wewe mama, hebu kuja hapa utuambie vile SHA inafanya kazi. At random. Huyo mama anapewa mic na apewa dakika 5, usimharakishe. You know? Wewe kijana, wewe kuja utuambie ulimaliza shule lini na nini. Wewe hivyo pick 2, 3 in this rally, pick 2. The rally pick a lady that is single mother and struggling with 2 kids or 3 kids. I mean, that is the juice of poisoning, real cases, scenarios. Sasa Njiro, si watuite, wacha niongee kama Manyora, si watuite tukue think tank yao, lakini hatutaki kulipwa. You know, me I want to give this for free. Yeah, and there is no sophistication in this thing. Ni kama umeenda sokoni Njiro, na wewe umebeba maembe, hata mimi nimebeba maembe. Zote ni nzuri na ni mzuri, but how we display them pale kwa soko, hapo vile tuta display na vile wewe mwenyewe utakuwa pale umeketi pale ukidisplay is what will attract the customers. And how vile utabehave hapo, wewe unaweza kuwa hapo labda unajua kudance, uko hapo una dance hivi, mtu anakuja na anala uchalia na dance hapa hivi, ala na una maembe unaombea, hata hapa mazee ukikula maembe, it is the style. Ni wewe ndio utalua. You are the one who will lure your customers to come on board. Yeah. So for now, for us revolution, for us opposition, we are supposed to, incite the public properly, and we incite them by picking up live cases live. Wale waliadaptiwa wali nini inaitwaje hii, wale walikuwa captured waka nini, you get one of them anaongea the terrorism walipata. Mtu alikuwa na biashara imeanguka, you know, kama ule mama, unakumbuka ule mama alilia, alifungua hoteli, hakuna watu hawakuji, na ni hoteli umepika chakula. It's not that people don't want to come to your hotel, people have no purchasing power. Acha niache hapo Njiro.
Hi, American parents. I am offering a free class of my best-selling math program. Here, your child will master
80s alipokuwa chuo kikuu jijini University. Kwa mara ya kwanza mwaka huu, msikilizaji, tunakualika uguswe na ukubali kuchangia kitu katika projekti yetu ya kununua microphone ya kuboresha sauti ya matangazo yetu hapa kwenye Kimadi TV. Na iwapo upo radhi kutoa chochote, unaweza ukatumia nambari hii ya simu ambayo inajitokeza kwenye skrini yako sasa hivi. Asante sana. Leo Jumamosi ya tarehe 28 Februari ni siku ya birthday ya Rigathi Gachagua, ambaye amekuwa mwanasiasa tisho zaidi kwa Rais William Ruto kwenye muhula wake wa kwanza. Wakati Rigathi Gachagua akisherehekea siku yake ya birthday ambapo anafika miaka 61 years old, inaonekana safari yake ya kisiasa na kimaisha imekuwa ya kiajabu, wengine wakisema hata ya kimiujiza. Kwani kawaida huwa mtu anavuma katika ujana wake na umaarufu na nguvu zake zinadidimia kadri anavyozeeka, kitu ambacho kimeonekana na wanasiasa wengi hapa nchini. Lakini kwa Riggy G imekuwa sawa na ilivyo kwa rais wa sasa wa Marekani Donald Trump, ambaye licha ya kuwa na fanaka zake nje ya siasa katika miaka yake awali, ni baadaye sana uzeeni ambapo alikuja kuvuma kwenye siasa. Anafanya barabara, Wakikuyu wanasema Riggy G sio kusema ameingia kwenye siasa majuzi tu, kwani hiyo inanibambanga. Ni University of Nairobi akisomea political science and literature. Unajua Riggy G? Huko Riggy G alikuwa ndani ya siasa kama mwanafunzi, hasa wakati ambapo siasa za kikabila za wanafunzi wa chuo kikuu kujiunganisha katika makundi ya district zao zilikuwa zimeshika. Anafanya barabara, Wakikuyu wanasema Zaidi, Rigiji alikuwa kwenye campus na akihusika kwenye siasa katika wakati ambapo William Ruto pia alikuwa UON akisomea zoology and botany, na wapo wengine pia ambao leo hii wanavuma kwenye siasa ya Kenya waliokuwa na Rigathi wakati huo wakiwa wanafunzi 1980s.
Hii jina Rigathi ni Olekasi, lakini sasa unajua hii wa Kikuyu ulimi yao ni mzito.
Rigiji alipoondoka chuo kikuu alikuwa tayari ashajitosa sana kwenye siasa za kitaifa na hata akawa ashapata connections na ikulu ya Nairobi ya Rais Daniel Moi, kitu ambacho William Ruto pia alikuwa ameshafanya.
Anakuja kumpata na jamaa kwa jina lake halisi Geoffrey Rigathi wa Gachagua.
Lakini wakati William Ruto alipobahatika kuingilia siasa za kuchaguliwa na akaishia kuchaguliwa 1997, yeye Rigiji aliingia utumishi wa umma na akawa DO akishiriki katika maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa la Kenya.
Wacha nimsalimie ile uongo ya Kasongo. Musangarire Morevaramu.
Historia ya Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto ingekuja kushikana tena wakati Rigathi Gachagua alipoondoka serikalini mwisho wa muongo huo wa 1990s na akajitosa tena kwenye siasa wakati alipoanza kazi kama msaidizi wa karibu ama personal assistant wa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, kijana ambaye wakati huo alikuwa anasaidiwa na Rais Daniel Moi aingie vyema kwenye siasa za kuchaguliwa. Uwezo wa Rigathi Gachagua kuelewa sana sio tu wanasiasa na viongozi wa kuchaguliwa nchini Kenya leo hii, bali hata mitindo ya wapiga kura na jinsi ground zinafanya siasa mbalimbali katika maeneo yote ya Kenya inatokana na uzoefu wake ambao bwana huyu ameupata kwa kuelewa wananchi na viongozi wao tangu alipokuwa mwanafunzi chuo kikuu hadi miaka yake kama DO aliyekuwa na mamlaka ya kutangamana na wapiga kura na viongozi wao mashinani.
Akasema mimi ni kichwa ngumu, Kasongo nitaongoza wa Kenya kupeleka wewe nyumbani.
Mpaka akafikia kujitosa kwenye siasa ya kitaifa wakati alifanya kazi kwa ukaribu na Uhuru Kenyatta, wakati huo Uhuru akiwa opposition leader baada yake kupoteza uchaguzi mkuu wa 2002.
Unasema ni one term. Ataenda one term. Sema one term. Wewe William Ruto. Wewe Kasongo. Wewe muuaji.
Inasemekana wakati Uhuru Kenyatta alipokuwa anataka kutoa pesa zake kumsaidia Raila Odinga atengeneze upya chama cha ODM, Rigiji ndiye alitumwa na pesa kwenye mfuko apelekea ODM na aliyemtuma ni Uhuru, kwani wakati huo Rigiji alikuwa mshauri na msaidizi wa karibu wa opposition leader Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Zaidi utajiri mkubwa ambao unamwezesha Rigathi Gachagua leo hii kuenjoy miaka yake ya uzeeni akiwa politically active na akifuatwa na kusikilizwa na watu wengi, kinyume na ilivyo kwa wazee wengi wa umri wake.
Honey among rocks, lemon of the cluster.
Ni kuwa Rigathi Gachagua alianza biashara mapema na kampuni zake nyingi zinazojulikana kwa jina la mwavuli kama Ridor Group of Companies ni kampuni ambazo Rigiji amezijenga kutoka mapema miaka ya 2000s.
Sasa Soprano amekwama,
huku mafanikio yake mengi ya kibiashara yakitokana na ushirika alionao na mkewe Dorcas na ndugu zake ikiwemo mwenda zake aliyekuwa gavana wa Nyeri Nderitu Gachagua.
Sisi ni makazini. Kweli ama uongo? Hi cousins. Hi cousins.
Rigathi Gachagua katika safari yake yote amekuwa thibitisho la kutosha kwamba wanasiasa wengi hutokomea kwa sababu wanashindwa kujilinda kimfuko na kwa kuharibu finances zao, aidha kuingia kwenye madeni ama kufanya kampeni ambazo haziwasaidii, na wakati mwingi kuoa wake wengi na kuzaa watoto wasioweza kuwalea hufanya wanasiasa wanadidimia kabla ya wakati wao.
Mtaoa wasichana wangu, mtaleta ng'ombe, muko na ng'ombe za kuletea mimi? Wangapi wanasema tu wewe wasichana wa Kikuyu?
Lakini wale wanasiasa na viongozi ambao wameweza kujipanga kimfuko na kuhakikisha wanasalia na biashara ambazo hazitegemei wao kupora serikali ama kuwa wamechaguliwa kila wakati ndio wasalie na pesa, ndio wanasiasa ambao wapo mpaka leo, mfano bora ukiwa Rigathi Gachagua na William Ruto.
Mtalala hapa nipange maneno ya bashi kidogo.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize.
Agala Aghalabu wanasiasa ambao wameishia kupoteza umaarufu, aidha kwa kupoteza uchaguzi wasiweze tena kuchaguliwa tena, ama kwa kupoteza umaarufu wao licha ya kuwa bado wamechaguliwa, huwa ni wanasiasa ambao wamefilisika kifedha.
Nimekuja kusikiza ground. Ground ya hapa Ukambani inasema nini?
Zaidi, mafanikio makubwa ya kisiasa ya Rigathi Gachagua katika safari yake yametokana sio tu na uwezo wake wa kimfuko, uwezo ambao wengi wanaamini umesaidiwa na kuwa alirithi mengi ya mali ya ndugu zake, bali pia na uwezo wa Rigiji kuelewa kwa kina siasa za Mlima Kenya na kujielewa yeye kama mwanasiasa kwamba licha ya kile anachoweza kufikia atasalia tu kuwa mwanasiasa wa Mlima Kenya ambaye uwezo wake amepatiwa na Wakikuyu waliomchagua.
Sisi lazima tungeangalia nyinyi. Hii serikali ni kampuni na ni ya shares.
Aghalabu wanasiasa wengi wa kuchaguliwa kutoka Mount Kenya huwa wanasahau kwamba wao ni Wakikuyu kwanza, na umaarufu wao utaishi kuunganishwa na identity yao kama Wakikuyu, na wanaanza kujiona kama watu wanaoweza kupinga jamii zao ama kujaribu siasa za kitaifa ambazo hazihusiani na kabila lao, na ili huishia kuwamaliza. Mifano bora ikiwa kama Peter Kenneth ambaye alikuwa na nyota kali lakini akaishia kuizima mwenyewe alipokataa kuwania ugavana wa Nairobi.
Family is the basic unit of society and the nation. Strong families make strong nations.
Rigiji kwa umahiri wake wa kusikiliza ground alijua wakati wa kuruka kutoka kwa Uhuru Kenyatta amunge William Ruto mkono kwa urais 2022, na uamuzi wake ulifanywa mapema awali kabla ya uchaguzi wenyewe, kitu ambacho aliweza tu kukifanya kwa kustadi kile ambacho wananchi walikuwa wanataka na kujua licha ya kuwa Uhuru alikuwa kitini kama rais wa Kenya, wananchi Mount Kenya na Wakikuyu wote walikuwa tayari washamtoroka.
Pia tunataka tungoje hii akina Sifuna, si wanakuja? Kwani mnataka tuharakishe? Si tuwangoje wakuje?
Ni Rigathi Gachagua ambaye hata wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu alikuwa tayari ana uzito wa kimfuko na kifedha, ambaye alishawishi viongozi wengi vijana kutoka Mount Kenya ikiwemo Kimani Ichung'wah na Ndindi Nyoro wahame kwa Uhuru Kenyatta waje kwa William Ruto, na uwezo wake huu wa kuona mbali na kuona kile ambacho kitafanyika kabla hakijafanyika umekuwa ni silaha kubwa ambayo ilimsaidia hata kuwa naibu rais wa William Ruto, licha ya kuwa wengi waliomzunguka viongozi wenzake walikuwa wanamuonea gere na kuhisi yeye alikuwa hatoshi.
Ile watu wamebeba waziri moja ile ya kuuza madawa ya kulevya, anakula juku karanga akisikiza uongo.
Zaidi, uwezo huu wa Rigiji kuona mbele, kusikiza ground na kujua kile ambacho wanasiasa wenzake hawajakijua bado ulimwezesha yeye asitume barua ya kuresign ama kujiuzulu kutoka deputy president position, wakati ambapo William Ruto alikuwa anajaribu juu chini kumlaghai Rigiji ajiuzulu ili ammalize kisiasa.
There was a lot of speculation that Rigathi Gachagua wants to resign.
Lakini Rigiji akajua kama angevumilia impeachment yake, matokeo yangekuwa aidha wabunge wangekataa kumuondoa, kitu ambacho kingeishia kusambaratisha serikali ya William Ruto, ama wabunge wangemuondoa atoke apate umaarufu wa ghafla kwa sababu Wakikuyu wangekasirikia kuondolewa kwake, kitu ambacho bado kingesambaratisha William Ruto na serikali yake. Kadri uchaguzi mkuu unavyokaribia ndivyo wanasiasa wengi wakubwa kwa wadogo wanaangalia mambo na kugundua Rigathi Gachagua sio mjinga na William Ruto sio mjanja sana.
Bungoma oye! Bungoma oye!
Na kuwa yapo ambayo Rigiji alikuwa anayafanya na wakati huo wasiweze kuyaona kama maamuzi ya kibusara, lakini leo kwa kuyaangalia kwa darubini ya nyuma, yani hindsight, wanagundua huenda huyu bwana Rigathi Gachagua ndiye kweli aliyekuwa nguvu na akili ambazo zilimsaidia William Ruto kumshinda Uhuru Kenyatta.
Sikia ukilalamika hata tunakutusi. Hakuna mtu ametusi wewe. Tukikwambia unga ni 230 ni ukweli ama ni matusi?
Wakati akianza awamu hii ya kiumri ya miaka yake ya 60s, Rigathi Gachagua atazidi kunawiri kisiasa, atazidi kushawishi wa Kenya zaidi ndani na nje ya Mlima Kenya.
Nitaongea na Wakikuyu for 3 hours. Niwapatie maneno mpaka masikio ikuwe moto.
Na umri wake utazidi kuwa kama nguo maridadi inayomfanya avutie wananchi na awe wa kuaminika, hasa ikizingatiwa mengi aliyoyasema awali kuhusu serikali ya Rais William Ruto yameishia kuwa kama unabii.
Anatuma mtu ya soprano, si ndio? Pelekea watu 500 wakunywe pombe na maharagwe.
Ujio wa ghafla wa Rigathi Gachagua katika siasa ya Kenya unamaanisha wananchi wataendelea kuweka imani yao katika viongozi ambao wamekomaa, yani viongozi wa miaka 50 kwenda mbele, na itakuwa vigumu kwa wanasiasa vijana ambao umri wao bado haujafika 50 years kushawishi wananchi eti umefika wakati wa vijana hao kupewa nafasi ya urais wa kubeba maono ya Kenya katika ofisi ya juu.
Mimi naona Wajaluo pale akiwadanganya. Anasalimu hao, jodhuru hao ndiye.
Kabla hajafika miaka 70, Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa amebadilisha kabisa siasa nchini Kenya na kuvuruga muonekano wa siasa hiyo, lakini zaidi ni kama atakuwa amerejesha jamii ya Mkikuyu katika sehemu yao na kuipanda hata mizizi zaidi ya jamii hiyo kusalia juu katika siasa za kitaifa.
Nikisema harambee, mnasema one time. Harambee!
Licha ya matokeo yoyote yale ambayo atakuwa katika uchaguzi wa urais wa 2027, yani kama Ruto ataenda au la, Rigathi Gachagua atasalia kuwa kinara wa Mlima Kenya na kiongozi anayefuata na kusikilizwa na wote wakubwa kwa wadogo.
Who would slap me? Who? We weren't there. We just see the stories online. Who there?
Na kadri anavyozidi kuongeza kasi na kutoa style mpya za kufanya siasa yake, ni kama Rigiji atasalia katika nafasi hiyo mpaka pale atakapoamua kuondoka kabisa katika siasa ya Kenya kupitia retirement.
Wewe William Ruto, wewe tukana Kalonzo, tukana sisi, tupige na risasi, tupige, hiyo kiburi yako, chuma yako iko motoni.
Na kama Rigathi Gachagua ataishia kutimiza ndoto yake, achaguliwa kama rais wa Kenya, inawezekana mabadiliko ambayo atayaleta yatakuwa mengi, ya ghafla na makubwa kushinda mabadiliko yoyote ambayo yamewahi kuletwa na marais wa awali.
Sasa naiba pale, sisi wote tunang'edhia, tunamwangalia.
Kwani Rigathi Gachagua, kinyume na viongozi wote ambao wamewahi kutawala Kenya, anaonekana kuwa na ujasiri wa aina yake, wa mtu ambaye yupo radhi kuchukiwa na wengi, bora tu asimame na maadili na atetee watu ambao anawaaminia yeye.
Who's coming in the driveway?
Yes, I can see we have new entrants in the house. So maybe Stone PK, you can interact a little bit. You'll come, wacha tukaribisha Juria. So Juria, how are you? Good evening.
Good evening, Bona Innocent ametoroka ama kumendaji ama
Innocent busy anakuja kulala kwa studio, so I think he has done his presentation. So ni nyinyi sasa wale ambao mnakuja jioni sasa you have to come and you give your point. So you are aware that kuna chopa imeanguka Kenya and it has killed one of our MP. We are Mugoroka Digiri. Then
yes. I'm like, you know, hii ni kitu nimekuwa nikisema Jiru, that people who know that they are not doing good with Ruto, they should know that he's trying to kill them. Sijui kama wanajuanga hivyo Njiru ama unaonaje? I don't know whether they know that. And I have a Kalenjin friend of mine and he may understand kwamba this guy was hawakuwa pamoja na Ruto juu ya mashamba ya Kipsigis. Did you know that Njiru?
Actually, what I know is that Kipsigis people have been an existential threat and Ruto and some people in Kalenjin. That's why kiongozi wao anauawa tu. So mashamba na pia kuna vile wa Kipsigis wanataka tu wakuwe mazombi. Sorry.
Na huyu jamaa alipigania hiyo mashamba yao hata not long time ago that in I think this Ruto's government some Kipsigis were killed due issue ya mashamba, and he was fighting for them, and he confronted the police and asked them, kwa nini mnaua watu? Mnakumbuka hiyo video? Kwa nini mnaua watu? There's something like, I think in Ruto's government, Ruto's regime. So this guy is a threat. And me, so when I was chatting with that friend of mine, I was asking him that when Ruto anataka mashamba gani before he gets satisfied, if somebody has to die because of that, is it worth it that MP, yes, he's opposing him, just leave him, ignore him. If somebody has to die, yani if Ruto could scheme for that man to die, what about people like akina Gachagua? Unafikiriaje Jiru?
Yeah, of course, ndio unaona hata Gachagua did the right decision. Ukiona umeanzia kukosana na Ruto, wewe toka tu, create boundary. Ujikinge, you are dealing with a killer.
And that was, we are revisiting the issue of Ogola. Unakumbuka story ya Ogola? Ruto said that
Ogola alikuwa anafaa ku resign.
Ruto said I hired him irrespective that he wanted to remove me. First, Ogola is the army commander, is the boss. Chief of General Staff. Chief of General Staff has influence, can decide who becomes president, who does not become president. So, and the president is being sworn in, knows that this is the Chief of General Staff, and that president believes that he doesn't want him in power. And then he goes ahead to say that I hired him, irrespective he didn't want me. And Ogolla sits pretty, ni kama he thinks sasa wamekuwa lovers Naruto. Na wamesameana kama bibi na bwana. Vile bibi na bwana wanakosananga, alafu wanarudiana. So Ogolla thinks that is how it's going to be the case. Come on, my take, Stone, sijui kama unanisikiza, naona Njiru sijui ameenda wapi. My take is, if you know and you know that vitu vimeenda mrama kati yako na Kasongo, give yourself space with him and know that he's trying to kill you anytime. Ukipanda hizo ndege, I hope akina Gachagua are aware of this. We don't want to hear another chopper. Another chopper went down. They should know that Ruto is trying to kill them, and I hope they know that, and they are very clear of that. Jiru, somebody was telling me that nowadays hata ukienda home ukue careful marafiki zako ni akina nani, ukue careful unakula wapi, ukue careful who has your itinerary, where you are, because people don't want good things for people. So this guy Ngeno man, they just brought him down. And unfortunately, I just heard he only married the other day, that he married in 2018. Kumaanisha watoto wake ni wadogo.
And he is 53.
Yeah, he's only 53.
That was his first marriage. Alikuwa amekaa sana bila kuoa kabisa.
Alikuwa amekaa sana bila kuoa.
Wow, that one is interesting. I would like to know the reason why alikuwa ameamua kukaa hivyo. And watu kama sisi tukampita.
Ulimpita? Did you get married before him?
Yeah. Julie, I got married in 2014.
I was wondering why he has taken to, because people of his age, tuko na Gen Z. You see, he was not lucky to give back to a Gen Z. Tuko na Gen Z bwana Njiru. The famous Gen Z. Tuko na Gen Z. People of his age wako na Gen Z. Does he know that? Lakini sadly his life had to be cut short just because
at least Uzuri, by the time he has passed on, alikuwa na boma. That's a milestone.
It's a milestone, lakini amewacha bibi na watoto wadogo. That's sad. I hate to see children losing their parent, because maisha huwa inabadilika tu Njiru. Do you know how life changes after that?
Yeah, of course I know it's a tough moment. Like watoto kama hao sasa, imagine watoto hata wajaenda kidakate, nasikia ama maybe wako tu shule.
Yeah, they are in lower, sijui wako grade 1 ama wako grade gani, unaona?
Now they are dealing with the idea that they don't have a father,
and that they never see him again, and the woman is dealing with the idea she has to start managing her finances. Probably she was a homestay mother. She has to start she has to think. It is very tough.
Hiyo kitu ni mzito Julia. It is not easy losing your partner at that level.
It is very tough to bring up children on your own if you are not used to it. It is very tough to bring up children without a father if you are not used to it. Even those who try to do it, it is tough for them. Sio kazi rahisi. And then afadhali wenye wanajua they are single mothers, maybe they can tell me that wamezoea hiyo maisha, lakini mtu mwenye ako na bwana, yani somebody comes home, somebody, when you have a man around you, I believe somebody may ask me, Julia, I will not tell them about my story, but I know it feels safe, like somebody is in charge, right Njiru? Somebody's.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Na then unajua sasa kuna ile like when women are married, kuna ile sasa like wana loadingi, like awanjali sana, they believe things will be taken care of.
Yeah, especially you have a responsible man. You have a responsible man with you. It just feels good, It just feels good to know that I don't have to keep thinking, how will I do this or how will I do that? But now she has suddenly to wake up to that reality. Like suddenly, she must be a young woman. Suddenly she has to wake up to that reality. It is a sad reality. I just feel for that lady and the children. I don't even know how to express it. But sasa bona wamemua ni Kasongo tu. Kasongo is a suspect. Whether Kasongo, people are even saying, I understand that, is it, nani ameandika, ni Malala ameandika poem, ama who wrote a poem? Malala. Malala wa
Malala
nani?
ndio huandika mapoem.
Ati ameandika poem ya how Raila Odinga died. Ati Raila Odinga died in Kenya. Asijui Raila Odinga was killed. Sijui bra bra bra. But what I'm trying to say, if you work with Ruto and you know his secrets, na unajua maisha yake mkosane, know that he's trying to kill you. Always know asubuhi amka. As long as Kasongo is alive, he's trying to kill you. Because his signature is violence. Jiru, umeona hii story ati US caught this RSF somebody with Kenya's passport.
Yes, hata tumeicheza hapa, we have played it here. Na Julia, I think hata umechelewa. Na hiyo story hata imefanya tuban watu wa Ruto kukuja kwa show yetu. Hakuna mtu wa Ruto ataiongea hapa. Wamebaniwa because watu wameambiwa hakuna kuongea na materrorist tena.
Yes, we are not going to condone them. You see, criminals are criminals. Let me say this: if you are okay, that's what I told Kiptum the other day. That if he's okay with Ruto, then he's okay with what he does, right, Njiru?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you can't start telling me that una support mtu lakini support vitu chenye anafanya. There's no difference. Me personally, Njiru, I have this policy: show me your friends, and I tell you who you are. Me, Jiru, if you know my friends.
So, Julia, kama if you miss to debate with Ruto people, pole sana.
I don't miss them because they were spoiling my day.
Yeah, so even the sasa.
They were spoiling my day, and they were making my adrenaline rise. They were increasing my adrenaline and the level of my adrenaline. You know, mwalimu alikufundisha maneno ya adrenaline.
The running hormone.
They were causing an imbalance in my adrenaline. Nowadays, I'm a very calm person. As age catches up with me, Njiru, I'm practicing calmness. I'm working on that, being calm. Don't get mad. Just keep it cool. And then alafu naleta mtu akasongo hapa. Anaanza kuongea maneno ya sijui what. So
watu wamesema we enjoy our monologue. They don't care. Watu wamesema if it is monologue which will work, we don't care. Kama tunaenda kuingia kwa maji, wacha tuingie kwa maji na monologue yetu.
ati mnaniambia ati good yeah, Njiru Mwaura played the clip. You are late. Yeah, I'm late for the party. Leo ilikuwa weekend, Good na yourself. Today was weekend. Najua wamama weekend tuko na shughuli mingi. But kwanza tuende ile kikundi ya wamama. We have to catch up. But I am saying better late than never. Here I am to talk about why Ruto ameua Ngeno.
Na Julia, sasa can you comment in reference now to Kipsigis community? Is this normal? Kipsigis viongozi wao wote wanauawa na mandege. Kipkalya Kones anauawa na ndege.
Kones, yes.
Huyu wa Sai anauawa na ndege. Hata Kiprira amekuwa hapa na ametuhesabia like a generation within 50 years ya vile viongozi wa Kalenjin wamekuwa wakiuawa. Nini wa Kipsigis. Na wa Kipsigis, they are just busy saying they are Kalenjin. Na wanauawa na the other groups ya wa Kalenjin.
Alafu wanasikiza wanatolari Cheriot akiongea ujinga hapo. Akisema, by the way, I like Gachagwa's approach. There's nothing like Kalenjin. Now we are going to deal with each other as Kipsigis, Keyo, Marakwet, together, because sasa tunajua they are not one. And we know that there are others who are oppressing others. And because of that, we're going to be dealing with them one by one and reminding them to fight for their rights. Ikonini. You're going to be reminding them wanafinywa and they should fight for their rights. And it was, you see, this guy was fighting for the shambas, their Kipsigis. Alipigania juzi tu alienda kuprotest hapo. People had been killed by some thugs who were guarding some land yenye Ruto ame grab. Now they have killed him. And Cheriot wants people to be quiet and not talk about it. Alafu mtu utakuja hapa kuniambia nyenyenyenye Ruto, sijui nyenyenyenye shisha, sijui what. I'm telling you, next time anybody tries that, I'll call them a cattle rustler. I'll tell Njiru to kick all cattle rustlers from this show. Na nimejua Njiru, nimejua unaona hiyo story ya cattle rustling haifanywangi na locals. It is this akina Kamket, some thugs there, some politicians, they organize the theft of livestock, they kill their own people, alafu wanataka kutuambia ati it is a cultural thing that was going on. No, they kill their own people, they steal their livestock and sell it in Nairobi. So then we have to call a spade and call out these thugs. So if anybody is listening and feels Kasongo is okay, yeye hata yeye ni katurasla kama yeye. Period.
So, Julia, can you comment to Gachagua rally in Nakuru and Laikipia? One time was also there as well.
Okay, I watched the Nakuru one. Laikipia sijui kuliendaje, lakini I loved the approach and the momentum. And Martha Karua aliongea, si ndio?
Yeah, Martha Karua anaongea sana, anaongea.
Martha Karua was there. I was happy that she's there. And I am happy that, and were they attacked in Nakuru? They had been, walikuwa wamepangiwa, si ndio?
Laikipia ndiko niliona walikuwa wamepangiwa na Kionjuri akasomewa sana na Gachagua.
Kionjuri ajue sana kama ni kuhama na hama. Can you people connect about Kionjuri? Kionjuri was my student leader. Kionjuri, can you believe me, ni wa hiyo miaka
Yani when wa generation ya Kionjuri?
Yes, na nikwambia
alikuwa mbele yako. Akiwa for dia ulikuwa first year.
Alikuwa 2 years ahead of me. Kionjuri was in the last A-level group. Unajua ile A-level group ya mwisho that year. He was in that last A-level.
Wewe Julia, wewe ni wa class 8
mimi ni wa class 8 ya pili, the second year. The second class 8. We were really being done for experiments.
Yeah, 82
We were really used as experiments.
Kwa hivyo nyinyi ndio mlikuwa CBC. Na hiyo experiment imewaka. Are you a serious person in life? Courtesy of that experiment.
I think it, since even if you were experiment, somehow we ripped from the old system the thoroughness, the depth. So we were actually mistreated because we were given all those many subjects with the depth of the old system. Now, we had those many subjects and the expectation of the depth of the whole system. So it was too much for us. That is why they went on reducing the number of subjects, because with time they realized that hiyo ilikuwa too much for the students. Sisi ni wale wenye tulipewa 12 subjects. So Kionjori was our student leader in Maseno University.
Nani aje Kionjori yako kutafuta?
Hey, nikikwambia story wewe utacheka.
Julia, Kionjori kutaka girlfriend?
Wacha nisiongelelea hapa. And somebody even told me that somebody kept reminding me that I made wrong decisions. Lakini today nikiangalia I made the correct decisions. You know what happened? Kionjori, I know him like we know each other. Like
okay, usiniambia alikuwa amejaribu kurusha mstari. You're fresher.
Like if he hears my name atajua. So lakini story yake is not a very good story, because eventually bibi yake, I think people say his wife took off to the US. Ati bibi yake alitoka akakuja hapa. I don't know how true that is. He was to marry one of the girls in the university, but I don't know whether he married her. Then lakini bibi yake wa real, people say that she took off. She's somewhere in the US or somewhere, I don't know where she is. Lakini Kionjori is there. Bad news. He was a student in Maseno University. So then Kionjori Kionjori is a trained teacher, you know that, Jiru? When Maseno started, Maseno was only trained
subject yake ni gani?
In history CRE.
History CRE. Okay.
So Kionjori was Maseno University he was the first group to be admitted in Maseno University because Maseno University was only training teachers. That is, they only had one degree, Bachelor of Education. Hiyo walikuwa wamekuwa na faculty moja peke yake tu ya education, department, faculty of education. And Kinjuri, they were the first group there. So when we entered, tuliwapata wakiwa third year. So we were first years and were third years. Okay. He was a student leader. So then he graduated. He was employed by TSC, lakini he didn't work for TSC for a long time. Sijui somehow those days people could find their ways. Sijui ameenda South Africa, unakumbuka? Sijui anaenda South Africa kufanya nini. He briefly left the country for some time. Then he's an outgoing person. I think somewhere he came back. Sasa vile alikuwa ameacha TSC, hakurudi kwa TSC. He began doing some jobs. I think he had some matatus, he was running some matatus there. Akaingia kwa siasa, akakuwa MP wa Laikipia. That is how he rose. So Kionjore is, let me say that he's a letdown to the Mount Kenya region, because a lot of these leaders, the only thing they want ni pesa ya Kasongo, and they can sell their soul to the devil to get money from Kasongo. So he's a letdown, he's an embarrassment. So I'm happy with Gachagua and team, and I hope they wake gear. The only thing I took to address, jana mlikuwa mnajadiliana, I wanted to jump in, then I became busy. The only thing that they have not addressed is how they're going to stop Kasongo from stealing. If people were trying to discuss it, lakini sidhani muli-exploit hiyo kitu. Muli-exploit Njiru?
No, siku explain you.
IBC chairman.
You can tell us if there is anything new which you have. It can help the dialogue.
I don't know what I don't know what can help. The only thing that can help is Ruto not being in the ballot. I don't know how that can be done. Watu wa Ruto wakisikia hivyo wataudhika na mimi. The other day, Kiptum was saying that there's no legal way of making Ruto is not in the ballot. There are legal ways of making Ruto is not in the ballot. There are a lot of legal ways. So hiyo ndio solution yangu. So if Ruto is not in the ballot, maybe he's somewhere in jail. Sometimes I wish a lot of things njiru, lakini these are wishes. Maybe God will answer my prayers. Sometimes huwa nafikiria kwamba that hiyo best wako Njiru angekuja kukamata watu kama Kasongo, tungesaidika sana.
Oh, Julia, you want to react to what has happened in Iran? It is like Khomeini has been eliminated.
Yes, sasa sisi unaona, I know Iranians are in a bad shape, but probably they are happy. A lot of them are happy. What do you think, Njiru?
You know, these things, they are perceptional, because it depends if you are following the Eastern ideology or Western ideology. So for those people who follow Western ideology, they feel that the Iranians needed a better life than the one which Khomeini was giving them. And they feel after Khomeini has been eliminated, after 40 years in power.
Yeah, imagine someone rules 40 years in power mpaka anakufa. Lakini the only sad thing, Njiru, unaona, the only sad thing with these Middle East countries and the Arabic world, their structures, they don't have structures. Their structures have been since destroyed, or they had never had structures at all. So the only sad thing, that country will go into tatters, like Egypt, like Libya. It will never be the same again. They will never have normalcy of life. There will be, I used to think that Libya was better off with Muammar Gaddafi than when their country was torn into pieces by the West. Because after that, they fought, killed each other. They don't have structures. They have never had structures of who ascends to power, because these criminals and these dictators have ruled forever in those countries, kwamba hata hakuna sheria inafuatwa, Hakuna bunge, sijui kama kuna bunge. Do you know, is there something like a parliament in Iran? Like maybe bunge inaweza simama. You see like Kenya, we have a structure. If Ruto is not there and Kindiki is not there, we know that the Speaker of the National Assembly should be sworn as president. So in Kenya would not have complications unless the army interferes. Yeah, and Kenyan army has proven to just stand and watch things happen and do nothing. But now I don't know what you see. I heard Trump says, take over your government. Who is going to take over? They're just going to kill each other. I'm telling you. Who's going to take over? They're just going to kill each other from now henceforth.
You see, I think the whole of Middle East,
Mm.
they have been following the concept of monarchical concept, where you have even like places like Dubai, they only have one leader until he dies. Saudi Arabia, one leader until he dies. It's a concept in a monarchical concept,
Mm.
the monarchical concept. Bahrain, one leader until death. Qatar, one leader until death. Iran, one leader until death. So I don't think there is a country which had been able to appreciate this other concept of maybe like having a leader like for 4 years, 8 years. No, they want leaders for life. So let's see the democracy which these people will have. But incidentally,
I
there is
don't
a
think they.
shockwave. There's a shockwave of the system because they are seriously liars. Because like the foreign minister immediately when Khomeini has been killed, the foreign minister appears and he claims that he began by claiming that everybody is sound. Everybody is sound. So
Whatever he's saying, they are not doing good. I mean, the country is not doing right now, and I mean, whatever happens, let me tell you, they'll be worse off. The world may feel safer because that guy is a threat in a way or the other. Na hizo, yani ni mtu kichwa ngumu tu anataka kusumbua watu. The world may feel safer, but Iran will be a mess because they will be tattered. They don't have structures. Who becomes what? Unaona, unless they still follow the monarchy, maybe give his son. Unaona. So I don't know when these countries will ever change. Probably they will never change and learn anything, because anyhow, however much we are badly off with Kasongo, we thank God for our constitution, our progress. Tumetoka mbali Njiru, tumetoka from one party state, tukatoa section 2A, tukaenda constitution 2010, and we are still hoping to improve it. You know, I was telling someone, Njiru, that the midterm elections that are coming in, they are really taming huyu jamaa wako sana. Unaona ameanza kupunguza hasira, anakuwa tame.
But Julia, can we agree one thing? Like can we agree one thing? Ubest yangu hata kama mnamcriticize sana, his emotional intelligence is so high. He knows how to extract threats. Hiyo nayo lazima umpe because
sijui maneno ya threats, because these American presidents have done that. This was first time. I was old enough to follow the first Gulf War, the second Gulf War.
But I'm asking a question. Who was able to deliver in one day out of all those American presidents? Who was able
what?
Like the Khamenei's threat has been eliminated in one day.
But even Saddam was
eliminated
killed
in one day.
But even Saddam was killed. Let me say, Njira, I don't want to go into that detail. Americans present have been in this war, have been in this kind of wars every now and then.
They were all protracted.
Yeah, there have been these proxy. I call them proxy wars in the Middle East. But let me say this: I was going to talk about the midterm elections in the US. Huyu jamaa wako, he's coming down. Kwa sababu gani? Akona threat ya midterm elections. Now what is my point? My point is hataki kulose. Na kuna vitu pengine vimefanyika vimeudhi watu, hata Republicans vimeudhi watu sana, even Republicans. Na sasa you have seen the special elections that have been going on. He has been losing. Kwa sababu people have moved from being Republican to Democrats. Ni kwa sababu kuna vitu vinaudhi. So Americans have a lot of democracy and have a lot of space to express themselves democratically, irrespective of who is in power. And they always have opportunities to even tame their presidents and their governments. And what am I saying? Through midterm elections, they have opportunities to tame them. Unaona? So mimi nafikiria, because we are saying that our constitution Kenya is progressive. Probably in future we should also have a way we have midterm elections. Tusikuwe na serikali inatulingia ikitushautia, ikitutukana, ikitutapikia akina Cheragai na Cheriot na wengine wanatutapikia wakitutapikia. We should put a lot of checks and balances kwamba mko na miaka 5 lakini after 2.5 years we are removing all the senators. Njiru, imagine if MPs were going for election after 2.5 years. Kenya kungekuwaje? Kungekuwa kupoa, si ndio? After 2.5 years we are voting for a new MP or a new MCA or a new senator. Kenya will be good. So I just love what happens in America. A lot of times they may not be having perfection, they may have a lot of challenges and all that, even issues of corruption. There are a lot of corruption accusations and allegations and all that, but the fact that they have structures and their constitution even allows things like midterm elections, that helps them, that helps America very much. So constitution ya Kenya tumetoka mbali, tumetoka from single party state, tukatoa section 2A, tukaenda constitution 2010 which is very progressive. Now we have realized that the governors are stealing from us. Yani it's like we are trying to devolve resources from the national government to the county government. And what exactly happened? We devolved corruption. Okay, probably we should now revisit chapter 6 of the Constitution. We should revisit that chapter 6 of the Constitution and see what we can do if our leaders are corrupt. What can we prevent even a president from vying for? Can we have a constitution that even prevents the president in power from vying for presidency because he has been accused of crimes against humanity? He's been accused. The fact that you have been accused, Njiru, do you think that the fact that you have been accused you should be prevented from vying for presidency? I hope we are going to, with the future, that is why I always propose that Mother Karua should be put in a position where she will help us make laws that will tame will tame our corrupt leaders. So what I was saying, Kenya tumesonga, but we could still do better. If we could have a situation where we have midterm elections, we could be taming our governments. Mtu akijua kwamba you will be a lame duck president, behave. Njiru, mtu akijua tu kwamba after 2.5 years you'll be a lame duck president, they will behave very well. So the Middle East, mimi sijui. Njiru, you are saying the East. What is system of Japanese government for us? What system? Western? Wako na democracy.
Yeah. Japan is a serious democracy, right?
Lakini China is not a democracy.
Most of the countries with the democracies are doing well.
What about India?
India is the largest democracy in the world.
But India is a fake democracy because a lot of everything that happens there is on religious basis. Like if you are not Hindu, you cannot get to power. Like
no,
for
India
example,
the right wing. India is a right wing.
Let me ask you.
It's a conservative state which is epitomizing their religion in their conservative nature. India is just a strong conservative nation.
So Modi has been in power for how long?
Modi has been in power for close to 20 years.
Yes, there's a problem there. You cannot be the
but Anachaguri yangu unopposed most of the times.
Yes, because they have a problem with their democracy.
No, akuangi akikataza watu.
No,
watu wanatokezea na wanashinda.
I know Indians who live in India.
Na kura ibi yangu India, by the way.
It does. They do.
India wanaiba kura?
Yes, they do. And you cannot and
mbona wa complain?
And they have no room to do that. You are so intimidated. In fact, India, there's no democracy. India, there's a lot of autocracy in terms of religion. Njiru, do you know Indians are in India is among the few countries where people are being still even killed and lynched because you are a Christian? You need democracy gani? Unakuwa lynched hadharani. Do you know in India you can be arrested because you try to convert somebody to Christianity?
Are you talking of India or Pakistan?
India. I have friends in India. India, you can be arrested because you tried converting someone to Christianity. You can be arrested
But
and taken to court and jailed.
their political model is conservative in Hindu version.
And it is dictatorial and authoritative. It's just like Islam. It's just like the Middle East. It is dictatorial and authoritative in a quiet way. So Mudi anatokeanga anatokeanga
That is what happens in large nations. Even China iko namna hivyo. Even China is an authoritarian nation.
China, yeah, probably China
is
can do the same. So,
actually, US ndio inanishangazanga how it is able to control 50 states without that authoritarian arm.
Because they have structures. Unaona, let me tell you something. Hata kama watu seme mazuri ya people will be mad if we start talking good things about America. There are a lot of goodies in this country. Unaona, juzi nimeona some children protesting in Savannah. High school children, anti-ICE protest. Now, among those who are protesting, some of them are immigrants. And you know, the school districts announced that tomorrow the students are going to be protesting. While they were protesting, a woman had been killed by a runaway car there was a vehicle that was running away, and the ICE had been chasing that man, and so he crashed a traffic lights, an intersection, and he killed a woman who was driving another car, and that woman was their teacher. So there were protests. The school district came out, supported those children. Na ikasema, imagine, I just said, this is the rule of law that the rest of the world should observe. Unaona, that people have a right to express their dissatisfaction peacefully without being intimidated. So the Americans, they should fight for this country and defend they should not allow anybody to become dictatorial, because they have achieved a lot in terms of their democracy and even law enforcement. Wameachieve sana. Unaona Njiru, hata kama hapa kuna watu wanasemanga kuna vitu kama racism and all that. Ziko, you can feel, someone can make you feel, can profile you and all that. Lakini si extreme kama Europe. Na hapa mtu akikufanyia kitu that you think was not right, if you report that matter to the authorities, is taken seriously. Unaona Njiru, irrespective of your color, it is taken seriously. It is, somebody will take up that matter, like, did this happen? Can you provide evidence? So they are enjoying a democracy and they're enjoying their law enforcement. It's not perfected. It's not we can't talk about perfection, but I think they have achieved a milestone in terms of democracy and enforcement of the law. Now, so me, I'm wondering, Jiru, this other even mtu kama Mudi anakujanga hapa akijifanya kwamba atiye ni beshti wa Trump ama nini, alafu anarudi huko, people have been arrested for preaching Christianity. People are being abducted, people are being killed, and then they hide. That thing doesn't come in the press. They hide. It is hidden. So nyinyi hapa, we are saying India is a big democracy. They vote for their prime minister. No, they don't have room even to say no, because if you say no, you are among the minority. In fact, mimi nafikiri Kenya iko mbele sana kuliko nchi kama India when it comes to democracy. Kenyan kids can say no. So the East, sijui, maybe Japan. I think I don't know about countries like Indonesia, Njiru. Sijui countries like Indonesia. I don't know how big is their democracy, how much their structures work. Sijui. But I'm just wondering why countries cannot borrow good things. As we are trying to borrow, ni Kasongo anatusumbua. Na Kasongo akienda tutaenda tukiendanga. Nchi yetu itasonga ikisonganga. Because Kenyans know they are right and Kenyans know what need to be done. Kenyans know what we need to do to correct what. And we are talking about it and we are speaking and shouting about it at the top of our rooftops. And we won't stop shouting until something changes. Something happens. You see? But countries like India, they don't shout. Njiru, wacha nikwambia, India haiwezi kuwa na Gen Z revolution. haiwezi, hawana hiyo nafasi, because first and foremost the majority of the population are feeling like if you say something bad about Moody is because you are not Hindu, you're not a Hindu. They don't look like it at like you're fighting for their country. They'll be like, wewe unachukia, you are saying that because you are not Hindu. They won't look like they won't look like you like you are fighting for their motherland. No, at least Kenya, however much Kasongo and Akina Cheriot try dragging us into a tribal cocoons, we will not. We have refused and we have resisted. And good, our children have resisted, Mom. We have resisted to be put into a tribal cocoons, and we refuse it. And I love what is happening in Rift Valley right now, that even the Kalenjins now need to be informed. You are not Kalenjins, you are Kipsigis, you are Nandis, you are Tugens. This thing kuambia nyinyi wakale mfuate jambazi. Jambazi linaua watoto wenyu, linaua viongozi wenyu, bado mnalifuata hilo jambazi. That thing should end. That's my take. Njilisimi watu wameenda kulala.
Yeah, Julie, I think we can end the podcast now. I've been here for even myself for close to 7 hours, so that we can also prepare to come tomorrow. I appreciate for everybody who has joined our show tonight, and we will keep on the narrative. You have won. It has been a very serious battle trying to fight a lot of people here, but eventually ground ni kama imeshinda. Mumeamua kubana hao watu na nimeamua kusikiliza.
Kwa nini ulikuwa umeweka hiyo poll?
Yeah, nilikuwa nimeweka hiyo poll na watu wamesema watu wa Ruto wasikuje hapa. It is now at 73 watu wabaniwe. So 132 people have voted. 73% of you have said watu wa Ruto wabaniwe. 17% wanasema wakae na 9% wanasema
Yusuf anasema I will deport Indians.
Yeah.
So, the poverty in India is so crazy. Njiru, you need to visit India. Me, my friends are Indians.
No, like every country namna hiyo. Let me tell you, these very large countries, they only rely on their 1%. Can you calculate 1% of 1 billion people? Is 1% of 1 billion people is like 10 million people. Those 10 million people are the resource engine of India. You don't need everybody. Unaona hata Kenya. Even in Kenya, if we were able to understand 10,000 pedigrees na wasupportiwe vizuri, they can produce for everybody.
They can, and then if we put structures like infrastructure. Njiru, I'm in the south, but I love the infrastructure in this country. Like I can almost in a day, Njiru, I would have driven for so many miles in a day, in just one day. Yeah. And I'm able to go do my stuff and come back to my house just because the infrastructure is good. So if we can put down good infrastructure in Kenya, tujenge mabarabara, we open the interiors, we open the countryside. And we imagine places like Nyandarua, Kinangop, kama zimefunguliwa. Do you know how much food we have in the country? Do you know Central Province can feed the country? Do you know that, Njiru?
No matter, even with the smallness,
yes, Central can feed the whole country, just feed you with food, with affordable food. Na msquare boga mnanua beraisi, waru mnanua beraisi, because we just need the country to be open up infrastructure. Pea watu barabara na stima na maji. Let me say this, Kenyans do not even need food stuff. Kenyans do not need free housing. Kenyans do not need unajua people wa condemning Raila Odinga na kina Uhuru kusema kwamba ati wazee watakuwa sijui people will be given 6,000. Yes, we can afford to do that, by the way, to give the age 6,000 Kenya shillings or more. Because Kenyans, we just need to open up the country to weka infrastructure, like good roads, tukuwe na barabara mpaka pale kwenyu, stima na maji safi. And then next step, we just need to make sure that our children can access equitable education, access to equity. Equity means I'm not saying equal, I'm saying equitable. Okay, like people are provided with the resources they need. Let children walk to the nearest school, hire the teachers, provide resources, make sure that Kenyan parents are not paying any school fee from kindergarten to form 4. Now university, rudisha help. Okay, rudisha help university. And provide help even to middle level colleges, tertiary colleges. Okay? Ukitoa your burden from the parents, how much productive do you think these parents are going to be? Rudisha NHIF ikuwe tu ya 500 vile ilikuwa 500. Wacha tamaa. You know, it used to be so tano, but the more you earn, the more you paid. So these people who are earning more were paying for the rest. It was like a pool. Bring up our resources together into a pool. Okay? Then equip our hospitals. Okay? Bring back, PK, you might be my age. Unakumbuka those dispensaries za tene. Ungekatwa kidole, ungeenda kwa dispensary. Ungefungwa, ungedungwa sindano ya tetanus. Nyinyi watu ni wangapi wamefungwa? Me have been given anti-tetanus several times because it was available. As long as you had been injured somewhere, ungepewa anti-TT because they didn't know whether tetanus will kill you. Unaona? Then ungefungwa ama hata stitches, you'll be attended to very fast. You didn't need to have any money to be treated in those days. Bring back our dispensaries, bring back our public health centers, equip them with medicine and doctors and clinical. Bring back our clinical officers. Our clinical officers who are serving the community, bring them back. So if you solve the issue of health, na masomo and roads, power, na maji safi, Kenyans are go-getters. They don't need anything free. They'd work and produce for the country. They'll feed the country and export. Thank you, Njiru. PK is there, here. Hi, PK.
Like PK, you want to react to something? PK, karibu.
Hi, Julia, how are you?
Fine, good. Nimetokelezea kutoka mikutano ya wamama.
Umetoka umetoka chama.
Nimetoka chama.
I know. Those are beautiful socialization, self-empowerment programs. Yeah, Njiru, unataka niseme nini? Na Julia amesema mambo ile iko.
You can agree with her as we cross. You can agree with her. Unaweza sema react to what she has said and
I know. So you are closing. Yeah, by the way, I'll reiterate what I had said before I exited. Hakuna rocket science ya kufix nchi yetu. It is even a nursery school kid can fix our country because you only need uwe tu una memory kakuuliza ilikuagaje, hii kitu, because everything has ever functioned in our country, everything. In fact, we were first world miaka mob sana, Njiru. Some of you who are very young, you may not know that, but if I describe to you how we were, there is no health center that was not functioning. I don't want to repeat all what Julia has enumerated. Now, your functioning is functioning fully. I think by the time tulianza kuletewa stories za cost sharing, ilikuwa unalipa shilingi moja or something like that. Now, kama hauna ni inaachwa tuna, it was no big deal. That's the last time, I think around 80s. No, is it 80s or yeah? Ndio nilienda nikakuta, I went to pick one of my nieces, Jericho Health Center. Nikasikia akaniambia nipatie shilingi moja, sijui moja au mbili nilipi. Alikuwa amepoteza kadi actually. So ukipoteza kadi unatoa hiyo box or something like that. So in short, everything was working. We had amazing things called like Kenya Primary School Equipment Scheme. Unbelievable. Hii school feeding nini, unasikia watu wakienda wakisema ninapea watoto uji. Garbage, nonsense. We used to feed people with very healthy food. These programs were there. So nobody is reinventing the wheel here. The thing we need to kill completely is corruption. And that, Zero, I will repeat what I said before I left. It's only a revolution that will put this country back to factory setting. It's not electoral process, hiyo tusahau. Hakuna mahali electoral process ati Ruto atapigiwa kura nje, then IBC wata announce rais aliyekuwa whatever ametoondolewa mamlakani kwa kupata kura XYZ. Mkingoja hiyo mtangoja sana tena sana. All right, because I have facts. For example, when you hear that the wanaitwa nini, RFS wamepewa passports, RFS are citizens of Kenya. You don't know how many they are, and they are militias. Why are they being given those status? Ukirudi unasikia Somalis, that almost 3 million Somalis will be already, by the way, it's like washapewa citizenship. So plus the Somalis on record wanaambiwangwa there are maybe 2.8 to 3 million Kenyan Somalis. So wameongeza milioni nyingine 3, hiyo ya kinyume ya watu ambao hata hawawezi sema jambo. Okay, so in short, the campaign that has been going on will reflect Somalis as number 2 or 3. That is the optic that is being sold. Okay, so all that is being created by Ruto in preparation for justifying that it cannot be defeated. Number 2, the system that is there is already fed. And why I'm disappointed with opposition is some of the things they should be agitating for. Not even, kwanza mimi saa hii kuanzia jana nilisema if I were there I would ban those tours. They are useless because they are the same tours we do. Right now for me ningekuwa ni press conferences za kuweka demands. Dismantle Kamago system, dismantle IBC. Hizo ndio tungekuwa tunaimba every day. Ile you know, inakuwa sasa ni war kabisa. Demand this, demand that, demand this, demand that. Those tours they are not adding value. No value in the tours, because those are same rhetoric. Yeah. So for me right now we should be very harsh indeed. Gloves off. Sahi ingekuwa ni vita. Demand things. Demand. If you don't do this, we do this. If you don't do this, both kwa koti na kwa wananchi. Yeah, because we are sitting pretty, tunangoja kufanya election. Umeambiwa ile maneno imefanyika, na si kuambiwa. Umeona example na by elections, you've seen, and they are saying it. Jana wa Mudhende alikuwa kwa radio TV amesema hakuna mtu huko mbele, hakuna mtu wa UDA atafail, and he's speaking with authority. The other day I had people, you are debating, Mbere are letting us down and doing this or that. We have lost the ball. Mwananchi, voting doesn't help at all. It doesn't help. Anybody, they will handpick anybody with the ticket of UDA. In fact, the most embarrassing election, if we go to election, will be this coming election. The most popular government is the one that will sweep over 70%. That's what they will present. Jiro, I know that will give you a heartburn. It will be exactly like Tanzania election. Uganda ni afadhali. That is what they have planned. I know that sounds terrible, but those of you who have interest, talk to people on the ground. No siongea na mama mboga. Talk to some people. If you know a few people kwa gava, senior servants, because they are willing to divulge information to you if you show them that it is confidential. Utawasema the things they will tell you, utaamini. The fixing in the armed forces, the fixing in the police force, it is pure preparation, and Ruto will not leave that seat. I asked you, Njiro, you know very well if you leave that seat, you'll be hanged. Would you allow it? You would not. So what do you do? What do you do? for us to remove this guy, it has to be
nakuwa kama
by
Khamenei tu nakaa hapo mpaka kifo.
exactly. Eh? Ati Ruto. You know, we are really overstretching our imagination. Ati Ruto. Kwa mimi naona tumekuwa comedian. Ati Ruto atakaa pale handover ati presidency. Somebody, if you listen to Ruto, Ruto has never lost. Ukisikia mtu anakwambia sijawahi lose, na anakwambia akiwa ameuma ulimi. Kikuyu na Kimbere na Kiembu, mtu akiambiwa aliongea kama ameuma ulimi ama ameuma meno, hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? It's do or die. Hapa mkinitoa, either mtanitoa nikiwa kwa sanduku, lakini si ati nitoke niachie mwanaume. I'm telling you. So that is the preparation I would want us to engage. To engage. This rhetoric, so Kasongo, this Kasongo is laughing. Is laughing. Wewe hebu niambie Njiru, what value hizo rallies zina add value gani? Seriously. Zina add value gani?
Their mobilization stock point.
For what? You are mobilizing for what? You know, let's ask ourselves those minutes kabla tufunge na tuulize comment section. You are mobilizing for what?
You are energizing people so that they can react for the next election, the nearest election they can do.
In February, you are energizing people to react in August 2027. It's not logical at all. It's not.
See, places like America, they do their elections for 15 months. So I think
ukisikia na kuita bro Njiro, bro, usije ukapeana example za America, tafadhali. 300 plus years of struggle, killing each other and doing this for them to be what they are. Don't compare with this toddler called Kenya. America, what they do, hiyo ni luxury, ndugu yangu. American politics is luxury. Hakuna mtu anasafa. It's like I compare when I'm talking to people of Mbere, I always tell Mbere people, don't compare yourself with the Embu people of Uko Juna, Kirinyaga na nini. Au waembu wa Kikuyu, wale wanakahawa na all those are ni luxury. Kwa siasa ni kama kuenda kuwatch ball. Wewe Mumbere uko chini na Mkamba uko chini, unakuwa unasafa mpaka unaanza kukula nyama za uko wanyama wa kichakani, njaa. Hata umbwa unaweza kula. Wewe ndio unatakiwa ujue siasa ni nini. For you, siasa is life or death. Kuchagua yule mtu ambaye ataweza kukuletea that hope. Okay? You cannot compare with somebody in Murang'a. Somebody in Murang'a anaenda tu juu election zimefika, you know, and even you find them, you know, kind of talking in a very luxury manner. They are looking at already. Wewe kule mko na mashule ziko chini ya miti, you want to compare with somebody in Kiharu. You know, so for us, our league, we should never even borrow any example from Akina America, Akina Europe. No, because for us, we have to really re-engineer. Look at what we are struggling with. The basics. Wizi. Njiru. Wizi. We are struggling with wizi. Ati hatuwezi pata kiongozi ambaye si mwizi, because we don't have an election system that will be allowed itoe ule mtu atachagua. Wananchi hawana shida vile, hata ingawa wanakuwa bright, you know. So let us decide, and this has to go through, hiyo nakwambia, drastic revolution surgery combine. Alafu mtu mmoja ndiye akuja aanze kunini kufactory set the country. So as where we have reached, those rallies of no hakuna nini, maybe zinasaidia zile watu wanaenda kuchotewa hiyo siku, mtu anapata 200 100, but the sum total because you are mobilizing people, then they will come and vote and the votes will be stolen. So of what use was the mobilization? Ni kama umelima shamba, umepanda nini, alafu nyani wanakuja wanakula yote mimea mahindi yote ile inazaa. Nyani wanakuja wanakula. Hiyo miezi yote ulikuwa busy. Ati? Okay, that is it. Jiro, that is my contribution.
Okay, ni sawa. So mimi sina la ziada. It's a bit late for me, and I think we can call it a day so that we can rest. Stone PK, please. Yeah, we have been. It was quite a long time. So please, out of the 51 people, come uja to subscribe. Take that action. Subscribe our channel. Keep sharing. Yeah. For now, we have decided to dedicate our time here because ni kama vile watu wa nyumbani wanasemanga zilikuta washo kwa shamba. Kuna uwezekano zinaweza kutukuta kwa shamba. In the action that
So sasa unaambia Wakenya washo ni nani? Yaki Njiru hata wewe uko fani.
Haya, waelezee.
Hapana. Hiyo msemo haiwezi kuwa translated.
Haya, yule ameelewa. At least mwamba ameelewa. So
kwani washo alikuwa ni nani Julia? Mimi nikwambie, mimi mtu wa literature.
Sijui, mengine alikuwa mama alikuwa anakanga kwa shamba.
Washo. Washo alikuwaga very diligent, alikuwaga atoki shambani. Na mgao Mungu alikuwa hawezi kuletea vitu huko kwa nyumba, mimea, chakula inakujanga kwa ule mtu wako shambani. In short, you can't. Yeah. So Mungu alikuwa anakuja anatafuta ule mtu atasaidia, akasema huyu ako kwa shamba, huyu ndio nitasaidia. Sasa miracle ikafanywa, zikamkuta huko. Wale walikuwa nyumbani hawakuwa, waliletewa na washo. Yeah, it's a very good proverb.
So kama uko kwa nyumba umelala, hakuna vile utakupata.
Hakuna hata sasa ati unakaa hapo una imagine demu fiti kwa market na uendi kuchora uangalie, wewe unangoja ati utapata demu nzuri hapo kwenyu kwa compound. Utashtuka sana. Lazima utokee hata kama ni kwa barabara ubangaishe kidogo ndio angalau.
Angalau wakuone.
You are very notable. So the beginning lazima ukue in your generation wasichana wakupona.
Ati wakupona, walipona ndio wako sasa.
In your generation there is a possibility you have a police case, Stony PK. Nitakuinvestigate. Kuna ubi imeandikwa na jina yako. Walipona si ndio hawa kina Julia sasa hao. Ni survivors wa hizo era. Unasikia Julia? Julia hata wewe ni survivor? Remnant. No, sio survivor, remnant. Notigari.
You must have been a fighter to survive hizo siku, my friend. Ilikuwa si kidogo. Wewe unachorewa na Stone PK, anakuja ameweka all the time. Si nikwambia wakina opposition wasianze kuweka time limit when they are campaigning. That I used that example. Ukienda kukatia day, unaenda na open ended time frame. Uchore mpaka uone hapo sasa mtu ameanza kuchora tu mtu chini, ameanza kukata manyasi. Mahali mlikuwa mnaongea
unafeel somebody's daughter Stone PK. Na una feel vizuri sana.
Not confusing, unauza lugha. Unauza logic.
Stone PK is like you wanted the whole world,
Of course. Who doesn't want it? Who doesn't want it?
Stone PK wewe naona hata Urusi ungefika wewe. Ni vile time iliisha.
Time ijaisha, si niko America.
No, huwezi fanya. Bibi yako atakutoa mbio. Atakutoa mbio bwana. Yeah. Already unajua mabibi kuna vile washa establish the ecological niche sasa.
wana create territory mpaka
Asha create territory sasa ati unaanza kusema ati story ya kukatia bwana.
Ati kumendaje? What have I missed?
Jiru elezea Julia.
na via story PK sasa the old good days za katia sasa he cannot do it. Sahi bibi asha ring fence bana. Sahi bibi ashaweka ukuta. Ile ukuta ya Mexico sasa. Hakuna hata anaweza ruka juu hivi.
What do you mean? Hapana, hakuna kitu imechange. What has changed you?
No, story PK now he has settled sasa, ako na bibi sasa, achunge bibi sasa.
Oh, you're talking about Stone. Yes.
He's just narrating the old good days, which men always.
Unajua Njiru, ngoja nikwambie kitu kingine. That's another mistake watu wanafanya. Muliiga mambo ya kuja. Muliiga mambo ya kuja. An African had no limit. An African man. And even African women.
Ni mabibi wetu unakuta sasa bibi our wives utakuta our modern wives are saying me I cannot share. That's the one they are saying.
Sasa mimi my dad alikuwa anasema if you can't share, no my grandfather, if you can't share you are very selfish. Ankoro andongerezanira na mwana leo wengi wewe mudhunu muno.
But why should you share it?
Because of scarcity, of abundance of scarcity.
No. That thing is not shareable. Ladies in the show, don't share that thing. It's not shareable.
Yeah. I always hear that men are saying they are ready to share until when also women are telling men, we also want to share you.
Yeah, if you're ready to share your wife, that's fine.
No, it is not that. That is not what it was meant. Hakuna mahali ilisema ati if I share you share. No, hiyo msiongeze. It is one way. And there was a reason. There was a reason, Julia. And it is very comfortable. Only that people put imaginations zingine azifai, then you distort. Yeah? You distort.
Apostle, I disagree with whatever the reason was. That is terrible.
Ladies in the house, what do you say?
Ladies, can you share it? Say, comment hapo kwa comment section.
No, don't put it that way, Julia. Unaharibu, you are packaging it badly.
But that's the thing. That's the only thing.
No.
Yeah.
Imagine.
If you can come to my house as a woman and you're not sharing the thing, I'm okay. The man is able to feed you. Like if you're
listen.
One thing, no way.
Listen, Julia, listen. Now, can you use your vernacular to talk about sharing? Can you use Kikuyu to describe sharing? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sharing, that word is not there.
Kugayana.
No, it's not there. So anything you cannot describe from your original language, it was not there. Because
I think
our culture, there was no issue at a woman being shared by a man being shared by women. It never existed, and the psychology and the ideology is not at a man is being shared by women. Never. That does not come. Okay, it was never sharing.
What was it? What was the right word which described it? If it's not sharing,
the right word ilikuwa njiro noragulire mongia wa mbere na wa kaire na wa kathatu. He is the husband of first, second, and third wife. Ongia cio ni manjiro, and they had his schedule. Njiro umundi ali kwi mongia wa mbere, Jumamosi ekwa mongia wa kaire, Jumatatu, and then these people they would live in the same compound, and food is cooked, children eat together, the wives also come, you eat together, but saa ya kulala kuna ule anajulikana, there is a routine. Either ule utasikia akiambiwa peleka uji, akipeleka uji kwa mzee, huyo unajua ndio uji yake ndio itakunyiwa hiyo siku.
So mzee akishamaliza hapa kwa dining used to be hapa nje, or if it's rainy season wako kwa nyumba ya nini, mahali ya family whatever, then already they know whose turn it is, and it was never a big deal. So who has brought the controversy? Again, foreign ideologies. Thank you.
Okay, my stand foreign, don't share that thing.
Unajua social Africans, we are sociable kabisa, hatuna chuki na each other, we are brothers and sisters.
Siku hizi tumejua upendo wa mapenzi.
Sasa na unajua
tumejua maana ya mapenzi. Sasa si kukuwa na bibi tu peke yake, ni kumpenda na kumwonyesha mapenzi. Sasa hiyo mapenzi hatuwezi kashare.
Haki ya Mungu, wote walikuwa wanatoa ni sawa the same.
Hiyo mapenzi hatuwezi kashare. Sasa kuamua mkaamua mnapenda ni mapenzi ama aje innocent.
Hiyo mapenzi, unajua mimi I come from where I saw it live and I experienced and I was like, wow. Yani, this guy, and you see people are happy. By the way, even up to today, you see some people who are happy.
Because hawakujua uzuri wa mapenzi PK. Walijua kazi yao ni ya kuzaa.
Hapana. Ungeona maromance zilikuwa. Unajua it depends on what you describe as mapenzi and romance. You know, people used to think Africans are not romantic, which is a lie. Do you know one of the African tribes that used to kiss even before Mzungu are the Maasai? Did you know that? Julia,
do the Maasai know how to kiss, or they just know how to
bond? They kiss, my dear, culturally. They even kiss woman to woman, man to man. I mean, man to woman. Yeah, that's the closeness they show love. Ukikisiana kwa mdomo, kwa lips, it means what? Intimacy.
PK, you are too much today. Unajua leo ni weekend. Utaharibia watu maneno. Hata umefanya innocent arudi. Innocent, hiyo mapenzi imekurudisha kwa show.
Yani Njiru. Not Njiru. PK. Leo mmeamua kufurahisha Julia bana.
Si ni weekend tunataka kutoa kanini ka stress ka politics. Okay. Spice it kidogo.
Umemiss Ana hapa. Andy amemiss hapa kwa Taptengele ndio. Anyway, I'm just glad to hear you guys are happy and discussing some issues which are affecting Kenyans. Njiru, kumbe kuna mjadala inaweza letu hapa pia watu wa
inakuweka mjadala ya masaa ya jioni sasa, at least ya
inaitwa masaa
ni bingwa,
inaitwa masaa ya lala salama, inaitwa hivyo.
Watoto wamelala. By the way, it is good to have some discussion, not only political issues. The way ulikuwa unasemanga sometimes ulikuwa unaita some discussions about education, discussions about I remember there's a channel ulikuwa unataka kufungua, sijui ulipeleka wapi.
Yeah, it is still there. Nilikosa wageni. Kama kuna mgeni anataka sijapata wageni. Watu waliniambia bwana, naitia watu wananiambia bwana, wewe kama sio siasa usiniite.
No, but I remember nilikuwa nakuonanga sometimes unakuja unatufunza AI, unakuja unatufunza some sijui ulikuwa na vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, no, you see, when Ruto started abducting people, those ones were bypassed by event. Kasema, wacha to focus na huyu Ruto, as we are focusing na him and my AI, the guy is killing us.
but unajua inasaidia like now what is happening hata kwa campaigns, watu wanakujanga na some photos zenye unaweza you can detect hii ni AI ama ni nini, you are able to know. So those discussions are profitable, like unaweza leta kidogo unajadili kidogo and then you're able to do it can help because kuna watu wengine who are passing through issues and they want to learn more about that. Now I slept. Najua I was tired yesterday na nikaingia, I think nilikuja nikalala, nimepata my phone inaendelea kuongea, ndio nikasema wacha nisikize tu uko nje, but there are some issues unasikia watu wananiambia hapa ati professor don't kiss Njiru nose. Anyway, you see discussions are helping ama they are making watu wa keyboard kufurahi huko chini. Now one issue I wanted to, I don't know whether to clarify ama to ask. Nilisikia Njiru akiongea maneno ya Ngeno na nini, and I wanted to
Ngeno na
hiyo accident ya Ngeno. And I wanted to ask some few questions, maybe wakina PK and Julia can try to look at it from one way or another. Now, number one, hizi mandege zenye zinanunuliwa zinakuja hapa Kenya, conditions zake ziko aje? Conditions za hizi mandege ziko aje? That's one thing we need to know. Are we buying choppers zenye unajua most of these choppers they are not new, they are second hand. Is it that watu wenye wanatuuzia hizi mandege
refurbished, zile zimechoka Marekani, zile mandege zimechoka Marekani inakuwa refurbished, alafu tunanunua
tunauziwa. That is one issue we need to know, ndio tujue kama we are not buying the right choppers to our country. Number two, our opponents, the easiest way to eliminate your opponent is using the choppers. That is one way also very easy to eliminate because they can do anything. Wanaweza fanya, lakini now the issue ni the engineers wenye wanaangalia ndege before ijatoka iamke iende. Unajua pilot yeye ajuangi anything, si engineer ashaangalia kila kitu, amesema iko safi na imeenda na wanaenda. So our engineers wetu wenye wanaangalia mandege, is it that there is a foreplay ama ni kazi ya wajuangi? That is another issue we need to look at, ndio tujue kama ni opponents anatumia that target, they are able to do it. And number three, hii ndege nasikia ilianguka mara mbili, yani wanahitaji ile kuland mara mbili because the condition were not favorable. Ilianguka mara mbili. The second time iliamuka kwenda, hardly 2 minutes imetoka chini kwa ground, because nasikia watu, nimesikia clips mahali watu wanasema ati ilianguka alafu yani ililand alafu huyo jamaa akaambia watu ati passengers akasema hapana, tutoke sasa. Condition ni kama iko mzuri, tutoke twende. Ndio wakatoka wakaenda. So walipotoka hapo wakaenda, is it that the pilots ndio hawajui kazi yao ama ni nini? Mbona kama condition ilikuwa mbaya waliamka na wakatoka na wakaenda, within 2 minutes ndege ilikuwa imeanguka. So mahali ililand, unajua tunasema ati iliangukia huko Ukalenjin. So was it that pilot alijua kitu alikuwa anafanya akapeleka huko, ama akaipeleka those sites, ama ni nini? What was happening ndio ikalanda hapo? Ama the condition kama zilikuwa mbaya, mbona hakungojea kidogo ndio kama ni hiyo rain iishe ndio atoke? And then number 3, kuna issue ya Kipsigis supremacy. kuna hiyo Kipsigis supremacy, we know what is happening, and as Kip said, watu wameuliwa wengi, so inaweza kuwa hiyo ndio the reason why that happened. And then lastly, ile maneno ya shamba ya huko Lang'ata, you remember the way he confront the police. If you can play that clip, ama if you look at it the way why are you killing our people, why are you killing, wewe kuja hapa, mbona unatoroka? He confronted all the army people na alisaidia. By the way, nina shamba hapo karibu na Lang'ata. That place is very fertile, and I know some people also who have shamba hapo karibu. I know wakina Matiang'i wana shamba kubwa hapo karibu 300 acres pia. Hiyo shamba it's very fertile na inatoanga mazao mzuri sana, and Wakalenjin wenye wako huko wenye walikuwa wananyang'anywa hiyo shamba yao kwanza ndio the best kwa it's a bit flat na ni refu sana, and hao Wakalenjin wenye wako huko kama Kipsigis wenye wako huko, I don't know vile walipatanga hiyo shamba, ni the way walikujanga huko because hawana titles, hawana nini, walikuja kununua baadaye, but I don't know the way they got ama the way they waliendanga huko, walifikanga huko, but baadaye walikuja wakanunuanga hiyo shamba kutoka kwa Kipsigis, na walinunua bei rahisi sana, ile wanasema bei ya jioni. And then later unajua vijana wakigrow wanakuja wanaona, kwani mulizanga shamba mulizanga shamba 500 shillings. Sasa wanataka kurudisha hiyo pesa and it was not able, yani the transaction was not accepted. Once you buy the land, na hata kama ulinunua cheap that time, ilikuwa kitambo, and now wanataka tuwarudisha, hata kama wanasema hata kama ni 100 times we can return your money, turudishe hiyo shamba. So those are some of the issues. Hata mimi yangu yenye niko huko naambiwanga, bwana, hii pesa mlinunua hii shamba, tunataka kurudisha tuwarudishe pesa yenu, hata kama ni 100 ama hata kama ni 1000 times ndio wachukue hiyo shamba. So those are some of the issues zenye ziko huko zenye zilifanya maybe hii ndege icrash. So there are many issues which we need to follow, but one of the thing yenye Roba alisema jana usiku tukiongea hapa, kutumia ndege hapa Kenya these days, especially the local flights, hawezi siamini.
Kuna mtu alisema hiyo story jana.
Roba akiongea hapa alisema huko, kumbuka Roba akisema ati hawezi tumia local flights.
Unajua Innocent alikuwa, according to him, alikuwa hapa jana. Sisi bado tuko jana. Tuko Innocent amelala, ameamka, amejipata the next day.
Silikuwa jana.
That's why he's talking like that.
It's 7-8 hours 7-8 hours Njiru. Tangu tuanze hii kipindi kuonyesha ilikuwa Saturday, saizi ni Sunday. So Roba tulikuwa hapa tukiongea tukianza hii kipindi, and you remember him say that kutumia ndege za local flights za Kenya sio, I don't want to mention them, but there is a time nilitumianga ndege bwana, sikilandi ikienda kulandi unafikiri ni yani zinaenda kulandi ni kama inaanguka mpaka unasema wow. You fear the way they are landing.
I remember I flew to Rwanda and it was scary.
Innocent, what happened?
I'm telling you, we had gone to Lamu to do some research. I don't want to mention the brand of the company name, but wakati tulikuwa tunalandi bana, ndege ilikuwa inaenda chini ni kama inaenda kucrash. Alafu ikifika chini ndio ni kama ndio ina reduce nao ile speed yenye ilitoka, but ikienda kuland saa zile mmetoka jua tunaambiwa nao fasten your belt, we are landing. Wakati tuliambiwa hivi, ikianza kuenda chini bwana, ilienda, mimi nilijua sasa hapa tumecrash. Ilienda chini ile mpaka nikasema I wish I had taken a bus. So some of these ndege za Kenya mimi nimesiogopa sana. But I said I'll never again use that kind of company.
Lakini nani Innocent, mimi nimependa, unajua some last Christmas niliwachwa na ndege New York. I was going through Turkey. I was using Turkish Airline. Sasa ndege nikawachwa. Sasa the company iliniweka kwa Kenya Airways. I loved that flight. The food, I mean, I was treated well. And the fact that it was a 13-hour flight, nilipenda. Hata siku hizi naona kama nitakuwa nikitafuta Kenya Airways. Isipokuwa kuna watu wananiambia tunaweza angukia ile mbaya.
No, the international are okay. But we kuja upande ndege hapa ukienda kama Mombasa ama uende Kisumu ndio utajua. There are some flights hata sound peke yake ukikuwa ndani the way inaguruma. Ama ikianza tu the way it shakes. I believe kuna wazee wenye hawezi panda, especially wenye wanakuanga na blood pressure, high blood pressure,
ni kama
hawezi
inasukumwa inapewa start
yani inashake mpaka bana unaogopa. But hiyo ya kulandi ndio mimi nilisemanga even when I was coming back nilisema situmii the same flight. Niliambia hiyo kampuni tulikuwa tunafanya nao, nikasema tusitumie the same flight, we had to use a different one tukachange.
Lakini you have asked some pertinent questions, Innocent. I understand that there was bad weather na ndege ilianguka, ilisimama mahali because there were challenges.
Mara mbili.
Ati wakasema now let's go. Why could they abandon the flight? Watafute waisishe magari.
Yeah, exactly. Those are some of the questions. Na ndio nasema, is it that maybe the pilot was used akasema atienda uanguke mahali fulani kwanza ndio maybe ikitoka ikashutiwa. Unajua there are things now people are asking, but you see now hata bloggers, ukiona kwa bloggers the way they are saying atu jamaa kwanza yeye ndiye alivote finance bill na wakati watu waliuliwa ndiye alikuwa na celebrate vile atiwawacha the finance bill was good at nini, the time yake imefika. Yani wa Kenya
he was celebrating Gen Z's killings, shame on him. Because he's working with criminals. Criminals don't spare you.
He was one of the people wakati maandamano ilikuwa inafanywa alikuwa na support, anasema ati nchi haitaharibika ati because nini finance bill ni mzuri. So I saw some agencies wakicelebrate wakasema okay, na yako imefika sasa, ulikuwa una celebrate watu wakikufa. So yani hii Kenya yetu, some of us can be saying maybe alifuatwa, but also Kenyans are happy, wanasema okay, we sympathize and move on.
We have moved on. PK umerudi? Hii show yako Njiri watu wanaendaga wakirudi. Hata kuna watu wanakuambia hapo usifunge.
Niko hapa na wangojea sasa.
Nimerudi kwa sababu kuna mtu ameniambia nikacheka, nimecheka tu, lakini ati wamesema wametumana saa hii wametuma memorandum kwa God. Wanamuuliza for 2 years consecutive, yes you are answering our prayers, but then your order of priority is upside down.
What does that mean?
Again Julia, Mwanamugi ananga mipele ya ndeto.
Unaona, mimi nilisema hiyo mitere ya deto. Nilisema aje? Niliambia kuambia Jiru hivi. Watu wa Iran, they have problems. But I don't know how they are going to start organizing themselves.
Yes.
Ingelikuwa ni Kenya, tungetuambia nani akuwe swani na tukue an election after 3 months. Unaona PK? Unaona hiyo idea? Ingelikuwa ni Kenya kukuwa na unaona vile Trump anasema take over your government. Angekuwa naambia Kenya, it will be easy because you see we would have an election without Kasongo. I'm telling you. We would not even kill each other. So Njiru, uko na simu ya beshte yako, umpigie tu saa hii tu.
Mimi
Umwambie
jana Julia jana ni
endelea, umwambia si atunge mind hiyo favor.
Julia jana mimi nilikuwa nasema hiyo ndege imeua mtu mwenye hakutakikana kuuliwa. Mimi nilikuwa nataka shetani auliwe. Hiyo ndege ingeanguka na shetani,
And you know what
sio
I thinking, vile Kenya waombeagi nani vizuri, yani people, PK, do you know if people wish you bad things, those things will happen eventually.
Yeah, but watu wanasemanga God's time is the best, lakini hii time ya God inaweza kuwa hata labda ni mpaka 2032 bwana.
Sasa mnataka
inakawia,
mnataka kuappeal kwa God. Do you want to appeal?
Bana, sasa tunataka, tumetumana appeal kubwa sana, tumeambia watu wafunge akina Julia ambao they are very church going, watu wale
PK. Si tuliambiwa juzi PK, hivi you remember recently tuliambiwa ati torch imewashwa ati siji 14 days. Nimeenda kuangojea hiyo torch bana. Hiyo betri ni kama ijeisha.
Nasikia betri ijaisha, lakini watu kuna wale wamefifia sana. Watu wamefifia ati ni vile hawaja drop.
Hata nilisikia kuna watu wanavaa oversize coat.
Ndio kwa sababu wanavaa.
Kuna watu
wanavaa.
Okay. Wait. Now kuna huyu jamaa anauliza, sijui rap anauliza ati what beef is it na Kisii and Kipsigis. Hakuna shida na Kisii na Kipsigis. I believe ni because of shamba yenye wanang'ang'ania, most of them mali wanalima ndio wanakuanga na hiyo beef ya kujaribu kupigana. Nimekuambia mali nimenunua shamba huko, tumenunua karibu na Kipsigis wenye wako huko. So they keep on fighting. Wanaona umenunua shamba ama hii ilikuwa inatakana kwa yetu, ama ukikuja unatoa pesa mzuri kuliko them. So that is one of the reason maybe Wakisii wanapigana na Kipsigis shamba. And then number 2 ni wizi, kuibiana ng'ombe ama nini. Wakiiba ng'ombe, unajua Kipsigis ni kama wanafuga ng'ombe sana, na Wakisii wafugi. Kisii are more farmers than kulima than kufuga mifugo. So napata ng'ombe zimeibiwa. I don't want to mention the tribes zenye wanaiba, but especially hiyo side mahali tuko, kuna watu kutoka huko Kuria, those sides, wengine kutoka Tanzania wanakuja wanaiba ng'ombe. So wanasemanga ati because maybe mmekosana na hao, nyinyi ndio mlileta mtu akalala kwenu, ndio wakakuja wakaiba ng'ombe zetu zikaenda. So those are some of the beefs. Huyu Rafrafa anauliza mbona wanakosana na Kipsigis, ni juu ya biashara.
And then also Innocent umwambie those are usual border disputes. You know, border disputes are always like that, you know, especially when it's boundary. Hata even if it's the same tribe. Sahi kesi zile kubwa nyingi zinakuanga ni watu wale wamepakana bwana. Huyu mbuzi yake iliingia huku, mbuzi ya huyu ilidisappear, ulionekana umechinja mbuzi Christmas na ijulikani kama huku ono ukinunua mbuzi ya jirani ilikuwa imepotea. You know, no more thuggery. Alafu unajua sasa hiyo thuggery ikishatokea, mwizi akipigwa either auliwa ama aumie, the tribal card inaingia immediately. Ule ameuliwa ni kijana yetu, wameua kijana yetu. Then you have now people going for revenge, you know. When I was in Transmara, that's what was happening. They forget. Wengine wamepigana kwa klabu wakilewa ama in the chang'aa den, then hiyo ina spark your conflict. Na ina escalate into something very, very big. Yeah.
Na kuna huyu Kiptum ananiuliza ati I'm wishing death for somebody. Mimi nimesema ni shetani. Kama kuna shetani anaua watu, huyo shetani nasema Mungu akuje na yeye amshughulikie. Mimi sijasema mtu wote, nimesema shetani. I have not mentioned any person's name. Nimesema shetani mwenye analeta haya maofu. Si tunaomba Mungu, tumesema sasa hivi tunaomba Mungu, tunaenda kanisa tunaomba Mungu na tunaambia Mungu, huyu shetani mwenye anaua watu wetu, shetani mwenye anashughulikia Wakenya wenye wanafanya kazi yao mzuri, Mungu mwenye tunaomba huko mbinguni, asikie maombi yetu.
Atuonekanie. Tuonekanie, atuondolee huo mzigo.
And by the way, it is spiritual. Kama Kiptum ajui biblically, kuna scriptures inasema you call wrath, unaita. Hata kuna wakati alikuwa anasema kama ni hizo mapepo zikuje, thousands of them, na ziwapeleka zisiende siwapeleka kwa ocean. So you can call wrath. Kama kuna watu wanafanya mabaya, hawezi ati kunyamaza usema ati you cannot call death. You can even call death wenye wanafanya hivi. Those are scriptures.
Na in Quran tunaita dua. Unaweza semea mtu dua. Wama watu dua. Ukiombewa dua.
Wakitaka scripture tutawapatia scripture. It is there.
The scriptures are there. I mean, innocent. And because Kiptum juzi aliniambia kwamba Ruto ni mtu wa Mungu. I think Kiptum knows I think he's a religious person, maybe in Christo. I'm assuming that. He knows the part of the Bible that says that there are 6 things that God hates, those that are an abomination to him. A man whose feet rushes to evil. A man who sows discord among brethren. A man who devises wicked plans. And a man who sheds innocent blood. And I think all that I have described William Samoei Ruto. Unaona? So if I have described him, it's not me who has described him. If Kiptum tells me to provide evidence, I can provide. I can tell him that Ruto has been accused of many crimes against humanity. One of the most recent one is the death and the abductions of Gen Z. Kiptum ataniambia Ruto hakushika bunduki, but the ball stops at him. It is his government that did so. And even today, hakuna mtu ameshikwa na amepelekwa kotini. Kama tujasikia watu amepelekwa kotini, then we would say that he was not part of it. So he has not done anything about it because he's not even sorry about it. And he went ahead and even commanded police to shoot people in the legs. Who commands the police to shoot his own people? Murkomen went ahead and said, shoot them and kill them. These are people working in Ruto's government. Not forgetting akina Koech. Koech alisema ati kwa nini Ruto anasema ati washukue shoot in the legs, they should be killed.
Shoot and kill.
Shoot and kill. So I don't know which part of the Bible says that, allows that to do.
PK unatuongelea.
So I don't know which Bible Kiptum reads that allows people to kill and murder and assassinate people and they are okay, and then wanaonelea kusema ni wao ni watu wa God. Let me say this, Kiptum. God has not changed since the days of Eve, since the days of Cain and Abel. Now, when Cain killed Abel, Mungu alitembelea Cain, akasambia Cain, the blood of your brother is crying to me from the ground. So I want to tell you, besides our utterances here, sisi tuko na utterances. Na kuna wengine hata wanaendanga wanaomba. Chenye unasema innocent anasema, kuna wenye wanaombanga. Like really pray to God, the most high God, that God do it. Unaona? Why? Because there are many people who have lost their lives in the hands of William Samoei Ruto. And he's not even apologetic or sorry about it. He's not. The man is not sorry about it. You see? Besides looting public coffers and making Kenyans suffer, masomo, health, and all that, shedding innocent blood is one of the worst that somebody can do and think he can get away with it. He may get away with it from the Kenyan law because he thinks he owns the police, he owns the judiciary, he owns the law. But he'll not get away from God because Kenyans are praying and crying day and night that, Lord, tuondole machungu, that God avenge us, avenge the blood of our children. Mungu hawachangi, and let me say the worst is that when God begins to repay them, he repays them even to their fourth generation. Even their children suffer because of what their fathers did. Haiendangi tu hivi Kiptum. So ukisema watu wanaombea, sijui anaombea nani, sijui anaombea Kasongo nini, ni chenye wamepitia, si kupenda kwao. Kwa nini watu wakuombea Uhuru hii maneno yote? You think Uhuru outperformed Kibaki? No. Uhuru did not impress. Nani alikuwa impressed na Uhuru hapa na economy? We were not so impressed. We were not impressed. Like, we can't start saying that. We can say ametujengea barabara, but it's not like tunaweza mpatia pongezi mingi tuseme hivi na hivi. But people are not as much hurting as they were hurt. They were not hurting. They would not come out openly and pin Uhuru for killing this, murdering that, you know? So, Kiptum, the things that Pluto has done and is continuing to do is what is making Kenyans wish all these things and pray. And let me tell you, wewe ulisema Ruto ni wa Mungu, pia Wakenya ni wa Mungu, na Mungu anasikia maombi yao. Maybe we shall come back and revisit this discussion. One of God, Mungu atupatie maisha marefu, we come back and revisit this discussion. Yes,
Julia,
Innocent.
nimemwekea scriptures kama nataka kujua all the scriptures zenye zinaongea those who kill what is supposed to be done to them. Najua mimi naendanga kanisa na I know those scriptures, na nimemwekea angalie asisome vizuri ndiye ajue what happens to people who kill. Ni Biblia, na kuna watu wanasema hao ni Wakristo, wanasema hao ni watu wanaendanga kanisa. Let them read now those scriptures waone ni nini ilikuwa inatakana kufanyika kwa watu wenye wanaua watu wengine. That is not me. Huyo sio mimi.
And that is why even the law, the constitution, whether in America or Kenya, has ikona judgment ya hata watu kunyongwa, si ndio? Nini innocent? It's because it's like if you have killed somebody, what else should be done to you? Hata unyongwe. Unaona? It's not like people are being evil by kunyonga wengine wenye those who have killed. Yeah, it is. So why should one person think they can get away with it and they feel okay? Kwani huyo mtu conscience yake ilikufanga lini? Yani ilikufa, hiyo conscience yake ilikufa kitambo tena, he can even murder his own wife and children. They should be happy that they should be happy that they are lucky they are still alive na wanaishi na yeye kwa nyumba moja. So and you think that person will get away with it? He may get away with it from the law of Kenya. He may even rig and steal the election. Lakini maisha yake. Let me ask you people, you people, did you see Kasongo, how he was held when he was deputy president? What has happened? Kwani mtu anazeeka akiwa president? Uhuru hakuzeeka. In fact, Uhuru became bigger than he was supposed to be.
Ati mtu anakuwa president unazeeka.
Unazeeka times 4. Kwani kunaendanga aje? Miaka 2 mtu amezeeka times 4.
Hata unazeeka unakuwa na color ingine, unakuwa blue.
Unakuwa blue. Ni kwa sababu hana baraka. He's not enjoying the blessings. He's not. The man is tormented by the things he has done. He has all the money in the world, but he lives in torment day and night. Baka akasema, ulisikia hiyo story nini PK? Ati Rachel na roommate wake. Ati walikuwa na spread ati kuna mapepo State House.
Oi.
Ati they were inviting these guys, the American guy, to go and cleanse. Ati wanapeleka wahubiri kwa waka clean State House. Hata ndio sababu pengine State House imebomolewa. Ati kuna mapepo. Si mapepo, ni mapepo iko, it is the mapepos are inside them because of the things they have done against the people of Kenya. You cannot get away with it.
Julia, that's why tunasema sasa ma preachers, because they understand the Bible. Wacha these are some of the scriptures wanakana waende kanisa waanze kuhubiri. Mtu anakuambia exactly, it's not me who says this, but this is what the scripture says. Wanasoma na wanasema what is supposed. Unajua people quote them, but hawaonyeshi. Wanawafungulia scripture na wanawaambia this is what the Bible says. It's not me who said it. Ni Mungu. Ukijiita wewe ni Mkristo ujue hiyo Biblia yenye unasema unabebanga inasemanga hivi na hivi, and this is how it's supposed. So we are not saying these things ati tunauishia mtu mabaya. No, That is what the scripture says, and we are just quoting it. Unajua kuna mali inasemanga you decree and it shall come to pass. So inataka saizi mali imefika watu waanze kudecree some of these things, ndio watu waanze, na ndio nilikuwa nasemanga these prophets ama wenye wanajitanga ndio prophets, wenye wanaweza sema kitu ama wanaombea watu wana heal. Let them call the wrath of God ikuje, because unaona vile Gachagua siku hizi wanasemanga kama mnataka kutulipa 2 million because watoto wetu waliuliwa, tupatie mtoto wako tumuue, alafu tukupatie 2 million tuone kama ita balance aje. How will you feel? Kama ufikiri 2 million inaweza kureplace mtoto wako, it cannot.
Unaona innocent, and unfortunately hata watoto wa these people will not end up well, because Kenyans are praying every day and are crying to God, and God hears their prayers. Sasa unaona ati wanasema ati they are going to clean State House, ati State House iko na mapepo. Si State House iko na mapepo. In fact, Uhuru was not very religious, ati alikuwa naomba sana ndio hii mapepo haikumsumbua. I don't think Uhuru was any close. In fact, Uhuru kazi yake ilikuwa pombe huko Bama na nyama. I don't think he was any religious to have fought those demons bravely. It is them, the things they have done are tormenting them day and night. They can't live in peace. They can't. And Nani, innocent, you are saying that the preacher should show them the Bible. The sad thing, that Ruto and Rachel knows the Bible. Sinisikia Ruto alikuwa Christian Union leader university. Sasa hiyo yake, you don't know what happens in the Bible, that when you depart from God, 14 demons come back to you.
Yeah.
They double
Inakuja
themselves.
mara 10.
Inakuja mara dufu. Unaona? So what is happening to that guy? He knows the truth. He knows he's doing a wrong thing. And okay, let me even say this, that sometimes probably even God and anamwangalinga natamani abadilike, but he has reached a point of no return. I listened to one of the preachers preaching that he has reached a point of no return. He feels that he has gone down too far. Unaona? He has gone down too far and he's not turning back. And when you feel that you have gone down too far, you continue making more mistakes and more mistakes, planning assassinations, planning that, planning this, and still nothing seems to work. For example, now history ya Raila Odinga kufa, I don't know, Raila Odinga joining the government may have seemed a solution, but never solved anything for him. Yeah. In fact, no sooner had Raila Odinga joined the government than he died. Unaona. Then ODM imeachwa kama ikiwa orphans. Now ODM is neither here nor there. You see, I was telling someone that I don't think Ruto would have wanted Raila Odinga to die, because Raila Odinga was alive. All Raila Odinga's fanatics would be singing Kasongo. Lakini sasa hata mafanatics wamekuwa confused. Hawajui wakuwe fanatics wa Sifuna ama wa Oburu. Oburu anawabo juu ya uzee wake. Sasa kuna mafanatics wa Raila Odinga pengine wanafuata nani? Sifuna. Hiyo ni disadvantage ya Ruto. Ruto hiyo kitu atasherehekea. So he would have rather have had Raila Odinga alive so that his fanatics would have been singing him right now. Lakini saizi hawawezi msifu. And they are all scattered all over. They are scattered sheep. So he was trying to duik the opposition by buying Raila Odinga. Lakini Mungu naye ni nani? Raila Odinga ndio huyo ameenda. Now he goes back to square one. He's trying like in a Gladys Wanga ni kama she doesn't have enough respect among the Luo community. Now before long, there is Sifuna na anaanza na timu yake huko na kina Babu Owino. They are a thorn in the flesh. And then he threw out Gachagua thinking he was going to solve the problem. In fact, Ruto alifikiria kwamba Mount Kenya region was behind him genuinely, mpenda kwa mapenzi mapenzi ya 30 na moyo na kila kitu. Only to see, after throwing Gachagua became the biggest thorn in the flesh. And nothing seems to work. He has amassed all the wealth, everything that comes to the government, every penny, every tax, everything goes through him. He knows where it goes and how it is used. Yet, bado hajatosheka kwa sababu gani? Because of the crimes he has committed against the people of Kenya. He cannot be happy. He cannot be a happy man. Nimeuliza swali, kwani mtu akiwa president anaanza kuzeeka times 2?
And again, Julia, we had many presidents before Ruto. walikuwa wanaenda kanisani na hata tukuwa tunajua walienda kanisa gani. They could go quietly to church, wangetoa pesa yao wenye. Does it mean that wakina Moi hawakujenga makanisa mahali, wakina Uhuru hawakujenga makanisa mahali, hawakupatiana pesa mahali. You see these things when you say that you are a Christian and you know how you're supposed to deal with the issue ya pesa, si ati kwenda ati because now jamaa fulani ana watu wengi, so unaenda hiyo kanisa ndio uende uambie I'm giving you 5 million, nasikia unalinda watu hivi. You should not even mention. Ndio that's even what some politician walikuwa nasema, kina Sifuna walikuwa nasema, how many people do we educate, lakini hatujaisema. Watu wangapi walikuwa wanasomeshwa na wakina Uhuru, walikuwa wanasomeshwa na wakina Kibaki, walikuwa wanasomeshwa na wakina Raila Odinga, but they have never mentioned it. Hawakuwa wanaonyesha hiyo pesa yenye wanatoa. But siku hizi imekuwa politician that ukitaka tu kufanya anything unaenda kanisa, you announce I'm giving you 5 million, I'm giving you 20 million kujenga hii. Just go and do it quietly. Enda ufanye kazi ya Mungu tu quietly and umalize uende. But hii maneno ya unaenda ku broadcast yourself, ati lazima TV iwekwe, ukue nini, uonyeshe ati umepatiana 5 million. We should not even wanasemanga the right hand should not know what the left hand has given. So it's high time watu waanze kusoma Biblia vizuri. So Kiptum, hatujaombea mtu maofu, lakini we know the scriptures and we can use it.
Innocent, if you want to know someone is that are going through some psychological thing, spiritual war, look at hip hopping from one church to another, from Benin sijui to Anani. Yani ni kama wachai wanakuja state house. They look like witches coming to state house. You see, you know why he does that? You know, juzi niliona kwa kanisa ingine sijui ni independent na manini, Rachel amevaa nguo mrefu za white. Mliona na kitambaa funny. Did you people see that?
Yeah.
And I'm like, why is the first lady dressed like this? I think that day she alikuwa ameambia uvaa hivyo ama ni kushow. Ama nitakutandika mbaya mbovu. So, you see him hopping from one church to another. Yani ni kama you have said something. Moi tulijua ni wa AIC, hatukumjua na anywhere else. Uhuru mama yake anaenda Catholic. Siko na Uhuru kwa church. Sijui kama Uhuru anaenda kanisa.
Alikuwa anaendanga quietly. Si alikuwa anaendanga hapa Westlands.
Na ni wa Catholic. Hatukumwona hip hop from Teresia sijui tinani to
No.
Now, Kibaki I think was a Catholic, right?
Yeah, Catholic.
So how come we know Kibaki was a Catholic? We know who is a mama yake ni Catholic, and we know that Moi alikuwa wa AIC. Ruto ni wa kanisa gani? Mtu mwenye anajua kanisa ya Ruto niambie hapo kwa comment section.
Mimi hata sijaijua.
The guy is panicking. The guy spiritually is not doing so good because
Gachagua amesema yeye anakuanga hiyo PCA. Unajua.
Sasa unaona why Ruto is panicking, is under pressure, is his own pressure kujicreatia kwa yale maneno ametenda. Unaona, kwa sababu kama, let me even say this, if Ruto had become president and kept the status quo ya Uhuru na asiwe watu, when Jay-Z went to the streets angewawacha tu, jioni wangepumzika, wangeenda kulala. That would be the end of story. Now, whoever advised him to put those snipers juu,
na actually hata wangemheshimu sana. They could Ruto had an opportunity of becoming a father for those kids.
Yes,
refused,
and he would have just called, asiyetaka kukubalisha cabinet, angesitoka wale watu wa Uhuru aweke kwa cabinet, aache na majambazi na amue ndaweka status quo. Lakini greed na tamaa and carcinization of the government from the army to the what, yani unajua amejiambia kwamba kama amecarcinize army, police, he'll be safe. He will not be safe. Even those Kalenjins can turn against him. They are people, they are Kenyans.
And Julia, one of the things yenye it happen, unajua saizi ni kama wakale wengi wamekwa hizi ma ministries, and some of them nasikia hata hawana papers, qualifications za yani they're not up to inaitwaje sasa, yani as rhyme na position which they are, na ndio nakwambia the people wenye wataingia kwa ushukani sasa, they need now to deal with that, because saizi watu wameandikwa makazi zenye hata watakani kukuwa nazo. Those are some of the areas they need to, wakina Gachagua vile wanasema, wakiuliza ni issues gani mnataka kufanya, kuna watu wamekuwa employed na hawana papers. Those are the areas wanatakana waenda waoshe kabisa, waoshe hizo ma places. And Kiptum hapa naona kuna mtu wanakimbishana na yeye kwa comment section. Kiptum, huyo jamaa anakuambia ukweli. Wakati Ruto atatoka mamlaka ama atakufa, that's when you start feeling. Saizi you are not feeling it, but you start feeling the effect. The same way tumesema hapa, huyu Ngeno amekufa na ndege. Familia yao, watoto wao, bibi yake ndiye ataanza kujua the gap. So you might not see the gap when your own person is there, but wacha atoke ndio utaanza kujua, ndio mtaanza kulia sasa. Watu wanaanza kulia ati okay, maybe your friends, maybe your relatives walikuwa huko, walikuwa nakusaidia ama wamekupatia kazi, and you are feeling now umefika. Hiyo kufika, kuna mali inafika na you go down once. Unajua kupanda inakuanga ni ngumu, lakini kurudi chini ni very fast.
And unfortunately, there are innocent Kalenjins who might also suffer in the same. Unaona, sasa Wakenya wanaona sasa huyu amekarejinalize Kenya from police to army to everything. So I mean, hiyo hasira itakuwa zaidi, which okay, me I think it's not fair even to group them together, because I know there are people who are doing the right thing even if they are Kalenjins, but unfortunately Kenyans may not know the difference. Unaona. So
Yeah.
I think we need these people who supporting Ruto need to wake up to the fact that history ya kwamba hata watu kuombea Ruto mabaya, see, it is like the things he has done against them, you know, taking someone's child, abducting them and killing them. Look at the case of Ojwang, for example. Mtoto ametolewa kwa mama yake, na amechukuliwa na polisi wa Kenya just because he's talking about some big man who doesn't want to be talked about, and he ends up dead. Do you think that family will ever forgive him? I mean, this was seen live in Kenya. It happened. There was cameras. Kama akiwa maiti. I mean, how will Kenyans ever forget such things and forgive such things? I mean, it is not gonna happen soon. And even if this thing of ati Wakenya wanaombea sijui nani mbaya, it is just hiyo maombi inakuja tu naturally. We don't have to struggle to pray that something bad happens because of the things still happening.
Julia, mimi from the community I come from, tunaombeanga watu mabaya. Okay? Watu wabaya tunaombea mabaya. It is cultural. Because ukisikia mtu anakuambia uromenwa nende, in our region, Merus, Embus, Mberes, we curse. Tunakuombea, unasikia uchiaro ora, uchiaro achiake na kila kitu, yani we can curse you like for 1 hour. Okay? So, and I think there is nothing wrong with wishing somebody death if you feel he has offended you. We have those curses. We do that. It is still there in my community. Yeah, it is the way some people have taken things like religion upside down. You come telling us that every leader is God given, even murderers, even those are some things that are disputed by some communities. And for me, I believe my community more even than the Bible, because who did I know first? I was taught about my culture, the belief which I was taught there was God. And I could see every morning my grandfather, he was saying a prayer somewhere, seated somewhere. And he was pouring drinks and doing that. And he was chanting, praising a God someplace, God above. And he was looking up, where even all the Christians, we pray looking up. So this old man who I saw my grandfather who died at the age of 100 and I think 12, 15 there. Yeah. And then, because nilikuwa ni mwerevu, I was looking at, nikaanza kufikiria, yani huyu jamaa na anaomba, unasikia anaomba na Kikwete, and they had their prayers. So nikasema, then mzungu came here telling us that we don't know God. Surely that we don't know God. Shetani ashindwe sana. If 115-year-old mzee would pray, then wewe umekuja hapa juu na ngozi nyeupe na kitabu hapa ati unaanza kusema huyu mzee the way anaomba is not the right thing. Who are you? So keep them, or whoever it is, don't tell us that we are wishing people death. We wish people death. We wish wale watu wana serve shetani, we wish they could perish together with their generation. That is what we do. And for me, like, I've no at you, and nobody can cover me using the Bible personally. Ati unakuja kuni intimidate na scriptures. Hapana. No. And that is what has happened until we are where we are. And that's why for me, Kwanzaa, in the choice of the president, I want a president that will not come here telling us about how saved he or she is. We don't want to be taught about the religion. We know. You come and tell us how you are going to fix the country. Don't tell us about your saved life, spiritual life. Oh, mimi, unajua mimi ni mtu ya kanisa. Unaniambia ndio nidu. We don't want that, because people use that as a shield to cover the rot they are going to do. Yeah. In fact, Kenyans, majority of Kenyans wamefika hapa na hiyo story ya kuambiwa bwana asifiwe sijui nini na nini. It is the worst that has ever happened to this nation. And it has happened with a younger generation, which is supposed to be the future of this country. Can you imagine the future of this country not believing? Julia, can you imagine our kids? Unaambia jina church, anakuambia we enda church.
I know Gen Z, my relatives, they were, I mean, when they were brought up, walikuwa watoto wa Sunday school. Sahi usijaribu kuambia chochote about church. Don't even try.
Yeah. Yeah. Tumewaua kabisa with this Rutoism and this. Juu anaangalia mtu kanisani. And then unasikia yani then they see they are being fell down by bullets. Wanashindwa haya sasa inakuaje? Then mtu anasema shoot miguu, wengine anasema shoot hata usishoot mguu. You think these kids are traumatized? And these kids, I think we've done a damage we will not be able to reverse. I'm telling you. And you have no audacity now to even stand on a podium and you start saying, msalimieni, huko nisalimieni, nyinyi huko na uko kwa gai mkono ya Mungu sijui nini, huko nyuma ndio hawa watoto wanatuangalia wanaona sisi ni manongo.
Kwanza that statement nisalimieni kwa moko is very blasphemous. People should just shut up and stop using it.
I was talking to my nieces, yani mazee wanakuchallenge unanyamaza. Uncle, what are you telling us? Mazee unapigwa unakuwa blasted dakika 5 unaona yenyewe you look like a monkey. Anakuambia uncle, with all due respect, tell us da. And wanaongea facts because wameona. Wanaongea facts. Then you tell us this is the guy we should vote for. Somebody has come very religious, nina. Then why are we where we are? Why are you not caring about these kids who are not going to school? Which Bible do you read? Wanakutolea Bible, wanazijua, wanakusomea. Wanasema hapa, jipende, sijipenda mwenzako kama unavyojipenda. Anasema this is a nursery school rule. And you as a president, you cannot practice it. So I think, I don't know who will come, but I think, I have two people, I have a lot of faith in them that they can be able to bring this country to the right trajectory. For me, I want somebody to come, bring this country without, si kwa misingi ya Kikristo, ati misingi ya Kiislamu, misingi ya dini, hapana. Misingi ya maadili kwanza. Because if maadili yako kama ni rotten, even if you lift 10 Bibles, it's useless. So I want a character that now the character is right. Then I'm able now to tell you about the Bible, about God's will, wish on how we are supposed to live. Because one, you have a character that can listen. Okay, yani already you are very ready to receive the good word and practice it. You know, we come from the benchmark, the inaitwaje, the benchmark of a good character. Mtu ana maadili. Yeah. The other day nilikuwa nasikia mtu anasema, unajua huyo ni mtu wa kanisa. Huyo ni mtu wa kanisa, tutamchagua. Wrong. That's another X. That's a goof. That's a goof.
That is nonsense. That is nonsense.
Yes.
Ni kanisa gani wanaendanga kwa those fake people who just exploit them? Which kanisa are they talking about?
So I remember that there was a time somebody was being asked, they were discussing, that guy is good, na anaweza kuwa kiongozi mzuri, lakini mimi nasikianga aendangi kanisani. Imagine, listen to that contradiction. Huyo mtu anaweza saidia watu akina nini? Ana nini? Lakini by the way, ati aendangi kanisani, lakini unasema ni mtu mzuri anaweza saidia watu. Which one do you want? Kusaidiwa hapo mtu aende kanisani? You know, we are full of contradictions. That believing that somebody who goes to church is a righteous person.
Kiptum is saying that hate propaganda. Kiptum, this is not hate propaganda.
By the way, this is a guy we should listen.
Have I said anything Ruto has not done?
Listen, this is a guy we should kick out of this channel permanently, delete and forget completely. He adds no value.
Yes.
He adds no value to this channel. That's the truth.
And one thing, Stone PK, I'll tell Kiptum. Wakati mtoto wake ama bibi yake ama mama yake atauliwa na mtu,
that's when he, but he
ijamguza. Lakini let me say this now, Kiptum, because you are saying that I don't pray for death for somebody. Kiptum, wakati mtoto wako ama bibi yake atauliwa na watu, ndio utajua what you are saying.
If his children are here, innocent. If his children are in America, askia one of his fine days, his nephew has been abducted in Nairobi by a nani ujama wa Nairobi, the Nairobi police boss. What is his name? Askia amekuwa abducted and he appears dead. I think Kiptum will be changed. He will come here and tell us, Julia Nakina PK, you are right. I apologize.
No, he's lucky because the name will save them. We will save them. With the government is still what we have. So he's safe.
Sasa Julia,
he's Arab somebody.
Mimi nataka kumuombea hivi. Wait until death strikes in your family, then you will know what you are saying here.
Because death strike because a bad cop shot somebody dead. You know, those kind of deaths. I think he'll come back and tell us he has repented.
Julia, do you know, for me, the irreducible minimum, and that's why I'm so disappointed with my opposition, and I've tweeted a million times. My biggest disappointment is that they have the platform to keep these very intricate issues alive. They don't need to go preaching any other thing. Biblia tumepreachiwa 2000 years and they preach the same thing. Not so? The same thing. Hakuna kitu tunapreachiwa jana na juzi ambayo ni different. It's the same. Jesus is the savior. He was the son of God. He was crucified. He died for our sins and all that. Is what I've heard throughout my life. And is what people have heard for the last 2025 years. Now, then, us now as opposition, we have the indelible sin, kama ile ya dhambi ya asili ilifanywa na Adam na Eve. Sisi tuko na dhambi ya asili ambayo imefanywa na Ruto. Okay? Hiyo dhambi ya asili imefanywa na Ruto is unforgivable. And this is what opposition should go preaching. You killed our kids. You killed your citizens. And you called them this. These are the things they should go playing in and out. You can build the 10 Singapores, 30 Singapores you want, but you killed. Families lost their innocent kids. This is, by the way, if I wish these guys would go my way, this is the preaching that should go everywhere
The
they
red line.
go. Yes,
Red line.
yes, it is that. Wacha maneno ya kutuambia ati hatuna agenda. Kubavu nyinyi. Tuna agenda gani? Tuna agenda uliua wa Kenya, watoto wa Kenya, innocent kids, my friend. Our agenda is to, in fact, our agenda would be to kill you, subject you to that. That, I think that should be the agenda. Wish you to experience the same. And we play those clips of Akina Rex Masai, these kids holding. There's somebody who came on the show yesterday. Nataka nitumie hiyo picha. Nimeitafuta nimekosa. Where you have these kids raising a flag in, na wapo mbele yao ni mmoja wao ako chini amekufa, dead body ako hapo. They are saying they can't leave. My friend, then you come here giving me bullshit about Ruto. Come on. Come on. Don't insult our emotions, man. Don't. And that's why, let me give you a quick one, Julian the Innocent. Do you know why Samuel Doe, and those of you who may not know about Liberia, go to the YouTube and Google how Samuel Doe found his destiny. Samuel Doe. And then you were patient. You listen to it, watch it. It is very, very graphic. Okay? But you watch it. Then you will understand. The asira. Do you know ile umeshikwa umekuwa captured in State House ya huko inaitangwa the mansion. This guy was captured, tortured slowly. By the way, the death this guy, huyu jamaa alikufa death moja normal tu. Unajua ile slow painful death, and they were saying because it has to happen here on earth where he did the same. Do you know this guy was stripped naked, put on a wheelbarrow, and he was driven along the streets of Monrovia. And as they were moving, he was being questioned. All the sins he had meted, all the crimes he had meted to the Liberians. And ambiwa, uliua fulani na fulani na fulani. Yes, masikio inakatwa. Chua! He was screaming and crying like hata si a baby. I know those of you who are so too much of Christianity, you will say, oh my God, nini, nini. But it's good to see what anger can do to you who thinks you are in power and power will not end. Sergeant Joe alikatakatwa into pieces pole pole as he was being driven. The street that he would go while on top of this very expensive 4x4, the V8, he was on a wheelbarrow as he kept confessing. Where did you, when you stole this money from Central Bank, where did you take? Oh, he tried to hesitate. Kidole, pat, inakatwa, anatoboa. Somebody is taking note. That way. That is how Samuel Doe, Sergeant Doe, that is how he got out. And he got out the way he came in. He also had overthrown. He had done all the work and every other thing. Okay? So, when you watch such things, and that's not fiction, man. You see, I mean, this story is real. It's true story. Then you hear people coming here telling us, oh, this and that. You know, Ruto would have been forgiven had he not, the 2024, if I were him, I would not have given that kind of an order. As they were marching and coming to State House, if I were Ruto, and that's why people tell me Ruto is smart, he's clever. He's not, he's a fool. I would have come on national TV and plead with the kids because they are his kids. I would have come on the national TV and tell them, please hold my people, I would tell them, I beg you, I'm here, tell me what you want. He should have come out. Because when you are summoned by your kids as a good father, you don't overreact. Ruto angetokelezea kutoka huko State House akuje aseme nimesikia with very big loudspeakers in the middle of that, hiyo wamebeba mabendera, akuja waambie I hear you, please achaneni na parliament, let's go to Uhuru Park, we sit, you tell me what you want. Innocent, tell me whether that can't work.
Yeah, if you remember me saying that the best president we could have had ni President Ruto, because alikuwa amepatiwa marking scheme. Imagine you are going to do an exam na mtu
Na umepewa
akupatie
marking
marking
scheme.
scheme.
Yes. Ati
Utashindwa
tunataka
kufanya.
hivi. Imagine.
Mtu
This guy.
alafu mwalimu atamaki akuangusha aje? Atakuangusha aje juu amekuambia this is a marking scheme. Hii ni B,
Imagine.
hii ni C, hii ni D. Alafu sasa unaandika hivi, alafu mpatie mwalimu ndio hii. Hata angekuja
Umesomaje?
2027 atungemuuliza kitu. Saizi hata tungekuwa tunaongea kitu, tungemwasema tulikuambia utoa ma corrupt CSS na nini, uliwatoa. Tukakwambia hii finance bill uitoe, ukaitoa. Hii ishaifanyi, umeitoa. Sasa ukuje tu hata tuambie this is what you told me to do and I did it, mtanipatia kura? Hata sisi tungekuwa ashamed, tungemwambia ati hapana, wewe endelea, because you have done school fees. Yani watu wanaenda shule, watu wanaenda hospitali, wanatibiwa bure. Yani whatever people wanted iko ni nini tungetaka, because even wakina Gachagua mbona tunawaambia we want them to do what we wanted, but you see Ruto aliambiwa afanye hii, anatoa Murkomen, anaambiwa huyu ndio mtu, hata watu wako walimkataa, wanasema tumtaki. Anamtoa, sijui alimtoa ni transport kidogo kidogo hivi, sijui amemrudisha, I don't know kama ilikuwa ni environment ama nini. Anatumalizia wapi? Kwa security. Unafikiri watu wanasikiaje sasa? Watu watasikiaje? Because what they told you is not Julia, you are a teacher. Uambie student ni hivi ndio inatakana, kitu inatakana kufanya, alafu hiyo student afanye opposite, utamwekea marks? Hakuna. You can't give that
Hakuna. Hakuna marks.
Utamwambia umeanguka, na hakuna ati kupembeleza ati nini, umeanguka. Hapa I said 1 + 2 is 3. Wewe umesema 1 + 2 is 2. This is wrong. Unaoneka tu x na maneno inaisha, na upiti auendi the next class. So why should Ruto go to the second term kama hajapita mtihani wa hiyo class yenye alikuwa? And also PK, ile clip ulituchezea jana, ile ule president sijini wa Botswana, that is a lesson maybe Julia hakuiona, unatakana utumie Julia aiangalie. It was a very good clip yenye inaweza saidia politicians wa Kenya what they should do, that ukiingia kwa mamlaka, hata kama ni was it also in Tanzania mali the former president alishikanga brother yake akamweka ndani because alikuwa corrupt. Yaani hii msimeno inafieka mbele na nyuma. So huyu president alisema kuna watu hata marafiki zangu saizi watataka kushikwa. It's high time saizi mwenye anaingia kama ni president atuambie saizi kama una kitu yenye ulichukua na you took it illegally, urudishe before we follow you. Urudishe saizi ile wenye tulikuwa tunaambiwanga tukirudisha then you are given immunity. Watu waanze kurudisha kama ni mapesa, watu waanze kurudisha kama ni mashamba, watu waanze kurudisha ni let them return what they have stolen from the citizens, then we will forgive them. But kama sio hivyo, I don't think Kenyans will ever forget the way Julia umesema. Umeua, and hata ukienda kwa media, hata ukienda international media ukiuliza do you regret saying this, anasema I don't regret. So what kind of person ama Christian is that mwenye hawezi hata hawezi ku repent ama ku agree? So he doesn't regret what he said. So means up to now whatever he did ama whatever was done to Kenyans and ame endorse. So do you think that is the person in 2027 unaweza sema ati okay, let's give him the second inaitwaje, second term? You cannot, because he is not remorseful.
Innocent, second term ama tunaomba asifike kwa ballot.
Hata ndio nilikuwa nasema if there was a way
Lakini Kiptum alikuwa
asifike.
ananiambia there is no legal way. Nikamwambia he can be impeached, he can become incapacitated, he can resign. Naona I was giving Kiptum all legal ways that can prevent Ruto from being in the ballot. And if chapter 6 of the constitution was being followed, he should not actually be in the ballot.
Na hatujui kama watu watafika 2027 also, that's another hii maisha ujuangi kama unafika.
So I hope Kiptum has heard that kwamba we are praying that something doesn't happen to his scheme. Akina Elio Dragatu wafanye kitu vile walifanyia akina Ojwang to one of his scheme, he'll come back change telling us, Julia, nimekubali ni serikali ya mashetani. But until that happens, you can be talking here telling us that we are being unfair, that we are issuing somebody bad things. We are just a sample of what Kenyans are feeling. We are you can take us as a sample. 4 out of 4 people mad. Hata si wa kabila moja, by the way. Atukue tumekubaliana hapa. We've never even seen each other face to face, by the way. Ni Njiru tu niliona recent, nikashangaa kumbe huyu ni Njiru. Pike niliona Njiru. Have you ever seen Njiru live? Ama unafikiria Njiru ni AI? I saw Njiru live. Njiru, I believe you are the AI. Lakini the thing is hatujuani. We are just a sample of what Kenyans are going through. We are either affected or we are in it. You see? So we are affected in every other way because tuko na narratives wenye hawezi enda hosi juu haifanyi. Watoto wenye walikuwa they qualify to join the university could not join because they don't have the money. They are being said that they are rich. Wanataka 500,000 to study medicine. Is Ruto's government crazy? So what do you want us to do to celebrate him? And we watch children die in 2024. And we have cases of him being implicated before for crimes against humanity. Hey, how much can one be forgiven anyway? Hapana. Hata kama tuna forgive, hatuwezi kasahau. We remind you people, we sing about it, we sing to our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren. We tell them there was an evil man who existed in this country.
Sam Costa, I agree with you. One thing I'm waiting for Gachagua to tell us that tuliiba kura ama hatukushinda kura. That is only one thing nataka siku moja Gachagua tu asimama aseme, by the way, I'm a Christian, I'm a truthful man. Hii kura, this is what we did. A, B, C, D. Hatukushinda. Atuambie tu that. That is the last kick that will kill Ruto's ambition.
Innocent. Now you know why I call Kiptum Katurasla. And there is a comment ameandika hapo. It is the best president Kenya has ever had. For killing people, Kiptum, you agree with killings? Usiwache niseme mengi juu yako Kiptum. If you agree with people being murdered on the streets, then I think you should be arrested too. And you should be investigated. Probably umefanya kitu huko kwenye.
That's why Julia nimesema, if it's wishing death to somebody, it's wishing death to mtoto wa Kiptum, bibi ya Kiptum. Sia yeye, kitu ifanyike kwa familia yake, na sio ati kitu ile the natural death. Kitu tu ama mtu akuja uwe mtu wake ama bibi yake, and asikie what Kenyans are feeling. Unajua Yeah, ni kama hajaifili kitu. By the way, nimekuja kurealize kuna some sycophancy in Kiptum. That huwezi toa. Kiptum, please, we beg you. Ruto will not take you anywhere. Hata kama ni mtu wenu, hakuna mahali atakupeleka. Hii Kenya ni ya watu wote, sio ya Wakalenjin. Ati amalize apatie Kindiki. You wait and see. Maybe 2027 wakati maybe atakuwa ameshindwa ama kama atakuwa kwa ballot, ndio utakuwa unatuambia something else. But if there is something I want to wish for Kiptum, is something
ama atakuwa jera. Unaona ameanza kupea South Sudanese terrorist passport.
Yeah.
Na mnaona vile kunaenda kukiendanga Iran, kukiendanga Venezuela. Mungu anaweza tukumbuka.
Yes.
God can remember us through DJT. Ne, uone DJT ameboeka na mtu. Kitu vitu vichenja.
Njiru aongee na yeye. Njiru aongee na yeye vizuri.
Vitu vichenja. I'm telling you, Kiptum, things change. I'm telling you. You never know. If you made this story, ameanza kupea ma terrorist passport. I think Gachagua was right. Gachagua was saying that Ruto hosted that RSF people in Nairobi. He hosted them. These are terrorists. And now at an hour patia passports. Good gracious, what a shame to Kenya.
By the way, kuna vitu zingine una remember hata huyu tawe gay anaitwaje? Natembea alikuwa anatuambia that some things, some errors you should not do as a president. Giving IDs to foreigners, watu wenye wajakuwa vetted, that is one of the mistake you'll ever do. Na ndiye akasema ati watu wataenda wafanye kitu huko nje, na wakishafanya kitu huko nje hawataambiwa ati ni wa Sudan ama ni wa Somalia ama ni nini. Wataambiwa ni wa Kenya because they possess the Kenyan ID, and that's how maybe we are going to lose our credibility huko nje. Foreign policy ni kama Ruto hajaishikilia vizuri, ama yeye kazi yake ni anaona ni kuwa president. And Kiptum, please let me say this now once and for all, even if you continue mentioning my name, I'm telling you, you are not a preacher and you will not preach to me. Hautanihubiria, haujui Biblia. Kama wewe unaelewa maneno ya Biblia, haujui Biblia inasema nini. You should not even mention the precious blood of Jesus Christ. You should know what the blood does. There is deliverance in the blood. There is healing in the blood. There is salvation in the blood. You should understand the Bible. Wewe ni kama ni mtu uelewi Biblia ni nini, na hutawahi nifunza Biblia. Auelewi ni nini the words you're using here, you don't even know what they mean. You should start knowing what it means. Ukiongea kama ni blood inamaanisha nini? Ukiongea kama ni Jesus inamaanisha, ukiongea kama ni peace, you should know what peace means. Usisema ati Ruto gives peace. I think it's high time we start learning some of those biblical words. Wewe inaonekana ni kama kasongo tu, unasoma Biblia unapitia tu juu, so long as kuna kitu unasema ati the way Kasongo anatuambia ati hivi akijenga nyumba anaanza kutuambia ati usipopatia the lesser unfortunate chakula ama malazi, mali ya kulala, then you not see the kingdom of God. And those are the scriptures anatusomea, scriptures zenye anaona zinaambatanisha na what is doing. You should not justify evil with the scripture. And Kiptuma, I'm telling you, you will not preach for me scriptures zenye to justify what you are. And it shows who you are. It shows indeed who you are. Hawa ndio wale tumeambiwa kwa New Testament. Those who preach wanaongea maneno ya wine na ni water. Wanasema hii ni water na ni wine. These are the kind of people wenye wanaongelea vitu hawajui ni nini wanaongelea. Do you know what peace is? Unafikiri watu wenye walikufia they have peace? Wenye they don't have their husbands, some they don't have their kids. That is peace. And do you think that hii country ni ya kupatiana presidents from one person to another? Ati Ruto amalize apatie Kindiki amalize sijui apatie nani? Let me tell you, Kenya ni kupiga kura na sio kuiba, ni kupiga kura. That is what earns the presidency to a person, but not passing it from one person to another. Kiptum, style up. And Njiru mali huko, please, it's high time, as we said, crack the whip. Crack the whip. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, Stone PK. Thank you, Njiru. And good morning.
Unaenda church sasa ama ushaenda church jana?
Sasa si church, mimi ni mtu wa Sunday. Mi am a Pentecostal.
Ati Mwamba anasema DJT asitusahau, ametembea Venezuela, ametembea Iran. Sasa aone huku kuna jamaa anapatia materrorist passport. DJT tunaweza tu mpea huyu jamaa tu bure tu, amchukue tu easy tu amweke hapa. Kwa jira moja
Yeah,
hapa.
by the way wakina Kalonzo walikuwa nasema they have ati wamecompile those things. Wacha wasituambie those things ati wamecompile. Wanachukua time mingi bana. Kuna evidence mingi zenye zimefanyika zinaonekana zimekuwa zimeanza. So DJT, where are you DJT? By the way, DJT akipatiwanga things inaona ni kama anasiperform.
DJT anaweza saidia hapo nakwambia.
Give him evidence. Ukimpatia evidence yeye hana shida, naona hana shida. Si uliona wa Uganda walinyamaza. Walikuwa nasema ati America ati inaweza kutushinda huko juu, lakini kwa ground hawezi. Wakamwambia dare and you see. Si walikuja waka apologize. Huyo kijana
huyo mjinga wa nani, mtoto wa Museveni
ali apologize. Okay, so Njiru mahali huko, Julia, sijui kama una kitu yote. I think I need to set myself now. Unajua leo ni kanisa.
Haya basi, enda kanisa.
Watu wengine sisi ndio tuna lead worship huko, so we need to prepare ndio tuende ku set instruments. Sisi ndio ma DJ wa church.
Nice. Go to church. This battle tuko na about 7 hours before tuende church.
Okay. Otherwise, barikiwa, unaweza ambia Njiru.
Na maombi ndio tu, Mungu atuondolee kasongo. For real.
Amen.
We are just being genuine and praying our hearts.
Yeah, it's spiritual. Nimekwambia it's scriptural. Si ati ni kitu ati ni hate ama ni nini.
Ati hate ama ni nini. We are hurting. Our people are hurting. Watoto wameuawa. So how else do you want us to pray? We are praying, Mungu tuondolee hii jambazi.
Mm. Unaona Kiptum ati anatuambia ati tuite president Dr. Ruto. Oh my God. Yaani hawa ndio wale watu mtu ati akipata kitu ati lazima umuite doctor. It's not a must. Some of us kazi yetu tunafanya, lakini sio lazima tuitwe professor. We are called by our name. Eh? Kuna ile kitabu Julia, kama ulisomanga Julia, ilikuwa inaitwa Romeo and Juliet. What is in a name that is better than a rose? You remember? Sijui
Yeah.
kama
Nilisoma. Sasa hiyo story ya Kiptum asituletee. Don't bring us that. We're tired. We're tired and fed up of being tired.
anaona doctor ndio jina kubwa.
Kwani ni madaktari gani wangapi hapa? Hata Jiro is a doctor. He doesn't say.
Si ndio nakwambia kuna watu wanajisifingi vitu. Hii sasa ndio ile nilikuwa nakwambia, kujifanya, kujiinua ati tumuite doctor. It's not a must you call him doctor. You can call him President Ruto, you can call him Mr. Ruto. Na in English haina noma, haina kitu yote.
Na sisi tunamuita Kasongo atadu.
So kama wewe unaendelea kumuita doctor, kama ni doctor wa nini, I think you need to ask Gachagua kuexplainie. Daktari wa inaitwaje? Ndania, daktari wa mapera, daktari wa avocado. Asi amesomea botany. So ni daktari wa miti. Anyway, so Njiru and Julia Stone PK, kama mkitaka kumaliza nyinyi malizeni. God bless you from Kenya.
God bless you, Innocent. Enjoy your day. Njiru, napike, mmeenda kulala? Nimewacha nijiongeleshe. Sawa tu. Sawa tu, wacha nijiongeleshe. Wacha nisalimie wale watu wa kwa comment section. Najulie hali. Good day. Nje 2865. Kiptum bado ako amehang na Kasongo wake. Nani mwingine ako hapo? Mwamba uliendanga wapi? Umepotelea wapi? Unajua hiyo song Mwamba? Grace Tude. Watu wamesema ati DJ hakuna. DJT amesaidia, ameenda kusaidia kwingine. Sami Costa. Ani, long time no see you. Hata kuna wengine hapo. Nyinyi watu mko na majina ya kiajabu ajabu. Your names are overly interesting. Why do you have to add so many names on your name? Nimewasalimia nyote. Ati je 2665 anasema ati doctorate from University of River Road. Kweli huyu jamaa alifanyanga research. Ni papers ngapi ameandika? If we look up the doctors we know, you can see the papers they have written, they are online, they are published. Mtu anionyesha paper moja Kasongo ameandika. Kama kuna link, mtu anitumia link hapo.
Wacha nikujibu hiyo. Nilikuwa nasikiza although nina watu Julia. Mtu alikuja akaconfess. We know the guy who wrote things, even exams for him. Ni Mkamba fulani. Nimesahau jina.
Wow.
Yes, it came out. mpaka nani before he died alitoa hiyo story nani prof nani huyu prof huyu alikuwa anaitwaje, huyu alikuwa wa education nani Innocent
Maoga.
nikumbushe
Maoga.
eh
Huyo Maoga.
hapana, huyu nani profesa huyu alikufa, huyu alikuja after nani after Matiang'i,
Si
huyu
ni
pia
Maoga.
alikuwa deadly, si Maoga.
Not Maoga anaitwa. Si ni Mjaluo?
Huyu mjaluo very learned, huyu alikuwa na madigri mob sana, huyu doctor alikuwa anaitwa nani maskini. Comment section wanaweza tuambia he was alikuja amenyorosha, hata yeye alikuwa anaenda mashule nini
Si ni wa
Kakamega
CS.
na
Si ni CS education.
alikuwa CS education, alikuwa na Magoya Magoha. Yes, Dr. Magoha. Dr. Magoha alisema he can't remember and he can't even yani it was so embarrassing, na akasema there is no way you will recognize Nani's PhD and it is on record, it's fake, it's on record. Uhuru mwenyewe siku ya graduation alimwambia aya, ulikuwa unasoma lini? How can you do a PhD and people don't know you're doing a PhD?
You can't. It is very taxing.
Hata masters huwezi fanya na watu wa juu
masters is
unafanya.
very tax. It
Yes.
is very taxing.
Yeah.
It is very taxing. Ufanyie America mfanyie wapi, it is very taxing. You can't. Ati jamaa ako na PhD. Kwendeni huko.
No, si ana PhD ya Kiptum University.
Njiru, come and end the show. PK, unaenda? Njiru Mwaura. Ama unataka nikuitaje? Bibi yako anakuitanga aje Njiru? Ndio unisikie. Hata kama mimi si bibi yako. Juu nikikuita profesa unisikizi, Dr. Njiru usikii. Ama mama yako anakuitanga aje ndio unisikie.
Saizi Njiru amelala.
Yaani Njiru analala anatuacha kwa show. Seriously?
Anakuanga hivyo every day, analalanga anawachanga. Ukiangalia hiyo channel yako utapata watu walitoka waka sign out na amebaki tuko peke yake, inakuja
Amebaki peke yake.
akiamuka ndiye anakuja kui end.
That's bad, Njiru.
Anyway, let me sign out. Tuonane siku ingine.
Sawa, Innocent. Hata mimi wacha niende. Kwaherini wa Kenya. See you. Take care. See you tomorrow.
Sawa, neutral unaweza changia. Chopper accident na mambo ingine. Nimekuona kwa Facebook you are ranting kabisa. Changia kwa show. Neutral, changia. Ama umekuja usingizi? Stone PK mmemaliza? Yeah, it looks like people have gone. Okay. Sawa, katasi of Anne, wacha niweke Chris kumekucha. Then akimaliza we call it a day.
With a daily turnover. Regulars of this channel.
Just namalizia na hii video ya nani ya Chris kumekucha, alafu tufunge show until tomorrow. Thank you.
Will know that I'm a great believer of understanding something very deeply, and especially when it comes to Kenyan politics. And I would strongly advise in every area of this life, the more deeply you understand stuff, the better the decisions you're going to make. Now, I believe it is correct to say that Kenyan politics right now is in chaos. But let us deeply understand the chaos. And for this, we need a bird's eye view. Now, the drone I've sent up there, the pictures that are coming back, that aerial view of Kenyan politics has caused me to put this into 3 different packages we're going to look at very closely today. Number 1, Kipchumba Murkomen, the interior CS, and the very dangerous game is playing that can only end in one way. There are no 2 ways this is going to end. It can only end in one particular, very bad way. Number 2, the fact that looking at things more deeply, if you want to understand everything that is happening in Kenyan politics right now, it has been reduced to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta versus William Samoei Ruto, season 2, or round 2, if you like. And how this one is going to end. And then number 3, the deeper reason nobody's talking about, why Kenyans are so desperate and why they're reacting and responding in such a crazy manner. I think you'll agree with me. Some of the responses we're getting from Kenyans right across the board in everyday life, they're just too crazy. There is a reason to that. Humans don't behave in any way without a reason. There is always a trigger and a very good reason why somebody suddenly decides to do something that is just off the charts, crazy. Okay, and that is the Kenyan, the typical long-suffering Kenyan right now. Okay, and we're going to tackle these 3 areas, 3 packages, if you like, in reverse order. And so we must start with the long-suffering Kenyan, who is very important in Kenyan politics because our constitution tells me they are the final say, the final authority. That is what the constitution says, not me. Now, let me simplify this further so that we totally understand why the long-suffering Kenyan is the most important in this equation of what is going to happen in Kenya next politically. Okay? You have a son, and suddenly this son of yours is a teenager, starts behaving in ways he has never behaved before. For instance, he thoroughly beats up your house help till she needs to go to hospital. Are you going to ignore his sudden shift in behavior? Because if you do, the next thing that will happen is that one day you're going to come home and you'll find your house burnt to the ground. Now, you may need to sit down for this next piece of information I'm about to give you. According to official government statistics, the number of Kenyans who have left the country to go and work in a country called Russia are, wait for this one, 1,000. Now, don't lie to yourself that none of these Kenyans knew when they were leaving the country that whatever they're going to do in Russia is highly risky. Virtually all of them knew that they were going to do something security related. They were going to go into some kind of military training. Okay? Now get this. You have reached a point in your life where you'd prefer to go outside the country and die rather than remain in the country without anything to do and without any hope. That is a very dangerous place for any human to reach. And you can be sure there are very many disappointed applicants who didn't make it. Boss, sorry, you're too old. And stuff like that that disqualified people. Now, in case you're still missing my main point, here it is. Imagine things go south in our country. What are these young people going to be prepared to do? Think about it for a minute. Actually, as a country, we are sitting on a time bomb. Never ever before in our history has that been more true than now. And this time bomb we're sitting on is deadly. Make no mistake about it. Now, I'm going to forgive younger Kenyans for not understanding what I'm about to say. But those of us who lived through the 1982 failed coup attempt may have an inkling of what I'm saying. I do not fear the politicians. I do not even fear the abductors. The people I fear most in Kenya today are these young people, some of whom are in Russia, some of whom have already lost their lives in Russia, fighting in a war that they have nothing to do with. Those are the people I fear most. And believe me, politicians should fear them even more. Because when these people come to the ballot box in the coming general elections, politicians are going to understand what I'm talking about. Now, very recently, in the last few days, a suspected recruiter of Kenyans to go to Russia, Abwana Festus Omwamba, was arrested in Moyale in the process of fleeing the country because it seems he knew that authorities were on to him. Now, don't lie to yourself that this is the end of these manenos. No. Who told you this is the only recruiter? Who told you? Bottom line, the frame of mind of the ordinary Kenyan voter right now is the right frame of mind to bring up the change we want, we desperately need in our country. However, the very deadly thing here is that that ordinary Kenyan is not in the right frame of mind to make the correct decision. In other words, we are going to be gambling. The same frame of mind the German people were in when they elected a man called Adolf Hitler. That frame of mind of deep hatred for the Jewish people. Look where that ended. I know not everybody is going to agree with me, but that is the state of affairs of our nation, a bird's eye view from where I sit. Now let us move on to Uhuru Kenyatta versus William Samoei Ruto, season 2. Now those close to William Ruto have told us that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the chief financier of the opposition, of people like Edwin Sifuna, and everything that is anti-government right now, that is a thorn in the flesh of the current administration, is being financed by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Now, people don't like this regime, but let's put our emotions aside for a minute and let us look at the facts on the ground. The former president has very actively revived the Jubilee Party. He has been deeply involved in that, okay? And obviously, there were finances involved. The former president has also been very deeply right bang in the middle of reviving the Azimio coalition with very serious consequences on the current regime. And the honeymoon with Raila's older brother, Oburu Odinga, and a section of ODM who have suddenly found that actually what they're leading is a shell of the ODM. The real followers of ODM are gone with a man called Edwin Sifuna, Babu Wino, and company. And that's not all. The former president is a man who plays strategic politics, okay? And don't forget that he's very smart. And what he has done when he retired from the presidency is that he retained most of his key advisors. In case you didn't know that, now you know. Now, in my opinion, he has not broken the law anywhere. Unlike his opponents, who broke many laws when they beat him or beat his side during the 2022 general elections. And I'm sure you're going to agree with me that Uhuru Kenyatta knows enough to know where this current regime is taking the country and where it is going to leave his ancestors, his grandchildren, his children. Yeah? Many years to come. And of course, it is not a good place. Okay? Now, the story doing the rounds, this propaganda has done the rounds so long, is that Uhuru conned Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, hold on a minute. You knew Raila very well. According to you, Raila is the kind of person to be conned. Huh? Anyway, the mystery behind how Uhuru lost to Ruto in 2022 is still shrouded in deep mystery. Most people do not understand it. I have gone to great lengths to try and understand it. Because towards the end, Uhuru was still president. It seemed like his hands were tied. There was nothing he could do. In fact, at his weakest point, he did something which was very desperate, unprecedented. He sent members of the National Security Council to the IEBC to try and talk to Wafula Chebukati. That was a very weak, desperate move. And of course, it did not work. In fact, in my opinion, it cost a man called General Ogola his life. Now, as I've often said on this channel, you cannot analyze politics without staying very close to human nature. Now, you imagine you lose something in a very unfair way. People break the law. They break all the rules. They go over and beyond being evil and manage to defeat you. How are you going to feel? You're going to feel like you must look for an opportunity to make things right, to get your revenge. By the way, if you get access to my highly sensitive special reports, you will understand why Uhuru Kenyatta's hands were tied. It is highly sensitive because the people we're dealing with are very powerful people with their tentacles all over the place. And they don't play games. Okay? And so with that information, you should be sure that actually this Uhuru versus Ruto season 2 is very real. And it is unfolding right before our eyes in Kenyan politics. When you look at our politics through these lenses, many things which did not make sense will make perfect sense. Let me throw in a little more evidence for those who are still unconvinced. Do you think it is an accident that a character like Pauline Njoroge is very closely involved in the Sisi Nisifuna movement? Is that a coincidence? Evidence number 2. Take a closer look at Governor Anne Waiguru's campaign during the 2017 elections, gubernatorial elections, where she floored political giant Martha Karua Kirinyaga. Take a closer look at that campaign. Take in the videos and then fast forward to the videos of Sisi Nisifuna. What do you see? What do you see? Let me just leave it there for now. And I really hope that you have not forgotten who was financing Anne Waiguru and her campaigns in 2017. I hope you have not forgotten. But I emphasize again, Uhuru Kenyatta is a Kenyan and is as concerned as the rest of us who love our country. Okay? And therefore, if he's going to do 1, 2, 3 within the law, in my opinion, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. Okay? When a retired president loses his constitutional rights as a Kenyan? Answer that one. Now, in my opinion, the side which is going to win this season 2 of Uhuru versus Ruto is the side of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Why am I so sure? Let me put it in one sentence. Because the other side, the side Uhuru is up against, they do their things in a kienyeji way. Wanafanya vitu zao kienyeji. What do I mean? They make a decision and they act on it without taking a deeper look at it and analyzing the possible consequences and coming up with plans and ideas and strategies to deal with the possible consequences before they make the initial decision. And there are many examples. Very quickly, I'll give you several. You raise taxes kiolela olela. You raid the pockets of the people. totally ignoring the possible consequences going forward. Because after all, at some point you're going to seek re-election. You're going to seek a second term. That doesn't cross your mind while you make this initial decision. You just want money, okay? The other things you'll sort out later. A very instructive piece of evidence to suggest that what I'm saying is nothing but the truth. You remember the time when UDA leaders went to complain at State House to the president about how unpopular they were with the people. Remember what they were told? This is not a time to be popular. Meaning that a time to be popular would come later. Meaning that the assumption was later the people would forget the reasons why you're unpopular in the first place. How now? Another example. You impeach Rigathi Gachagua. Of course, he's a political nobody. Why didn't you take just a little time to look a little more deeply into the possible consequences? Starting with the character of Rigathi Gachagua. What has he been doing all his life? What was he doing for government? What kind of contacts does he have with the government? This is a dangerous man. And it was very obvious from the get-go. This is a man who would do real damage to the Ruto administration. And that is exactly what has happened. There was absolutely no need to impeach Rigathi Gachagua. After all, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta persevered a hostile deputy president for his entire second term for 5 years. You don't want to persevere. Well, now you'll have to deal with the consequences, pure and simple. And the last example, whose consequences are still unfolding, bado tujaona kitu, is that you decide to introduce goons to deal with the opposition. And these goons you introduce into the equation, you give them police protection. What do you expect the consequences are going to be? Huh? I assure you that one can end only in one way. There are no two ways about it. And I'll use only one English word. Anarchy. That is where that one will end. You know, there's a very interesting aspect of human nature. We humans sometimes do things, and then we lie to ourselves that we're going to escape the consequences. For instance, you're a young girl, and you get intimate with men, and you escape a few times. But then ultimately, what is going to happen? You're going to get pregnant. That is the consequence. Your great-great-great-grandmother did not escape it. So how do you think you're going to escape it? At the modern technology, at the morning after. Hey, I can give you so many stories where those precautions have failed. Anyway, I believe we can already see how the other side is dealing with this opposition in a very Kenyaji way. And we're already seeing the results. We saw in Kakamega how the people responded. They understood that this is what the people usually do to disrupt meetings, and they took action. Do you remember what happened? Do you remember what happened? Hey, na hiyo ni kionjo. There's more to come for sure. In this life, it pays a lot to step back before you make that decision. Step back and take a bird's eye view of the thing. Take a giraffe view of this thing you're about to do, and try and see the possible consequences going forward and how you're going to deal with them. And then review your decision. Yeah? Review the decision you've already made to make that horrible, wrong decision. It could save your life. And this is the right cue to deal with package number 3. CS Interior, Kipchumba Murkomen. Now, he appeared before the Senate a few hours ago, and I'm not sure if he understood what he was saying. Because, for instance, he admitted that politicians hire youngsters. They hire goons to disrupt political events. And he said something else that made me almost fall off my chair. He said, both sides of the political divide are doing it. Okay? Now, the accuracy of that statement is not the issue I'm looking at here. I am looking at what a CS Interior is telling Kenyans, hey, yani the government is aware that politicians are hiring goons on both sides of the political divide, and they're doing nothing about it. Because if they're aware, they know which politicians and they know which goons. Why are they not taking any action? To me, that was a confession that the government does not want to take any action concerning goons, which should not surprise anybody, because we have seen something in Kenya that we have never seen before during the Ruto administration, where the police actively protect goons. We have seen that several times, right from Raila Odinga's mandamanos, Azimio mandamanos. We saw that very clearly. And to make matters more serious, some of these goons took human life. Oh yes, they did. It is a matter of public record. It is in the public domain. We all know. And so in line with the way this government does things in a very Kenyaji way, I'm thinking that the briefing for Kipchumba Murkomen, just before he went to appear before the Senate committee, was just go there and show those people who is boss. Go and show them that we are government. What to do? Show them that we're not scared of appearing before the Senate. Kwani iko nini? Well, the consequences that are coming should be very obvious. Because when people lose faith in their police to protect them, what do they usually do? Anywhere in the world, they decide to protect themselves. And that is a rabbit hole, I can assure you. We do not want to go anywhere near, let alone go into it. That is a place where we don't want to go, because the results are always catastrophic. Go there and show them that we're in control, that we have the information. And so Kipchumba Murkomen told us that Kitengela is a criminal hotspot. Okay, there are so many criminal gangs there from the days of Mungiki. Okay, now younger Kenyans will not know this. But who is the real founder of Mungiki? This is going to surprise most of us. The real founder of Mungiki is a man called the late Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. Oh yes. Mungiki was a creation of the intelligence community. Objective? To scare away people from the idea of multi-party democracy. You know, it is super fascinating how humans never learn from history, because this is the same strategy which was employed by the colonial government to try and stop independence for Africans. And it did not work. But it seems that did not stop Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi from using colonial methods to try and stop multi-party democracy from coming back to Kenya.
I'm about to show you something that makes me furious every time I see it. This is a real tax return from someone making $284,972 a year in W-2 income. And look at this, line 16, their federal tax alone is $85,200.
Unajua Mungiki walikuwa nakata watu kichwa? Oh yes, younger Kenyans may not know that. And even more interesting, I have proof, personal proof, that Mungiki was a government creation. Because one day, as a young man, I was locked up in Kamukunji police cells. I'm a Kenya suspect, a suspect of wanting to overthrow the government of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. And cops were coming from all over Nairobi, all over Kenya, just to see me, to see the young man who is so brave, who seems to have the balls to oppose Moi. Well, the story was not like that. It's a long story. It was a case of mistaken identity. The truth is that I was a very cowardly young man then, okay? But that is a story for another day. But even as the cops were coming to admire me because of what I was supposed to have done, but I did not do, yeah, they were also coming to admire Mungiki people. And that puzzled me. In fact, the way cops were treating these Mungiki suspects that we were sharing cells with, I couldn't understand. A lot of respect. And at the time, I asked myself, why? These were common thugs. Nope. They were a creation of the state. And of course, the cops were very much aware of that. These were not people to mess around with, because one could easily lose their job as a cop. Anyway, my point is, if indeed Mungiki were domiciled at Kitengela, Kajiado County, then they were put there by who? By the state. And those records should be in the Ministry of the Interior. They should be there. Kipchumba should know this. Maybe it is part of the plan to mislead Kenyans, because Kipchumba also told us that police brutality started in 1963. That is not true. And I know that for a fact from an insider, my late dad, my political lecturer, who was a very senior police officer. Police brutality started in the late 70s, early 80s, with people like Patrick Shaw and the Flying Squad, when criminals overwhelmed the government and they decided to take the very wrong decision of introducing extrajudicial killings and police brutality to scare away the criminals, or to scare the criminals.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, we need to just build.
Told that the Israelis are also, there is a younger population of Iranians who think that their country should be administered different. There is a younger population of Iranians who think that their country should be administered differently. There are economic problems, the remnants of the Pahlavi regime. And we are being told that one of the sons of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is actually one of the prime movers of the demonstrations that are taking place in Iran now. Whether true or not, we do not know. We are being told that the Israelis are also somehow exercising some control via an invisible hand. We are told that the Americans are also present. And in the case of the Americans, they cannot escape indictment, because their President Trump is saying, you touch any of the demonstrators and we are locked and ready to bomb you. So that is the situation in which Iran finds herself. And as we speak now, they are on high military alert. The Iranians cannot sell their oil freely. The Iranians cannot access the markets freely. They cannot borrow, and their currency has been devalued in a manner that has never been seen in many parts of the world. And that has made the people begin to rise up. And they are rising up on a number of issues. They are saying we want greater freedoms. They are saying the economy is so bad that we want to see improvement. But the reality is that the economy cannot improve. And one can see that in the very reconciliatory messages from both the spiritual leader or the Ali Khamenei and President Massoud. The demonstrations have been going on for almost 3 weeks, but they are not coming out with violent language, if you may. And one of the things that they are now doing is to externalize the problem. They are saying, we know we have domestic problems, but we can see the hand of the United States of America. We can see the hand of Israel. And as regards Israel, you remember in the month of June, the year 2025, there was the 12-day war. And that war, in my view, has never been concluded. There was a very loose agreement which was midwifed by the United States of America, and there is an armistice of sorts. But technically, Iran and Israel are at war. There is a younger population of Iranians who think that their country should be administered differently. Their economic problems, the remnants of the Pahlavi regime. And we are being told that one of the sons of Mohammad Reza Pahlavi is actually one of the prime movers of the demonstrations that are taking place in Iran now. Whether true or not, we do not know. We are being told that the Israelis are also somehow.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you
exercising some control via an invisible hand. We are told that the Americans are also present, and in the case of the Americans, they cannot escape indictment because their President Trump is saying, you touch any of the demonstrators and we are locked and ready to bomb you. So that is the situation in which Iran finds herself. And as we speak now, they are on high military alert. I know many commentators take the view that what happened in Caracas cannot happen in Tehran. But even if it is not an exact replica of what happened in Caracas, the Americans are capable of entering into that space and creating a vacuum, therefore. And if a vacuum is created, then what will ensue is chaos, and we don't have to look far. When Saddam Hussein was eliminated in Iraq, you've never seen Iraq go back to factory setting, if one may use that metaphor. So Iran finds herself in a very difficult situation because of a combination of legitimate domestic problems, a constitutional crisis, and external problems, which all conjoined only spell one word: danger. You know, whenever you see a country going through a crisis of the kind that we see in Iran, it means that institutions are no longer responding to the needs of the people. So as it is now, there is appetite for change. For some people, there's even nostalgia for the old regime, which is very human. And all these factors then legitimize and justify the kind of calls that we see from the United States of America that this is a tired administration. And of course, the word that the United States of America and Western Europe always use is democracy, a one-size-fits-all Eurocentric, Americocentric model of governance. And the younger generation are responding to this rhetoric. And I hear some of them saying, what we want is change. We'll deal with what change brings later. A dangerous thing to say, because history is consistent in telling us that when you make change and that change is not orderly, restoring order can take time. But that is an intellectual debate which does not respond with realpolitik. Realpolitik is that the Americans would want to see a totally different administration in Tehran. The Israelis would want to see a totally different administration in Tehran, and for specific reason. During the 12-day war, for the first time in an impactful way, a missile landed in Tel Aviv from Tehran. Missiles supposedly supplied from Tehran emanated from Yemen. So in the context of geopolitics, Israel sees Iran as the only viable threat, which is so close to nuclear capability, and that if you neutralize this regime, then you kill that possibility. And remember that the Americans also bombed some of the facilities and they think that this is an unfinished business. So when they talk about regime change, they also want to finish the unfinished business. And from where I sit, that unfinished business started in 1979 with the humiliation of the United States of America, and it must be concluded. Iran, the Ayatollahs must be humiliated. American administration, the presidents notwithstanding, has a long memory. And they remember 1979. When one looks at Iran and the rhetoric of Iran, Iran is one of the few countries which believes that the Israeli, what they call the Zionist regime, must be swept off the surface of this earth. There is not a single country that uses that kind of rhetoric as regards the state of Israel. But one can never say never. In the history of the world, the worst of enemies have sometimes become allies for the sake of either a short-term agenda or a long-term agenda. And who knows that even as between Iran and Israel, there may come into place administrators or administration that see the bigger picture and recognize that for the sake of peace and relative stability, they ought to have a détente or a rapprochement, and that is what will serve the both of them, because there is also wariness of war. The Israelis are wary of war. The Iranians also want an economy that is vibrant and thriving, and that can only be achieved in the absence of conflict. So one can foresee a situation where in future there may be some kind of very structured relationship between Iran and Israel and the United States of America. And it is in this context that I understand the willingness of the Iranians on different occasions to enter into an arrangement as regards their nuclear capability, and to convince both the West and the West, to include the United States of America, that our enrichment of uranium is not for military purposes, but for civilian purposes. The regime change in Iran is going to be impactful in the region. I think as regards Yemen and the Houthis, particularly in Yemen, their big underwriters have been the Iranians. As we know now, the Saudis are beginning to gain ground in that part of the world. And I think if the regime changes in Iran, then the supply of weapons.
If you had to choose between flipping a house or flipping dirt, what would you pick? Here's the truth. Land beats houses every time. And I'm going to show you why inside of my upcoming 5-day challenge, where I'm going to teach you how to flip land the simple way and even partner with me on deals, right? So, hey, my name is Joe McCall. I've been doing real estate for years and years. I've done houses, rentals, lease options, all of it. But once I discovered vacant land, everything changed. No more rehabs, no phone calls at midnight, just simple, clean deals. Now I want to show you how you can do it too, even if you've never done a real estate deal before. And so here's why land is better. No repairs, no renovations.
Will be cut, and the Houthis will not have the capacity or the ability to deal with the Saudis or any other perceived enemies in the manner that they have been. And they will have no bullets in quantities that they need. They'll not have the missiles in the quantity that they need. And they would very easily be subdued by the combined force of the Saudis and the Israelis. So it would change that situation very dramatically. Indeed, even as I speak, the situation in Yemen is changing. The ease with which the Saudis have been gaining territory and the ease with which you can see things happening in the favor of the Saudis is indicative of the fact that something is not happening, that supplies from Iran are not happening as they used to the Houthis in Yemen. In all these things, Israel stands in a very unique position, unique in the sense that since the creation of the United Nations in 1945 and the coming into force of international instruments such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Geneva Conventions of 1949, the institutions such as the ICC, the institutions such as the ICJ, Israel is the only country on earth that now operates outside of what is known as international law. They are not subject to it, not because they are exempted, but they simply believe that the state of Israel is unique and cannot be subject. So when all these happens, I think the Prime Minister of Israel and those who are in support of extremism in Israel will come and say, we told you, we are the chosen people. Whatever we do is what the law is. If indeed it happens, and it can, that the United States of America and Iran enter into an arrangement that then stabilizes their relationship, the Middle East will change. Because if you look at the Middle East now, nobody simply wants to speak against Israel. Look at all of them, the Saudis, the Egyptians, the Lebanese, the Jordanians. Nobody wants to speak against Israel. The only country that really raised its head and said, we cannot allow this to happen and we are going to do something about it, is Iran. So you take Iran out of the equation, then Israel rules the roost and does so in the manner that it prescribes and implements, and nobody can do anything about it. Look at Syria now. The leader is now doing what America wants him to do. And when the Israelis want to bomb, when the Americans want to bomb, they do it at will. Right now, as we speak in the Middle East, the Beirut government is already saying that we are moving south to disarm Hezbollah. And of course, the Jordanians have nothing to say. So eliminate Iran from the equation. Israel is the dominant power, doing what they want without consequence.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder.
Sawa, Neutral, you can react to our show tonight as we come to the end ya kufunga. Nimekuongelesha hukuongea.
Zero.
You can react to the events of the day. Leo kuna maafa mingi sana. Kuna kifo ya Ngeno, kuna hicho kifo cha Khamenei, and many other things which you want to react to.
Khamenei ni nani? Unasema Ayatollah, usiseme Khamenei.
Anaitwa Ayatollah Khamenei.
Okay, that's the spiritual leader of the Honorable Republic of Iran.
Yeah.
Mumemuua huyo na mtashikwa na tabu. Mumefanya vibaya sana.
Ni tabu gani inashika watu? Hebu nielezee.
Mumefanya vibaya sana. Najua hapo Iran, hiyo si Iraq. Mtaingia huko na mtapata mapigano ile ngumu sana. Yaani mumeenda mkachafua hiyo nchi vibaya sana. Nyinyi Americans nyinyi. Na wewe nasema nyinyi kwa sababu wewe pia ni mtu wa Donald Trump. It's unforgivable. Any a man who wants to wipe out the Epstein files and has to go to an unprovoked war. Even the news media that are not, they don't subscribe to, the mainstream conversations. Even the ones who do that, they're saying this is hell, this is suicidal. Hapo hivyo mumecommit suicide. Yani, you're ready for a third world war. You think that the Russians are just going to sit there. Hii Iran si Iraq. Hii ni nchi ambayo iko na networks everywhere, global. It's unfortunate to say this, but it will trigger many, many, terror attacks around the world. What has happened? What the Americans could have done if they were continuing to be suspicious about the alleged weapons of mass destruction of Iran, the same stupid things that Tony Blair did. They were already talking with Iranian government people, and they could have just continued with these conversations. There was nothing that they were losing out of that. And they have to use Israel, and Israel has to use America to pretend that what they have done or what they will do is going to get Middle East to be a better place. Then can you imagine all those evil things that happen in America? And then some government decides we have to deal with an American president. We have to change the regime. We have to, we have to change the way things are done in the United States of America by force. That is what has happened. But these people, they never learn because they did that in Iraq. They came out limping badly. The Soviet Union, back in the day, in the 1980s, they tortured the people of Afghanistan. And the Afghanistan people still won the war against the Soviet Union. So yani I see Kenyans, imagine Kenyans, Njiru, Kenyans are celebrating now about what has happened in Iran. They're saying that this was a dictatorial regime. Kenya, who we are a dictatorship. We killed 120 young people in 2024 and 2025. And we're here preaching about that Iran is a dictatorship. We have to subscribe by some Western notions of democracy. I believe that what has happened today or in the last 24 hours is going to have serious repercussions, not just in the belt there that we call the Gulf, but in many countries around the world. It's unprovoked. And when it is unprovoked, you don't know what repercussions you have created. They've just blown up a school in Iran with 50 children dead. Alafu mnasikia watu hapa wanaharara hapa wakicheka ati sijui ati hao ni Waislamu, ni shida yao. Waislamu wangapi? Kwani do you know that sometimes when people celebrate the deaths of revolutionaries in Palestine, because they're Muslims, they forget that they're also Christians who fight against the occupation by Israel, which you people are afraid to denounce, the occupation by Israel. You hear Kenyans saying quoting the Old Testament, these are the chosen people, rubbish like that. Kwanza huyo Netanyahu wenu huyo ndio sasa atakatwa vibaya sana, watamuua vibaya huyo. Ako na shida huyo Netanyahu wenu huyo. Mimi I'll take this personal. Jiru, this one I take personal. This one is not a joke. Hii ni shida kubwa mumeweka, yani it will affect Kenya in a bad way, because all those regimes that support the Islamic Revolutionary Republic of Iran, our neighbors, including Somalia and all that, this will have major consequences in our country called Kenya. I am very sorry that the Iranian people have had to go through what they've gone through today, and it's very, very sad. I am saddened. I do not support what the Iranian regime did to the young people who were protesting a few weeks ago. But fair and square, I do not believe that the best way of solving this problem is to just butcher for anything, the leaders of Iran, just camp them out together and just butcher them like this. It's so unfortunate. Me, I'm very bitter about this, what has happened today. When you people, you see people, sharing messages here or in other social media, pretending as if they don't know the repercussions of what has just happened. Mtakaa hapa hivi mkiongea tu mtapata ni World War 3 ambacho tushaanza hivi, no problem, and it's going to be very serious because you can see the economic consequences that has happened around the world. The airlines cannot fly anywhere in Dubai and the likes of Doha, Qatar. Kwanza watu yani, unajua kuna Wakenya hapa hata watakuwa na shida sana, kwa sababu Wakenya wengi wanafanya huko Dubai, Doha. You go to the airports, the transiting journeys through Doha and Dubai, you find that most of the custom officials and security officials in those airports are young Kenyans. They're mostly Kalenjin, but they're Kenyan. I know that they're Kalenjin because I often use that route when I'm going to Kenya, and a lot of people I've spoken to, they were recruited by a machine which is most probably from the Rift Valley, because most people that I met there were Kalenjins, but they're Kenyans anyhow. We don't care, okay? Juru, I am very disappointed that people think that this is fun, what has happened here in the last 24 hours. Something that if Donald Trump and his stupidity, including his advisory panel, should have thought about what is the best way if we really have to ignore and destabilize a country. But what is the best way of doing this? Is it to drop bombs? And, Israel killed 50 people, including school children, in a girls' school today. There is nothing to celebrate there. Nothing. Hii kitu itakuwa moto kabisa, na wameshawasha moto. Tuendelee na hiyo moto, tuone vile itakuwa. Me, I celebrate Iran and the people of Iran. Haya, ulisema sijui ati kuna mtu anaitwa Ngeno, yule ambaye alisumbuana na Ruto. I don't know, no, na Uhuru. I don't know the facts of the plane crash or helicopter crash. What I would say is to wish the family some blessing for what tragedy they have faced today. And that's as far as I can say. But I think that when we come to the campaign period, which has not been officially open, when it is officially open, we need to consider how can we mobilize our people to vote, and what is this rally essential at all? Any those rallies that we do, are they really essential, or those are just people, wanting to claim time for supporting a political party? We need to redefine the way these rallies are done. Me, I'm not into rallies because mostly I think they're a waste of time. But those hustings and the rallies that are well organized can reshape the country as well. I am very sad, by the way. I'm very sad. I'm so sad that we have been talking about the possibility of America attacking Iran, and now we're here in that situation, but we didn't even think about contingency plans as a country. What if? So I'm very, very sad about this situation that the Americans have put us through. And I hope that some people, especially those who live in America, can start staging some protests against Donald Trump. Because what is going on now will get much worse with Donald Trump. Thank you.